what does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
We started with the qualifying. I saw the time going more and more down. I think, we're not gonna get the lap. There was not so much time, so we just go out in the first, and all the drivers come, and I just think, I just need to go get the lap. The job is not done. The heat tomorrow is hard, but starting pole, so I'll see what's happened tomorrow.
Oh yeah, starting off Wednesday. We started off pretty good, pretty strong. We were directly at the pace, so we were quite confident. But coming into Thursday, the speed wasn't there anymore. So yeah, we needed to work hard. We did a lot. The team, they gave it everything. They did an amazing job as well. And yeah, this morning we finally found back to pace. And yeah, coming into qualification, we didn't expect. Yeah, we know we had a chance for a pole position, but we didn't know it was like this. We made a perfect lap, 2 perfect legs to be exact. And yeah, ended up in pole position, so really happy with that. Yeah, the mood in the team, of course, everybody is really happy. But yeah, we can be happy, but the job isn't done yet. So yeah, for now it's good. I take a little bit more of confidence with me to coming into the heats tomorrow and for the final on Sunday. But yeah, we just have to keep working and hopefully have the best result on Sunday.
So yeah, it's a really good start of the weekend, of course, and we've worked really hard through the practice, and yeah, in quali we just put all together. I did all my best to put a lap together, and yeah, I got pole position by only 2,000, and yeah, really happy about that. Oh, for sure, now I know that I can make a better start, so I can fight more in the front. Yeah, of course, the gap is really close between me and the others, so it's gonna be tough tomorrow. But yeah, we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 FIA Karting World Championship for the KZ Gearbox category, along with the International KZ2 Super Cup and the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me is Kai Pellini, and we're here at the Asam Ring in the glorious Swedish sunshine.
Yeah, we've got some beautiful sun shining down on the circuit right now, and it's beautiful conditions to get racing underway. Just 1 minute until our KZ2 drivers make their way onto track for the first heat of the day. There you see it. That is the Asam Ring Kristianstad circuit, 1,221 meters in track length, 16 corners, and a challenge to say the least.
Certainly will be. Our drivers are definitely going to be pushed to their limits over the course of the 2 days. We're going to start the ball rolling with our KZ2 drivers in the International Super Cup. Our drivers are heading out onto the circuit then for qualifying heat B versus D, and what a pair of drivers on the front row of the grid. Lorenzo Travasanuto and Giacomo Pellini, both of them FIA Karting champions. Travasanuto a twice OK world champion, Giacomo Pellini European KZ2 champion. Jean Lier is third from Fabrizio Rosati, Lawrence Van Hopen and Victor Oberg, then Chris Harnan and James Wharton, David Lewinsky and Marcus Kayak, Martin van Leuven and Valentino Fritsch, Lorenzo Giannoni and Marco Torman from Alexander Schmitz and Gerard Sabrian, Brandon Nilsson and Dana Pongpang Saturnu, Norton Andreasen and Giorgio Carrara from Joseph Knopp, Kasper Janssen, Jesper Westerholm, Alexandro Iancu, Matthias Torrigiani, Mihai Mancheyan, Giuseppe Fusco, Frederic Kickenborg, Laura van den Hengel and Johan Gabrielsen. It's going to be a very tight battle for the 30 drivers heading into the heat. 91 competitors overall in KZ2 this weekend, and you've already heard from the pole sitter Senna van Waalstein, as well as the Academy pole sitter David Walter and the KZ pole sitter Andrea Kivi Antonelli. Already qualifying yesterday, very close, particularly in KZ2 though, very tight at the top end of the field. We haven't seen Senna van Waalstein out on circuit yet, but he was the one who was the only driver in KZ2 to lap the circuit in time qualifying in a sub 50-second lap. 49.9 from him, very impressive. But these two on the top end of the grid for this one, Giacomo Pellini, the newly crowned European KZ2 champion, and Lorenzo Travasanuto, two-time world champion in OK, and the man who won his first title right here.
Yeah, Travasanuto, he'll be looking to put on an outstanding performance here this weekend. And something to note, I'm sure, as many of you at home will know, but if anyone doesn't, KZ and KZ2 will be taking a standing start due to them being a 6-speed shifter car in comparison to the Academy class, which we will see rolling starts, which will be in equivalent to the OK and OKJ sequence. But all the drivers make their way onto the grid, and we will soon be underway for some KZ2 action to start the day.
Always a great event this, and we're going to see some exciting battles from the get-go as the drivers get themselves underway for race action. The competitors are set to go. It's going to be Travasanuto and Pellini from the front row of the grid. Jean Lier in third place, well recovered after his rib issues, and Fabrizio Rosati after a great qualifying. Let's go racing at Asenring for the first time this weekend. We're off and away. Good start from Travasanuto. He launches to the first corner. No problem at all for him. Jean Lier trying to get in the inside. Can't quite make it past Giacomo Pellini as they go through the chicane. A brilliant start from Pellini though. He's managed to make it into the lead of the race past Travasanuto through the first chicane. So a terrific launch from Pellini. He got the worst start initially, but was able to get a much more confident launch into the chicane past Travasanuto. So now the race really is on with Jean Lier trying to chase them down.
Elbows out in the mid-pack though, a couple of drivers just rubbing with each other, squabbling for position on this first lap, as it seems to be very important to gain as many positions as possible moving forwards in this race. There is 13 laps for these drivers to make their way through the field, but it seems like the first lap is going to be the choice for many of them to get their way through the field. But Lorenzo Travasanuto currently in second position. It was a brilliant start off the line, just not able to hold it on that first lap. But we round the final corner and cross the line for the first time in this race. And at the front, it's going to be a brilliant start from Giuseppe Palomba as he will take an early lead.
So a good start initially then. So it is Giacomo Pellini, the European champion, who leads the way here out in first position. Pellini from Travasanuto, Jean Lier, Fabrizio Rosati, Oberg, Wharton, Kayak, and up the inside. That's a big lunge there on the inside of the 103 of Van Hopen. That is Chris Harnan getting his move on the inside, and David Lewinsky was looking to finish off the move there around the outside as well, and he has done so. Good work from David Lewinsky. Not easy to get that held round the outside line, but he has managed to step it up and take the opportunity. Martin van Leuven doing a good job on the Energy Course chassis as well, but it's still Pellini from Travasanuto. Third place, Jean Lier. Is this going to be the move from Travasanuto in the final hairpin? Pellini trying to resist him, has to concede the place. Travasanuto ruthless as ever.
Brilliant move from Travasanuto, executed on a perfect situation to get himself into lead. Pellini not able to do anything but surrender to the power of Travasanuto, making his way through on the inside. And looks like that's a move in the background there for third position, as making his way through is Fabrizio Rosati, and gets himself into third position.
Still battling away with Victor Oberg, by the way, so I'm not sure. He's actually in defensive mode now. Victor Oberg on the Falcon can't find a way by, not for the want of trying. And James Wharton, the Australian, is right there in P6. He's going to make his lunge on the inside. Lovely opportunistic lunge from James Wharton. That was beautiful.
Wharton and the Paralyn team have really found their groove and found their music this weekend, and the pace that they've been able to put down on the track is outstanding in comparison to weekends that we've seen previously. Wharton in his element and looking for a good result.
Well, Jean Louillet really seems to have stepped this up as well. He's going to try and make the lunge on Giacomo Pellini, probably looking for a way past into turn 4. Back end steps out. That's going to cost him a couple of tenths, so he's not going to get that opportunity in the end as they come out of the hairpin and up and over the crest. That's where you get a little bit of airtime. Louillet's going to commit to the inside. He had to bail out at the last moment there. That was so tight for Jean Louillet, but he had a look. He wasn't quite able to slam it on the inside line. Travis Zanuto, though, opening up the taps. 51.37 for him. Looking good up at the front end of the field. No major concerns for him, and he is where he wants to be, controlling the pace from the front in the lead. No issues there. Now, that hesitation from Jean Louillet has backed him into the path of Fabrizio Rosati, and now James Wharton is getting boxed in as well. Victor Oberg, he's going to be there, but Wharton dives for the inside. Oberg's going to get both of them. Victor Oberg gets the run, and there's nothing that James Wharton could do. He has to let him go, so Oberg gets up into 4th place from 6th in one corner.
Wharton gains one position but also loses another, but in that attempt for that overtake, Louillet, he did back himself up, but he also backed up Pellini as it lets Travis Zanuto just run away a little bit with this lead. It's now an 8/10 gap, and it's just extending lap by lap, so Travis Zanuto really in his element right now and in a great position to run away with the win if things stay at this moment in time.
A very mature start to the race as everybody is still keeping it on the island. No crazy moves at the moment, just good discipline and good control. It's a long weekend in the KZ2 Super Cup. You've got to be so careful how you pitch it. James Wharton still suffering some pressure from Fabrizio Rosati, and that's Markus Kayak who's joined the battle there in 7th position. So Markus Kayak, the Estonian, looking very strong on that part of the course as well. They edge through turn 1. Up into turn 2, you don't actually drop into the braking zone there, you just drop a gear through turn 1, then you drop another as you go through the chicane. This is the first real braking point on the circuit where you've got to slow the kart down. Then you get back on the power, another big braking zone here into the hairpin, get back on the power quite early on in the apex, then you get back on, and again, you decelerate with a gentle brake. You don't want to use too much, and we've had an off, I think. So a retirement, unfortunately. And that is a problem out on the far side. I think it's one of the Ward Racing karts that's gone. We seem to have a yellow flag out on the circuit as a kart has gone at the first couple of corners. Yellow flags waving into turn 1. I can't actually quite see where the kart is on the circuit. Oh, it's up there. It's just on the exit of 3. Just on the exit of 3. I think it's 2 of them, actually. It's Frederik Kickenborg and Kasper Janssen. So Kickenborg and Janssen, they seem to have had a coming together by the look of it on the exit of turn 3. So that is game over for those two, and I was saying it was a nice controlled and disciplined race. It didn't last as long as I was hoping it would.
No, there's been a little bit of a moment between two of the drivers there. It seems like both of them have walked away from the incident completely fine, so that's always good to see. But new fastest lap has been set by Victor Oberg there. So Oberg racing in the 1.62. Not currently in the best position. He's in 4th right now, 1.7 seconds away from the leader, but arriving on the back of the driver in 3rd position. Louillet still having to go a little bit defensive from the drivers behind, but also trying to repair the gap that he's made between him and Pellini.
This is good work from Victor Oberg on the whole. He's not coming to this race as one of the favourites for a decent result, but he's certainly creating one from the PDB Racing team, going very well on the Falcon as they step up to the World Championship, certainly for the first time in a long time, if this is not their first attempt at doing so. So a good weekend from them to climb up the ladder, and Victor Oberg definitely starting well. Jean Louillet looking very solid and comfortable for the Tony Kart Factory team. It's always difficult when your preparation is hampered by having to miss a round of the European Championship. He was obviously one of the favourites going into Adria, but then on Friday in the second practice session he had rib discomfort. He had to pull out of the weekend, and that really has hampered his chances, but he's come back fighting. He and brother Sam looking very strong this weekend, and they're both going to be starting in no lower than 3rd or 4th position on the grid this weekend.
Yeah, and with missing a round of racing, I don't think it really physically affects you. Obviously, the driver's still in that possibility of able to drive the car. I think it mainly mentally affects the driver. It doesn't boost their confidence, but it actually knocks their confidence, as they won't feel like they are kind of in their rhythm going into the next round. They won't feel as they have as much experience as the other drivers going to the next round. So to see a comeback like this, it's great to see.
So Victor Oberg still hunting down Jean Louillet, and Giacomo Pellini, European champion, doing his best to close up on Travis Zanuto, but this man is so solid around this Assenring circuit. He won his first World Championship title in the OK category here 3 years ago in that epic tussle with Hannes Janker, but now he is in command in KZ2. It's taken him a season, but he is now at the front end of the field, and this could be his third title at the sharp end of the dais in the FIA paddock. He's won 2 OK World titles and a European title, so this would actually be his 4th international FIA Karting accolade, but certainly his first in KZ2, and that would almost certainly signal a step up to the big show in 2022.
Well, that would look good on your CV, right? Four titles in an FIA Championship. How many drivers can say that?
Certainly not many karting drivers can. There's an incredible list of Hall of Famers that have managed to do so, but Travis Zanuto really would be joining an incredible list. And I always say that, you know, you can tell a great kart racer if they can win titles in both direct drive and gearbox disciplines. That really shows your credence. And there are a handful that have done it. In recent times, not as much, but certainly great to see that Travis Zanuto is already set to look in that category of drivers. How about this, though, because Victor Holberg is still giving plenty of opposition to Jean Louillet as they head down the straight. He's going to have the toe as well, don't forget, through turn 1. He might be able to set up a move into 4 here, through the right, dash a curb, through the left, keep off the rumble strip. Is he going to launch up the inside? No, he's going to wait for an opportunity maybe into 5, but he's definitely closer now than he has been in previous laps. This could be the opportunity into the hairpin. He doesn't take it yet. He's just trying to keep Jean Louillet guessing at the moment. This is lap 11 of 13. Now he's going to make his bid on the inside. Excellent run from Victor Holberg, and that puts the young Swedish talent into 3rd position. The home advantage definitely helps. You've still got to go out and do the work.
Louillet might be down to 4 for now, but I'm sure he won't take that one lying down. He'll be come back fighting as soon as possible, as we're only on lap 10 of 13, so still a couple of laps to go, and he has a little look up the inside. Louillet just not quite close enough to execute the overtake just yet. Watch out for Wharton in 5th position, though. He may have lost a couple of positions over the course of this race now, but he's on his comeback, and Louillet, if he's not careful, he's going to lose another one.
James Wharton has a chance to move up into the 4th position here as well. The Paralin driver from Australia looking very confident indeed. And let's not forget that James Wharton wants to end his karting career on a high note, and he could do it this weekend in the Super Cup if he gets a podium. There's good rumours that he will be switching to cars next year because of his affiliates with the Ferrari Academy. But he would love to bow out of KZ2, a season that has been much kinder to him than the Senior OK was last year. He would love to bow out in the FIA World Championship weekend here at the Assenring with a podium in the Super Cup. There is Giacomo Pellini, still reeling in the moment, having clinched the European title a couple of weeks ago in Adria. But here is the man who is looking so strong this weekend. He had pole position for most of time qualifying until Senneban Wildstein took it away from him. But Lorenzo Travisanuto in his opening heat is about to take his first FIA weekend heat victory in KZ2, and that sets him in a great position. And I think there was a change for position there in the battle for 3rd or 4th position. They're certainly getting very racy behind us. James Wharton is trying to get one over on Jean Louillet, and they're going to battle all the way to the flag. But Lorenzo Travisanuto is going to check out Charlie. 107 in the Paralin, having a wonderful opening heat to this KZ2 International Super Cup weekend, as he makes a cruise control mission out of the final turn, a circuit he knows well and has made his own in recent years. Travisanuto opens his account with a victory, and that will do very nicely. Checks over his shoulder, plenty of space and time. A very close end to the race there with Louillet, Wharton and Rosati in the battle for 4th place that went right down to the line. But Travisanuto opens his account 1.8 seconds ahead of the newly crowned European champion. Still good so far.
He may have not got pole position in qualifying yesterday, but he's definitely opened Saturday morning with a big win by 2 seconds adrift to 2nd position of Pellini. Didn't get pole position, but this is his redemption drive. He's definitely somebody to keep your eye on.
So with him taking the first win of the weekend in KZ2, already the bets will be on him for a decent charge at his first KZ2 title in the FIA Karting paddock. Don't forget, this is only his 3rd weekend as a KZ2 driver in the FIA paddock. So this will be an absolutely amazing opportunity for him, and he's going to take full advantage of it. If he gets half a chance to win races, and he's already taken one of them, he's definitely going to make good use of the advantages that will come his way. It's a good start, and it's a very exciting campaign for him. So Travis Zanuto takes the first win from Giacomo Pellini. Victor Oberg in a brilliant third place from Jean Lier, James Wharton and Fabrizio Rosati. Marcus Kayak and David Lewinsky from Martin van Leuven and Chris Harnen. Then Lawrence van Hopen and Gerard Cebrian, Marco Torman and Valentino Fritsch. From Brandon Nielsen, Lorenzo Giannoni, Giorgio Carrara of Argentina and the young Thai, Thanapongpan Satumnu. 19th is Jesper Westerholm in front of Giuseppe Fusco, then Alexandro Iancu and Norton Andreasen, Joseph Knopp and Matthias Torrigiani, Alexander Schmitz and Mihai Mancheyan, Laura van den Hengel on her debut in an FIA competition, Johannes Gabrielsen is 28th, and then the two drivers who ended up going off the circuit together, the privateer Fredrik Kickenborg and the Ward Racing youngster for Sweden, Kasper Janssen. The Ward Racing team definitely making a first attempt at gearbox racing on the FIA stage this weekend. Normally they are in the OK categories, but great performance so far from Lorenzo Travasanuto at the sharp end of the field in front of Giacomo Pellini, the newly crowned European champion a few weeks ago at Adria in Italy. We caught up with him on Thursday to see how he is looking ahead of his biggest title fight yet.
It's a really hard race because we are more than 100 drivers and all of that want to win the International Super Cup. But I win the European Championship 2 weeks ago, and I have a lot of hopes for this race. We are prepared because we prepare a lot this race to be more fast than we can, and now we try to do our best for that race. Everyone in KZ started with KZ2, almost everyone, because it's a school for young drivers to learn the gear, especially with gearbox, race with gear. It's a little bit different from the other cars, so very important. It's a good track for me. I like the layout and a lot of difficult turns to do and to learn. I did only one race here, so it's almost new for me. Going with go-kart is the best test for karting because yes, you can do gym, you can do run, everything you can, but when you go with go-kart is completely different. So I one time a week I'm on track because it's the only possibility to be prepared for, especially for that competitions that starts on Wednesday. It's difficult because everyone wants to win. There are a lot of fast drivers. The distance between every driver is so minimum. So you have to be almost perfect for that competition to be in front of the others. For now, the next year I don't have programs. I hope to be fast. I hope I will be fast for the KZ next year.
He must be loving life at the moment, having sealed his European title a few weeks ago on home soil as well. There's not much more satisfying than that. But he's now here at the Asumring in Sweden. Always great to return here, as we have now made a regular habit of doing, whether it be for a European Championship event or for the World Championship fight. And this is the first time we've had the Gearbox World title here, of course, since 2016. And it will be very interesting to see how the drivers go here.
Yeah, 2016 was the last time that we had the World Championship. That was 5 years ago. And in the KZ2 class, we had Paolo Di Conto. He took the win. He also took the win the year after in Wackersdorf. He was a very dominant driver in his time. And I think we have quite a few drivers that are actually contending to see that title.
Absolutely. If you look in both the KZ2 and the KZ categories, there are multiple drivers this weekend who have a great chance to win their respective titles. In Super Cup in particular, you look through the list of names at the skillful drivers that are there and the teams that have put good packages together for this weekend, the close nature of tight qualifying, And you can look at about 20 to 25 drivers in KZ2 alone that could win the Super Cup. It really is that close. The Louye brothers are right in there. Van Waalstein's pretty quick. Let's not forget the CRG drivers. For NGM, you've got Pellini. For the factory team, you've got Paavo Tonteri. Travis Zanuto, obviously very fast out of the blocks, as is his teammate James Wharton. Victor Oberg was very quick in qualifying yesterday and has been able to convert that into a good start. And let's not forget a couple more of the Italian stars that are coming out for this one. Giuseppe Palomba and Alessio Pacini in the works Birolats, and Danilo Albanese from pole position on the Kart Republic. They're heading out onto the circuit. A lot of big names to focus in on at the front end of the field in each of these races. So it's unpredictable as to who's going to get the best shot. Here are the grid. Danilo Albanese and Giuseppe Palomba, Alessio Pacini and Paavo Tonteri. Then Thomas Imborg and Jesper Sjoberg from Joey van Spunteren and Angelo Lombardo. Jean Nomblo and Jorge Pescador from Rodrigo Ferreira and Juho Valtonen. Daniel Vasil and Leonardo Marcellia from Tobias Sogren and Isaac Jacobsen. Jamie Day and Albin Carlsen from Mario Leoni and Per Gunnarsson. Lucas Reybok and Paul Ribera. Adrian Janicki and Rowan Grinwiz. Then Karol Kret, Arto Ojaranta, Michael Farshu, Jan Pokos, David Rem and Benjamin Linson. 30 drivers, and again, it's all going to come down to who gets the best show off the start. Let's not forget either, Kai, as they come through, they only get one formation lap to warm the tyres and brakes to optimum, and then they bring the cars to the grid for the standing start. Not a lot of time to get ready.
Well, you can see the drivers moving from one side of the track to another. That's to get heat into the tyres. But people don't say that. People say that you can't win the race at the start of the. You can't win it at the start of the race. But I think in KZ and KZ2, that's a bit of a controversial opinion there, because you can definitely lose it off the start. If you get a bad start off the line and get swarmed by other drivers, then you're kind of without of that chance of being at the front of the grid. So in KZ2, starts are pretty much everything.
And in your racing days, of course, Kai, I mean, you're used to standing starts in the direct drive categories, but you have had a bit of experience back in the UK of Honda Cadet standing starts, and it is not easy to get right, is it?
No, it's not right. It's not easy at all. Honda Cadets, I'll have to admit, I didn't really like the standing starts. They weren't my favourite. I think I'll stick to my rolling starts. I'm much better at them. But with the standing starts, I find it very difficult to get off the line, actually, because if you don't have the right setup, if you don't have the right gearing on the kart and stuff like that, it's really difficult to just get away.
So all of the drivers know how challenging it is. We've seen several drivers get good starts and really terrible ones over the course of the last 2 weekends in the European Championship. Now we're here for the KZ2 International Super Cup. And from the pole position in this one, Danilo Albanese with Giuseppe Palomba alongside Pacini and Tonteri. Are we going to get a great start from the front of the grid on the left side or the right side? Let's find out. It's the right side. It is a great start from Giuseppe Palomba. Palomba launches forward in front of Albanese and Pacini as they tighten up through the first chicane. They're going to try and get through without incident or drama. Is everybody going to get through? Just about. It's not easy to determine. Palomba got a great start. Did he get too good a start, I wonder?
Well, I think that may be something that we're going to have to look into, but Palomba, he's already pulled a gap on the rest of the field. He doesn't even have to worry about having pressure on this first lap of the race, as going defensive is the Kart Republic behind him, and then you also have the other Birolats following in suit. But we come around the final section of lap. Giuseppe Palomba, what a start off the line. If that was a legitimate and legal start, then I don't think there's any faulting that at all, as he's already got himself a very early lead. He'll be happy with himself on that one. But around the final corner, up over the hill and across the start-finish line to finish the first lap, it's Giuseppe Palomba who leads from Danilo Albanese and Alessio Pacini.
Well, if there is anything untoward, then the race director, Nigel Edwards, will be straight onto it. But at the moment, it's all good for Giuseppe Palomba. From Danilo Albanese, then Pacini, Imborg, Tonteri, Van Splunteren, who's made a good start, Sjoberg, and Leonardo Marcellia, who's come up from 14th on the grid. He's now in 8th place. What a start from Marcellia. Not easy to make up that many places on the opening lap either in this category. You really have to get your elbows out and get some decent names picked off over the course of the opening tour. In fact, I think Marcellia may have just made another overtake, this time on Jesper Sjoberg. So that's put him up in position. Valtonen going well. I think Valtonen's made his bid up into 8th place on this opening lap, a couple of laps as well. The 118 is in the mix there. That's Jean Nomblo. So Valtonen has got past Marcellia. Palomba, Albanese, Pacini, then Thomas Imborg battling away with Joey van Spunteren. The Sodi kart versus the CRG. And that is the CPB Sport driver, of course, Thomas Imborg, going very well indeed. He's got his teammate behind him, Joey van Spunteren. man who changed teams mid-season, was at Energy Course. Here comes Van Spunteren up the inside. Lovely move on Paavo Tonteri. He's really starting to get his act together now, Joey Van Spunteren. Didn't have the best of starts to the season, but he has settled into CBB Sport very well. And in his second weekend, there we go. Giuseppe Palomba has an investigation flag coming his way. Did he jump the start after all?
Well, that was what we were speculating, and it seems like the stewards may think so themselves, as there's an investigation flag goes out to Giuseppe Palomba. But all that Palomba can do right now is focus on his race and get his head down, go as far forwards as he can, as there we go. We also see an investigation flag for the 108, so that's another driver that's picking up an investigation. So Giuseppe Palomba gets one, but who else is picking up that investigation flag? That's going to be Leonardo Marcellia. So Marcellia also under investigation for what I can only guess is the start of the race.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. If both of them end up picking up penalties, then that's really going to hamper their scores for this first. And there it is, confirmation on my screen. Leonardo Marcellia is also under investigation then for, we can only assume, jumping the start. So big problems there. Palomba, Albanese, Pellini and Imborg from Van Spunteren, Tonteri, Sjöberg, Valtonen, Marcellia and Nomblo. And then it's Angelo Lombardo, who was very quick in practice yesterday. 11th position, sorry, for him, in front of the young man from Dubai, Jamie Day of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. He is there in 12th at the moment in front of Jorge Pescador and Rodrigo Ferreira. So Ferreira on the Praga, doing a relatively good job at the moment, the young Portuguese star, always knocking on the door of the top 10 it seems these days. But here comes Albanese closing up on Palomba, and this is bad news for Giuseppe Palomba. If he wins by a little way, then that's not going to work if he does get a penalty. Any time penalty is going to obviously count against him if he's able to win by just a small margin. Albanese wouldn't even need to pass him to take the victory in this heat. Joey Van Splinteren's going rapidly around this circuit, 50.71 for him, and has already got himself the fastest lap of this heat. And there are still some more good battles through the field. All 30 drivers continuing on. Albanese doesn't want to win this race in the steward's office, does he? He wants to win this race on the road.
To be honest, which racing driver does want to win off penalties? Of course they want to win it on the track, as it also comes with their own confidence and bragging rights of being able to beat them on the circuit. But Albanese, he's just got his head down right now. He'll know that Palomba is under investigation ahead of him, as it was shown on the gantry board when coming across the line. But over the crest there, you can see the drivers go airborne. That's such a great camera angle to see what happens on the track, as we have a new fast lap there from Thomas Imborg. 50.552 has been set there by the French drivers. The laps just tumbling and falling as we go through the race. But Albanese closer than ever, just shy of 2 tenths.
And what's going to be most important for him is that he's got plenty of time to get the move. He doesn't have to rush this overtake on Giuseppe Palomba in the slightest. They're coming to the end of lap 6. They will have 7 to do, so he's got a lot of time on his side to make his move to make the overtake. But what about Alessio Pellini in 3rd position? He's not out of the woods of this yet either. They're in 3rd place. If anything does kick off between these two, and let's not be candid about it, you know, they have their history, Palomba and Albanese. They've had moments before. Cross words have ensued between the two drivers in the recent past. So Alessio Pellini there in 3rd position. There's a chance. Oh, a big mistake from Albanese. He just missed his braking point altogether there. Had to get back on the brakes quite sharply. Lost some momentum, and now Pellini is all over him.
Yeah, this is going to very quickly turn into a multiple car battle if things continue the way that they're going right now. And if a battle does ensue, then I'm sure there'll be quite a few drivers that are following very closely behind there. You can see a few following in suit. If a battle does break out, then it will very soon become a battle for the ages. There'll be quite a few getting involved in this one. But it will be very, very nice for Palomba right now. He is only 3 attempts in the lead, so if he does get a penalty, he will lose out massively from this one, but just holding on to it for now.
It's certainly become fairly stalemate in 4th down to 6th place as Imborg drops the drivers behind. Van Spunteren tries to get clear air over Paavo Tonteri, and they've got a big lead over Jesper Sjöberg and Juho Valtonen now. Valtonen trying to close up on Sjöberg and get the overtaking move done himself. Pellini really starting to hustle in behind Albanese. Palomba going a little bit deep into the penultimate corners there, so may have a chance to get a position made up here, Danilo Albanese. But Albanese's got to be careful he doesn't lose ground to Pellini first, and that is the first retirement of the heat. That is Paul Ribera, the Austrian. So Paul Ribera out of the race. He's already abandoned the kart. So the Marshals have already got that to a safe distance. That's up at the final sector, just on the buildings on the far side of the course. So Pellini still gaining ground on Albanese. Imborg is right in behind them, so now it's 4 drivers battling for the win in this heat. Albanese still trying to get just that little bit close to Giuseppe Palomba, but he wants to make sure that Pellini can't get past first and foremost. A couple of incidents further down in the field, got a couple of drivers questing over the lower positions. So it's getting a little bit tight and tetchy between the drivers in the midfield. Just a couple of near misses rather than actual overtakes. But certainly some good battles. You really do have to get your elbows out if you want to get a good overtake around this circuit. There's a lot of chances to do it, but because it's so physical, and with the changes in undulation, the changes of camber, you've got to be so alert around this place.
Yeah, this track is very physical in comparison to some tracks that we've had recently, so it will come as a shock to a few of the drivers when they've arrived at the circuit, especially when it's their first time driving around it. For many of them throughout KZ2, and that's a move for the lead there. That's Palomba, no, not Palomba, sorry, that'll be Albanese getting himself into the lead, but was Pellini able to slip through as well? We'll have a look now. No, he wasn't, but Pellini, after seeing that move for the lead, he'll be looking to get himself into second position.
A really good reaction from Danilo Albanese. He saw that there might be an opportunity, sliced it on the inside line, and he's got time to clear out, but Pellini's going quickly as well. Albanese getting an opportunity there to pass Palomba. Palomba was quite wide through the final turn. That keeps Pellini off his back for the moment, but Alessio Pellini is racing for himself. Let's not forget that there are no team championships in the world of FIA karting. They can race on the same awning, but it's every man for himself. Once you get out onto the circuit, you can work as a team in terms of finding the right setup together, but out on the racetrack, you know, there are no mates, there are no teammates as it were. You can work together as a unit until you start to gang up, but it's every man for himself. And you've obviously got to look after your own race weekend. So Pellini, once he gets an opportunity on his teammate Palomba, don't doubt it, he will go for it.
Yeah, it's every man for themselves on that track. Once you get out on the circuit, it's just man and machine. There's no team orders, as you'll see in Formula 1, GT racing or something like that. But that's very wide there, out the final corner. A different line that Palomba's taking in comparison to the other drivers that are around him. But Pellini, he's just waiting for the opportunity to get himself in a second position, and as soon as that door opens, I'm sure he will capitalise on it.
Well, Palomba's so solid through the first sector. We saw that in qualifying yesterday. He's got good pace around the opening sector on the course. That's where he's actually able to drive away from his teammate Pellini and gain a little bit more ground on Albanese. It's in the final sector where he has a little bit of a deficiency in terms of his raw pace. So it's up to Pellini to get close enough to him in that third sector, which he is doing now. You can see he's working at it on the penultimate lap of this heat. He's trying to get that gap down and make an opportunity appear. He's trying to get that gap to open up. They come into the final hairpin. Still got time to make the launch, and he will go for it, but that was well held by Palomba. Palomba running wide on the exit again. Danilo Albanese doesn't have to break into much of a sweat here. He's out in the lead of this heat and looking very strong indeed. Palomba and Pellini still squabbling away for second and third. Thomas Imborg getting impatient in fourth place in the Sodi car.
Yeah, Albanese's got a little bit of breathing room. It doesn't look like much of a gap, but it's definitely not as short of a gap if the driver behind wants to go for an overtake. And it seems like that is also going to be the case there for Pellini and Palomba, just not close enough to be able to capitalise on a mistake or an overtake right now. Pellini just following in suit with his teammate, but Palomba not able to do anything about getting himself into the lead. They come into the final section of the track. Laps and corners are running out. Is Pellini able to do anything about it? You'll have one last look, not able to make the overtake. Palomba just about holds on to second position, but Albanese crosses the line to take the win for the first heat of his day.
Perfect race from Danilo Albanese. Timed the move to perfection. Got his run on Giuseppe Palomba. Didn't need to push himself too hard. Managed to make it work. Excellent performance from Danilo Albanese, and that sorts him out beautifully. The top 3 drivers on the grid end up being the top 3 drivers in the race, and that will definitely give Albanese plenty of satisfaction. But we've been here before, haven't we? In Adria, he did such a fantastic job, and then it all fell apart in the final. So hopefully it's not going to go the same way. Alessio Pellini just asserting himself on the slowing down lap, just bringing himself to the front of the queue. I never quite understand why drivers do that when the race is over. You know, they're supposed to stay in position and slow down, but some drivers, they just feel, well, you're tootling about a bit too much. I want to get back to the pits. Thanks very much.
Well, Palomba may have finished in second position on track, but don't forget that he is still under investigation for the start of that race. So we'll have to wait and see for the steward's verdict on that one. But for the provisional results, it is going to be Palomba second.
So that's a very good point. Marcellia is also under investigation, don't forget. So it could be 2 results that change from this heat. Danilo Albanese is the winner across the line from Giuseppe Palomba and Alessio Piccini. Thomas Imborg in 4th. Then it's Paavo Tonteri and Joey van Splinteren from Juho Valtonen, Jesper Sjöberg, Leonardo Marcellia and Angelo Lombardo. Then John Nomblo in front of Jorge Pescador, Rodrigo Ferreira and Jamie Day, Isaac Jacobsen and Rowan Grinwiz from Albin Carlsen and Daniel Vazil of Romania. Then Francesco Maria Leoni and Per Gunnarsson, Lucas Rybok and Jan Pokos from Adrian Janicki and Michael Farshu. Karol Kret in front of David Rem, Benjamin Linson and Arto Ojaranta. The 2 retirements in the end, Tobias Stjogren, who dropped out with 5 laps remaining, and Paul Ribera, the Austrian, who we saw off the road a little earlier on as well. Unfortunate there for those 2, who have definitely found that this weekend has just got a lot harder. You've only got 36 karts that will take the start of the International KZ2 Super Cup final tomorrow, and there are 91 drivers bidding for those spaces. So someone's going to get disappointed. Coming up next in the preceding heat, it's going to be qualifying heat A versus E, and that's going to bring our pole position sitter Senna van Walstein to the front of the grid. It's also going to bring a Swedish hero back to the front with his own team having joined forces with the Energy Core chassis. We spoke with Alexander Dahlberg on Thursday about his progression and his return to the top end of the field.
Yeah, it's obviously you have to be prepared. Everybody's trying their hardest, and yeah, you have to be on the top to expect the results. So it's pretty hard, but to be honest, I haven't prepared so much because I'm just doing this race as a one-off this year. So I'm just kind of coming here and hope for the best. Obviously, you can't just go straight to KZ, or you can, but KZ2 is a very good category since it's so many drivers, and I think that KZ2 is a really good category. Yeah, it's a really good facility. Everything all around is really, really nice, really high standard, and the track itself has a really good flow to it, and also the asphalt is smooth. So yeah, it's a good layout. Also good for racing. Yeah, it's difficult. If you make a small mistake, you lose a lot. You can lose 30-40 position easy. That's one of the charming things about this race, that you have to be really perfect. For me, I'm retired basically, so I'm just doing this race. This is my first race this year. I'm not really planning to do any more racing after this, not in the future. We'll see. Maybe I change.
Great to hear from Alexander Dahlberg. This is a team we need to keep an eye on over the course of the next couple of seasons. He's certainly starting to take some big names out there on the course, and he's a driver that we need to keep an eye on, as he will obviously be working with his teammates and the rest of the crew and the Energy Course chassis to try and continue their development program. He's been looking pretty quick over the course of the weekend as well, so definitely a name that we can't forget about going into the heats this morning. It's going to be Senna van Walstein, though, from pole position. His run in qualifying yesterday, phenomenal. We spoke to him afterwards, and he was as baffled as the rest of us. He didn't know he had that kind of firepower under his right foot.
Well, I mean, it's good enough when you get pole position just by a couple of hundredths, maybe even a couple of thousandths, which we normally see between these categories. But when you take it by a couple of attempts, you sit there and wonder what you did completely differently than the others to manage to find so much time.
And, of course, there are no slouches that he was trying to go up against. I mean, he had some amazing competitors in the mix there, and these are the top drivers in KZ2 that he was trying to beat. Of course, he is the vice champion of Europe. He had a little bit of a difficulty at Adria, which is why he ended up not quite managing to make it to the top end of the field. He could have done it on the last lap. He was there for the taking to make a gain for a position, and he just ended up going too deep into the braking zone for the right-hander in the second sector and just lost ground on the exit. It was so frustrating, but this young man from the Netherlands has plenty of opportunities to win the Super Cup this weekend. Certainly the fastest ever one lap in qualifying. And if he does that, he's another surefire candidate. You've got so many of these youngsters now in KZ2 that have a great potential future to become, you know, the next Ardigos, the next DeContos, the next Tonons. These drivers who are just legendary names of KZ. But look at the young talent we've got coming through. We've got the likes of Van Walstein, we've got Pellini, we've got Travis Anuto, we've got Kaya Sixnellis is in there, David Trevelov, the Luye brothers. if they all get the opportunity to storm up towards the KZ category, the future of the premier category of gearbox karting looks pretty darn good.
Well, KZ2 field's looking pretty good right now, and if these drivers do go on to progress into the KZ category, we're going to have a more than ever competitive field if some of these drivers that are racing right now stay in the category that they are in right now. But when drivers leave a certain category, more drivers come in, so it's just a question of if we are going to see more drivers come through into KZ2 and shine their lights on themselves.
Yeah, there's been a lot of drivers over the last 12 months who have decided to make the transition from the OK category straight across to the gearbox category of KZ2. And you got to remember that the difference between the KZ and KZ2 category is 5 kilos of weight. That's it. So all you got to do is take a little bit of lead off, have a bit more salad, and you'll be fine for the KZ category. So all ready to go then for the qualifying heat, A versus E. And it's going to be Senna van Walstein and Sam Luye that will be on the front row of the starting grid. Then it's David Trevelov of Germany and Kai Sixnelis of Lithuania. Rasmus Janssen and Artur Carbonell from Jenis Savico and Nikita Artemanov. Robert Kinderwarter and Hubert Petit. Then it is Benjamin Tornqvist and Axel Bengtsson, Alexander Dahlberg and Mads Thompson. Maciej Kukowski and Kasper Kalasma from Charlie Anderson and Johan Sanchez. Thomas Guedes and Marcus Funda from Ken Oskar Algra and Kasper Nadolski. Lasse Karlsjorge and Roman Sharapov. Jakub Wojcik and Sim Liedmar. Kenneth Hildebrand, Justin van der Schaft, Damian Vala, Karim Jayem and Greg Caton, the sole British driver representing the field. He's been out of the seat for quite a while and certainly hasn't competed in an FIA karting weekend for a long, long time. But he just took the decision, what the hey, let's give it a go.
Yeah, we were talking to him earlier on the weekend, and we were talking about his breakout karting. And then we asked him why he came back in for the weekend. And he was like, well, I kind of want to see what my pace is like right now. I want to put myself against the best, see where I am, and hey, it's a bit of fun at the end of the day.
It certainly is. I mean, there's no greater competition, no physical discipline of motorsport, which is more exerting and more aggressive on your body and on your mind and on your outlook as a racing driver than the world of gearbox karting. It's no surprise to see why Formula One drivers come back to this sport for testing and training in between Grand Prix. It is the most physical discipline of motorsport that there is out there in the world. Prove me wrong, everybody, because it is absolutely exhausting. The agility and the stamina you need for this kind of racing eclipses anything else out there. And we say to these karting racers time and time again, if you want to go to the top of motorsport, if you want to be at the Le Mans 24 Hours, the Indy 500, the Monaco Grand Prix, you do a season in KZ or KZ2, because this is where you unlock the secrets to be a world-class superstar. Win or lose in this category, you'll learn more about yourself as a racing driver than you will in any other discipline of motorsport. The flag is moving away at the top end of the field, so who's going to get the best start? Will it be Van Walstein or will it be Sam Luye? Let's find out as we get underway. And it's a cracking start from Luye. He is the one who gets the best launch into turn one. So Luye goes, and we got an off straight off at turn one. That is the 105. That's Hubert Petit. So Hubert Petit, who was second, of course, last time out at Adria in the European Championship. Petit now falls to the back of the field, but it is the Swiss star, Samuel Luye, that goes to the front of the field in front of Senna van Walstein and David Trevelov. Game on at the front. This is going to be an epic start. Van Walstein is not waiting around. Luye parks the bus on the inside apex. He does not want to give Van Walstein any chance to come back at him on the opening tour.
Van Walstein looking left and right, trying to get himself into the lead of this race, but it's a great start there from Luye to hold himself on the inside line and get a great start off of the mark to get himself into the lead. But Van Walstein, he's right there in second position and will soon be trying to make his bid for the lead. He's
being so delicate on the curb on the inside line. That's not helped him at all. He's actually lost a lot of ground to Sam Luye, and watch for the two drivers fighting behind him, Trevelov and Carbonell. The German star David Trevelov, who's also a good contender for the Super Cup this weekend. He has a chance of this now around the outside. That's a good lunge from Sixnelis. He's trying to get the switchback maneuver on Artur Carbonell as they come up and over the crest. And now there's going to be a big tight stop into the left hairpin. Back on the gas, very early into the apex. Back on the gas again, then into the braking zone. Tight hairpin. Once again, you've got to get a good exit. This sets you up. Van Walstein on the grass. And Trevelov gets through in a second position. My goodness, Van Walstein going for it and ends up losing ground. The Dutchman absolutely resolute to move up, and it's cost him.
Yeah, that was a big mistake there from Van Walstein and lost a lot of time in comparison to the drivers around him. Obviously making up a position is now in second position David Trevelov. He'll be happy with the mistake that was made, but not Will van Wijstein. He has a little look down to his radiator, clearly adjusting something on the engine. Not happy with maybe the power delivery that he's getting from that kart. But in third position now and has lost a lot of ground to 2 leader, but Trevlov up the inside gets himself into lead, and now Luye down into second. He'll attack straight back though, but it's just not able to be secured as Trevlov still holds on to it for now though. Luye, he's ruthless right now trying to get himself, but is that Van Wijstein going to lose another position?
Oh, Van Wijstein tags with his teammate Carbonell. They've gone together and they've got to hope that they don't get tagged by anybody. Oh my goodness, Van Wijstein and Carbonell, teammates in CBB Sport. They have come together. That is the cardinal sin of kart racing. Do not hit your teammate, and it has cost Van Wijstein potentially the Super Cup in his first heat.
A dramatic moment there between the two Sodi kart teammates. Van Wijstein started on pole position and now finds himself in dead last. Trevlov, brilliant move into lead. Luye was ruthless trying to get himself back into lead, just not patient enough, and that's cost him a lot of time as well.
I do not want to be Paul Bizalion trying to control things in the CBB Sport awning after this race. That looked ferocious between Senna and Arthur, so that could be a very uncomfortable place to be. And now we've got this battle for fourth position. This is Ben Tornfist Persson, who is in front of Jenny Savico, the Charles Leclerc chassis in front of the Alonso kart chassis. So Formula One presence here, whether they like it or not. And there is going to be a grey battle between these two karts as Ben Tornfist runs in front of the DPK Racing man, Jenny Savico. Sixth place behind them, that is Nikita Artemanov, the Russian, in front of Robert Kinderwarter, the German for the KSW Satellite Birol squad. But who can deny the controversy and the drama of that big moment between Arthur Carbonell and Senna Van Wijstein? CBB Sport teammates collide, and the favourite for the Super Cup this weekend from pole position, the only man in time qualifying to go sub 50 seconds, has now been basically shunted down the field to the back of this race. It's going to be so hard for him to make progress from there. He can still do a great job in all his other heats, but this low score is definitely going to count against him. Now, who's that? That looks like Karim Jayem, who is out of the race on the final turn. So Karim Jayem, unfortunately, has gone off the road in the final hairpin, and that's going to bring David Trevelov over the top of the crest of the hill with a decent lead in tow. Checks over his shoulder. Sam Luye still there in second. Kaja Sixnelis has been handed a great chance in third place, the Lithuanian. There's Jenny Savico in front of Nikita Artemanov. And then seventh place, Robert Kinderwarter from Bengtsson, Janssen, Dahlberg, Thompson, Kalasma, Anderson, Funda and Kalshaj. But what a dramatic start to this race for Senna Van Wijstein. This is not what he needed at all.
No, it's not what he needed in any way, shape or form, but that's one way to start the race, and that's also one way of starting off the weekend. That's got the drama out of the way. Hopefully we now have clean racing from now on.
Well, if you're on the sidelines and you're Lorenzo Travasanuto and you've just seen that incident between Carbonell and Van Wijstein, you are grinning like a Cheshire Cat right now, because he's just taken a victory in his heat and his big opposition has dropped to the back of the field in his. So that is big, big smiles for Marco Parolin and the guys in red and white this weekend. That's a big moment in the KZ2 Super Cup weekend, nice and early as far as they're concerned. Now, Savico losing ground here to Artemanov. Kinderwarter is not far away either. So Savico trying to stretch out the gap and close back in on Tornfist, but he's falling into the clutches of the young Russian, Nikita Artemanov. David Trevelov in the lead, 50.692. He is hitting his stride now. A great run for the German out in front on the Maranello chassis for the SRP racing team. He's hoping to join his colleague in the squad, Fabian Federer, in KZ next season, and having a good podium result here could be just the catalyst. But like so many drivers, I've spoken to him in the past and he said, well, I feel ready for KZ now. I feel good to be in KZ now, but the thing with KZ racing is that you don't want to go into it to make up the numbers. You need to have a package that you know you can win with. You've got to go straight in and have the confidence that you can get into the qualifying sessions in KZ, be at the front and compete. Otherwise, there is so little value in terms of your own credence as a racing driver. It's so competitive in KZ. We look at the grid and there's 14, 15 drivers who could be world champion this weekend. So for drivers like David Trevelov, this is the kind of result you need, the confidence you want to grow to head into 2022 as a potential KZ step up.
Yeah, when coming into such a competitive field like KZ2 or KZ, you need to know that you have the equipment to put you at the front. And I think that's one of the things that Ward Racing are trying out this weekend. Obviously, they may not be at the front of the field as this is their first weekend in the KZ categories. So it's all a trial weekend. It's trying to get everything right in preparation for next season.
So David Trevelov has managed to extend the gap over Sam Luyet to just over a second now, although Luyet does bring that back under a second across the line at the end of lap 8. There is KZ2, the man who won the FIA Karting Academy Trophy back in 2019, the young man from Lithuania who has stepped up to Gearbox this year with the Energy Course factory squad. And boy, is he making a big impression. This guy has all the makings of an FIA Karting World Champion one day in KZ. He's looking so good. And he actually looks more natural as a racing driver in Gearbox than he ever did in OK. This man as well, Sam Luyet, these two brothers coming together with the Tony Kart factory team. Sander van Waalstein's just trying to carve his way back through the field and has taken on his teammate Damian Valler to get past him and move up into 29th position. But that's how much time he lost, tangled up with Arthur Carbonell. And, well, a very angry Dutchman he will be when he gets out of that kart later. But Sam Luyet doing just as good a job as brother Jean. And here is KZ2 in front of Ben Tornqvist, Janis Savico, Nikita Artemanov, then Kinderwater, Bengtson, Janssen and Alex Dahlberg.
Yeah, obviously this is one of the worst positions that Van Waalstein can be in right now. This is definitely going to affect his results going forwards in the weekend. But my main worry is how it's going to mentally affect him. How is this going to knock his confidence going forwards in the weekend? And will this have a mental toll on the driver?
Well, yeah, he needs to keep cool. You need to keep chill. This is the biggest thing about racing in KZ2 and in KZ. You have got to stay relaxed throughout. You cannot let the fire brew in your belly too early in the weekend, because then you start to make more mistakes. Mistakes breed mistakes, and that's the difficulty. You've just got to be so careful. Now, and it's also difficult to know in that incident between Carbonell and Van Waalstein who was really at fault, because you've got two drivers side by side, one on the inside, one on the out, both going for the same bit of racetrack. That looked like a racing incident to me between teammates that just shouldn't happen.
Yeah, that incident, it shouldn't have happened. They were both going for the same corner, same piece of tarmac, which you were saying. Up the inside, Van Waalstein, he was trying to dive down the inside.
No communication between them at all.
No.
And that was really the biggest issue as they tried to figure out, you know, who's going to have the lead in this little tussle. This is further back in the field. This is Alex Dahlberg about to lose ground to Mads Thompson. Thompson is going to give him no room at all for negotiation. Watch out for Charlie Anderson. Big launch on the inside line. He gets a run. And then there's Kasper Kalasma on the Energy Course chassis as well. He's trying to get up the move. And then behind them, you've got Markus Funder, the Austrian. So great racing in the midfield as well. It's not just at the lead of the pack where the action happens in KZ2. Oh, a big launch in the final turn. That looked to me like Matti Kikowski, who was just trying to go for it in the final turn on the Schumacher chassis. That is obviously the colours of the Ralf Schumacher team that was so prominent a couple of seasons ago. They're still plugging on with that chassis then for Matti Kikowski, as he is part of the Praga group, of course, the Ralf Schumacher brand. But what an incredible challenge that was from Kikowski in the final bend. That could have gone so badly wrong, but he just managed to back out of it in time. Now watch for Mads Thompson as he tries to come through on the inside of Charlie Anderson on the Leclerc by Lennox chassis. Of course, the Swedish interest in this race very high. The competitors will know this circuit very well of old. The gearbox scene out here in Sweden is very popular as well. So you get a lot of drivers from Scandinavia who will come over, not just from Sweden, of course, as well to visit here, but also from Norway, from Finland, from Denmark as well. A lot of drivers come because it's only a couple of hours away from the city of Copenhagen. So a great battle from the Scandinavians, almost guaranteed here this weekend. But there is your race leader. Exemplary drive in this one from the SRP Maranello. Germany's David Trevelov. He's always been a threat. He's always been pushing on, and this is definitely his best shot yet at a Super Cup title. And that is going to give him so much opportunity. He was frustrated at Wackersdorf on home soil in the first round of the European Championship. He never quite got it together on a circuit he knows well, and he calls it his backdoor playground. But now here in Kristianstad, this is definitely going to give him plenty of resurgence and a lot of confidence coming into the remainder of the weekend. He bows out of the final turn, and David Trevelov opens his weekend with a victory. And that's a very important one as far as he's concerned. That will put SRP and Maranello in the very best of moods.
Yeah, coming into this race, looking at the front of the field, I don't think either of us were expecting Trevelov to have won that race. It was a brilliant drive through the field. executed the moments to perfection and just was there at the right time. That's really important in racing, and Trevlov shows that in the form of obviously that collision between Van Waalstein and his teammate, but Luye as well did a great job at holding on to second position, not losing more time than he needed to. You could see at first he was getting a little bit erratic, wanted to get himself back into the lead, but after a couple of laps just calmed down and remembered, well, I'm still in second position right now. This is a great finish as long as we keep these consistent results going forwards.
Could be very interesting indeed. But for David Trevelov, that is a great race victory. And after the brilliant qualifying performance as well of Fabian Federer in the KZ category, this could be a big, big moment for Maranello Chassis. Because the team with SRP, they've been working very hard. They've been trying to get back, and we spoke to Fabian Federer this morning, and he was as baffled as the rest of us. I don't know where I found this pace from, but I'm not going to complain. So here is the result of qualifying Heat A versus E in KZ2. David Trevelov in front of Samuel Luye from Kaja Sixnellis and Ben Tornqvist. Jenis Savico in front of Nikita Artemanov, Robert Kindervata and Axel Bengtsson. Rasmus Janssen and Alex Dahlberg finish off the top 10. Then it's Charlie Anderson from Mads Thompson. Kasper Kalasma ahead of Marcus Funder, who made up 6 places. Good run from Mati Kukovsky and from Lasse Kalshoj, from Ken Oskar Algra and Roman Sharapov, the Russian, in 18th place. Then it is a pair of Frenchmen, Johan Sanchez and Hubert Petit, who went off on lap 1. Artur Carbonell a short while after that. Siim Liedmar, Thomas Guedes, Kasper Nadolski, Kenneth Hildebrand, Greg Caton, Jacob Wojcik, and Senna van Waalstein. He can only come back to 28th, and that's 28 points to his tally. Disaster. There's no two ways about it. Justin van der Schaft and Damien Valle were the only ones he managed to catch up with and pass, and Karim Jayem for the USCR Motorsport team ended up retiring on lap 4. So, big problems then for Senna van Waalstein. Terrific start to the weekend for David Trevelov, and that is just for starters. The Academy Trophy season finale commences next, and they will be out on circuit to take Kristianstad for the first time. A lot of exceptional talent in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. There always has been. It's a great discipline, a great championship. And of course, it's selected all the drivers from their nations by their local karting representatives. They select the drivers and give them the chance to represent their country on the world stage. And we've seen some amazing competitors come through these ranks, including the likes of Charles Leclerc, who won the title in 2011, Esteban Ocon, who represented France and has just become a Grand Prix winner, and Britain's George Russell, who represented his country at the beginning of the Academy Trophy back in 2011 and 2012. I think he represented Great Britain. So it definitely gives great talent a chance to shine, and some of them could end up in Formula One someday.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a few of them going forwards in the ranks of motorsport, and maybe even in Formula One. Obviously, GT racing, Le Mans, quite a few of them will be aiming for different varieties of motorsport. But going forwards in the future, I wouldn't be surprised in about 10 years if we see quite a few of them at the top.
And there's also going to be a handful of drivers that will see the KZ category here this weekend as their ultimate objective. We saw that from a few drivers in the past, Marijn Kramers and Stan Pex, who both represented the Netherlands in the Academy Trophy in years gone by, as did Juha Valtonen for Finland, of course, and now they have climbed to the top of the sport. So let's see if we can find out how things are going to go for the Academy drivers. We caught up with the title leader coming into this season finale, Poland's Maciej Gladij, after his great win at Adria, and to see how he's looking ahead of this final weekend of the season.
Yeah, I'm excited because for me it's everything new, because first time in Sweden, first time in this track, and I really like this track because it's some corners go down, up, and I really like this track. I'm not nervous like before, because now I'm like more confident. Like I'm not. Before I was looking at the drivers like, oh, he's fast, he's okay, and now I'm like, I'm faster than him. And now I'm not nervous and I'm calm more. The driver is so fast for me, like Jevan or Leo Robinson. Everybody is so fast, and it's really tight for me. And for me, this is so nice because in OKJ, some drivers do like this, like they give him some good engine, and here is the engine is really consistent, and I really like this. I need to be for sure calm and don't look behind like, oh my god, he's behind me, and I need to be calm for sure to not do a mistake. So I'm looking forward. I want to do the same like in Adria, to win the championship.
Well, it's a nice idea, but it's easier said than done, and Maciej Gladys knows just how much work is going to have to go into this final weekend to get the race won, especially when you consider just how much talent there is on this Academy Trophy grid. Hello to the over 1,000 of you that are watching, wherever you are watching from, whether you are on our YouTube stream, on our Facebook page, whether you're watching via motorsport.tv as well. Great to have your company. Do give us a message if you're watching via the Facebook chat. You can send us a message there, and we will more than happily get all of your comments out there. Fabienne Collin is watching along. Amazing this race. Still the same rise of adrenaline wherever you go. And that's always the way. It's absolutely fantastic. It's such an incredible battle for all of the competitors in KZ2. The Academy is up next, and this is always very difficult to predict. All the drivers in the same equipment, of course, equal X-Prix chassis, Vortex engines, and MG tyres, and they will battle away for supremacy out there on the course. So let's see how it's all going to progress. It's going to be Singapore's Dion Gauda, second fastest in time qualifying. He will go pole position for this heat. Maciej Gladys alongside him. Caleb Gafrara of the United States and Leon Zelenko of Croatia. Then Nando Weichselbaumer and Oscar Wirtz from Mark Dubnitsky and Renaud Franco. Augustin Bernier and Bart Harrison from Noah Montero and Alexander Skelton. Lucas Flusha and Jaakko Leitinen. Lenny Kiefer and Junio Kim from Daniel Moellem. Matti Pruz, Stefano Cagnolo. And from South Africa, it's Tyler Jean Robinson, who didn't get a qualifying lap in. She had a mechanical problem, but was looking good for top 10 in pace over the course of the practice sessions yesterday. So expect Tyler Jean to be working her way up through the field. Should be a very exciting first heat.
Indeed it will be. We've got Dion Gauda, who was looking to be on pole position for the majority of qualifying and then just missed out in that final session. But Gauda will start on pole for his sessions. Maciej Gladys, he's starting on second position. We know he's a very quick driver from past experience in the Academy class. And obviously this isn't a special event for the Academy. This is the final round of the European Championship, and it's just about to get underway.
So for Gauda and Gladys, it will be a very tough start for them. Is it going to be a good start from the get-go? No. False start to get us underway, so we're not underway racing this time. I think there was a little bit too much eagerness from Dion Gauda as they went around, so that is a false start. The race did not get underway, so we are back under yellow flags again, and there will be an additional formation lap. The pressure always sky high for these drivers at the front of the grid. It's up to them to control the pace, and they may have done it before in other categories, but this is, if you like, the sort of the baby Olympics of motorsport. There's always so much pressure. You're carrying the weight of a nation on your shoulders, and you want to impress, but getting that start perfect is so difficult when you've only got one lap to get it right, and it's a shorter circuit than some of the others on the calendar.
Yeah, and the thing is, of course, with the KZ and KZ2 categories, they don't need to worry about getting themselves into formation around this formation lap. They can already just worry about their tyres and brakes, but these drivers need to worry, especially at the front of the grid, about where the other drivers are in comparison to them on the track and if they're able to accelerate this early. But it all goes through the driver's mind on this formation lap, and nerves are very high.
Great work from the Marshall team as well, the Orange Army here at Kristianstad Karting Club. They are a fantastic team of dedicated officials and marshals, and they look after us so brilliantly. A wonderful team that has motorsport passion running through their veins, and we are very grateful to them. This looks a little bit better. Are we going to get off the start this time? Yes, we do. We're up to the first corner, and it's a very tight start. Oh, a very close call there for Caleb Gafrara. He almost went off on the inside line as the field tucks its way through the chicane. Is everybody going to get through all right? Because it's very tight as they go through the chicane. Looks to me as though they've just about scraped away with that. Gladys versus Gauda is already going to be off to a good start. Dion Gauda has held the lead, but it was very tight in the opening course of proceedings as the field now works its way through the middle sector. Watch a couple of overtakes on the inside. That is the 550. Good move from Alexander Skelton as he dives through on the inside of the 521 of Jaakko Leitinen. Field works its way through. Still battling away for procedure. A very tricky opening lap here, the 521. Still getting in the mix there. Jaakko Leitinen hoping for a good start. He has made a good start. The field has really shuffled the deck here, but Gauda and Gladys are unchanged. Gafrara just about able to hang on to his place in the top 6. but it was a very shaky start, and a lot of contenders have actually fallen out of their original positions. It's now Franco in front of Gafrara, then Skelton and Leitinen, who came up 7 and 8 places respectfully.
Yeah, Renault Franco just off the cameras there, got himself into 3rd position. It was a late dive, but the move was secure as Caleb Gafrara drops down into 4th position. He'll be looking to get that move back as soon as possible, as we know he's a very consistent driver and his pace is always consistently quick. So if there is a mistake that's made ahead of him, he'll capitalize on that incident and get himself up the field. Gafrara drops down into 4th, but will it be for long?
Very tough to know how the race is going to play out in this early phase of proceedings. Gafrara hanging on for dear life to 3rd initially and then losing out to Franco, who, don't forget, was the winner at Wackersdorf, so has a chance to win the Academy Trophy this weekend, and he will put himself in a nice collection of drivers to have done so in terms of the Hall of Fame of the Academy Trophy. So Gauda, Gladys, Franco, Gafrara, Skelton and Leitinen, then Oscar Wirtz, who's done a good job off the start, Zelenko, and Noah Montero, the Portuguese driver, who's made up 2 places as well. Good run from Noah. 11th place for Flusha behind Augustin Bernier, then Matti Pruz, who's made up 6 places. Not a great start for Harrison or for Weichselbaumer, and Dubnitsky has gone down 8 places as well, so a couple of problems there. Tyler Jean Robinson, I did say she was going to make a move, and she has. Past Cagnolo, there's the move again for Leitinen versus Skelton. So Leitinen and Skelton having a great tussle. They keep it pretty much safe and sound at the moment, but they swap positions and then swap back immediately. So no change of position in the end for Skelton and Leitinen. They're just having a decent battle as they run across the course. Now Franco and Gafrara are actually trying to chase down Gauda and Gladys. So that could be an interesting tussle between those 4 drivers. And Stefano Cagnolo has received a warning flag. Not sure what that's for, but Cagnolo has ended up down at the back of the field. In fact, I'm not entirely sure whether Cagnolo is still circulating out on track. The 5:07. Lenny Kiefer has gone to the back of the field. In fact, yes, Cagnolo is still going down in 18th. There's the move on the inside line. That is Noah Montero, I think, picking up an overtaking move. A good run there from Montero on the inside of Leon Zelenko, the Croatian. So a good run from the young Portuguese star. Augustin Bernier still dueling away with Flusha and Harrison, who is trying to make up progress after a difficult start there where he got squeezed down to 12th position, having initially started on the 5th row. But it was even worse off the start for the likes of Dubnitsky and Weichselbaumer. It did not go well for them at all. On the inside line, that's a good opportunistic move from Leitinen, trying something different from Skelton, with Oscar Wirtz having caught and passed both of them and got through. So now Skelton does manage to get the move done on Leitinen, and that was well timed.
Leitinen and Skelton showing that it doesn't matter what position you're in, you can always battle for more, as positions count all the time, as when it gets to when you need it, points rewarded for every single position that you can gain. And up the inside, is that another move there for Skelton?
No, it's Montero. Montero sliding around all over the back of Skelton himself and going for it. What a move from Noah Montero. It didn't work in the right-hander, so he set him up in the left and gets the move done. Now on the inside comes Bernier. Bernier gets through onto the grass briefly. Goes the 5:38. That is Zelenko. Zelenko now getting squeezed there as up the inside. Skelton goes for the move. And watch out on the far side, because that is the 5:13, I think, getting involved. That's Lucas Flusha, the Spanish driver, now trying to make his bid to get past Zelenko. This is not easy, and the driver's working very hard. Flusha now on the inside line, goes for the overtake. That will do nicely. Skelton gets him straight back on the switch. And watch out for Bart Harrison. Harrison now with a chance down the main straight as he tries to pick up a place or two from these drivers. So Flusha and Zelenko absolutely at each other's throats. And it looks as though Gafrara has got the move done on Franco for 3rd position. On the inside, Harrison, he gets his bid on Zelenko, but we have a change for 3rd. It's the American Gafrara.
Magic Ladish sets the fast lap there for 54.250, so he'll be gaining time on the leader right now. There's Bart Harrison signaling to his helmet to work together, push forwards and try and make their way through the field. But talking about making their way through the field, Gafrara, we just saw, made that overtake on Renault Franco just out of the cameras there. But Gafrara back into 3rd position. They were originally working together to try and catch on to the leaders, but that doesn't seem to be the course anymore. Warning
flag for Lucas Flusha. Not sure what that's for. Here comes Augustin Bernier on the inside of Noah Montero and gets the place. So the Frenchman takes on the Portuguese, and Bernier gesticulates to Montero. Come on, let's work together. Let's go after the guys in front. They're in the top 6. We can catch them, but there's 3 laps to go. They're running out of time. It's all going to be about whether Gauda can push away from Machi Gladij now. The Singaporean responds with a new fastest lap of 54.07. So that definitely looks like he's heading in the right direction. but certainly the top 6 look very hard to reach for Augustin Bernier and Noah Montero. So it will be very tricky from the get-go. Oh, we've had an incident up at the second sector. 3 karts coming together and off the road there. So that is the 509 gone. That is Mualem, the Israeli. And then we've got the 540 of Junyo Kim, the Korean, is in the mix. And I couldn't quite make out the third one. I wonder if that is Lenny Kiefer, to try and figure out who the third driver is. Certainly, yes, it is Lenny Kiefer. So Lenny Kiefer, the young man from Luxembourg. So the drivers get going again, but that is the 540, shaking his head in disbelief. Junyo Kim spending far too much time shaking his fist at his opposition. He needs to look at where he's going.
Yeah, not even looking at the track which he's heading at. Clearly erratic and not happy with the situation that is currently just unfolded in front of him. But Magic Gladige getting ever so closer to Dion Gouda ahead. But Augustin Bernier, and there's the investigation flag. Yoon-Ho Kim, that's a fifth. The 540 picks up an investigation flag there. But Bernier picks up the fastest lap, the 503. Currently in 7th position, he'll be trying to make his way through and capitalize on that fastest lap.
So there is Junyo Kim. He's just picked up the warning flag, and that's adding insult to injury as far as the young Korean is concerned. But Dion Gouda and Maciej Gladige are about to head into the final lap of this heat, and they will still push it. Gladige would love to get a victory, but he's got a big advantage to try and get down there. 0.3 of a second in karting terms. That is going to be hard to overhaul in the terms of 1 lap. You've got to remember, in terms of the scale of things, that is the equivalent of about 3 or 4 seconds advantage in a car race. So you've really got to try and work hard to try and overhaul the driver in front and hope that they make a mistake. But it's not going to happen the way things currently stack up. Dion Gouda, very smooth operator at the wheel. And so he is going to continue to run in front of Maciej Gladige. Caleb Cafrara, P3. And Renaud Franco from Wurz, Leitinen, Bernier and Montero. Great racing all the way through this pack. But despite the pressure, Dion Gouda looks like he could just hang on here, but Gladige is still throwing everything at it. What if Gouda has a bad corner or two? He may even be able to throw something up the inside here. A bit of a defensive line from Gouda. If Gladige gets this corner perfect, he may just be able to sprint out of the outside line. They're going to go for the line together, but it is Gouda. He just hangs on in front of Gladige. He tried the Harley Keeble there, didn't he? He tried to get him in the final hairpin, but it didn't quite work out. So Dion Gouda just hangs on.
If that start-finish line was just a couple of meters further forwards, and Gladige might have just about taken that win, as he got a much better run out of the final corner. Dion Gouda, though, just able to cover off the lead, and a great race from him to command from start to finish.
Well, he did exactly the right thing, because you just don't know how much momentum you're going to gain, even uphill. So he was just going to make a good go of it. But Dion Gouda opens his account with a very deserving and very solid victory. That will do very nicely from his point of view. He can be very happy with the way that has played out. And great to see the support as well. Caleb Cafrara with a lot of home support from back home in North Carolina in the United States, and doing a fair job there to come home in 3rd position. Great work from the American, following in the footsteps of the many Americans that have come through this category before and done such a fantastic job. So here is the provisional result of that race. And it is Dion Gouda in front of Maciej Gladige and Caleb Cafrara, then Renaud Franco and Oscar Wurz, Jaakko Leitinen and Augustin Bernier, from Noah Montero, Alexander Skelton and Leon Zelenko in the top 10. Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian, in front of Britain's Bart Harrison and Spain's Lucas Flusha, Nando Weichselbaumer of Austria and Matti Previs of the Czech Republic. Tyler Jean Robinson did well to fight her way up to 16th in the end, from Stefano Cagnolo of Argentina and Junyo Kim of Korea, after his earlier incident involving Daniel Mualem and Lenny Kiefer, the Israeli and the Luxembourger. So those two out of the race, unfortunately. So it's definitely going to be an interesting continuation of the race by the Academy drivers as we continue to learn who is going to be at the sharp end. But certainly in the top 3 in the grid, Gouda, Gladige and Cafrara, no change.
No, there isn't at all. The top 3 managed to keep themselves the way that they started, but Cafrara, he's been struggling over the course of the season. Obviously, we are in the 3rd and final round right now. He struggled over the first 2 rounds, just not able to get the results that he needed. But is this going to be the round where he gets that much-needed result? But it seems that he's managed to find the pace and get himself in the right position. Cafrara, this could be a good weekend for him.
So the battle's very exciting from their point of view. Gouda, Gladige and Cafrara open their account well. Franco fights back to P4. So we will continue learning who is going to be at the sharp end of the dais in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. We'll continue as well by meeting one of the drivers who could well become the winner of the trophy this weekend, the young man from Ukraine, Alexander Bondarev, who's been very solid and strong over the course of the weekend and over the season as well. We caught up with him to talk up his chances.
It's very exciting because I've never been here in Sweden and especially on this track, so I really wanted to learn the track tomorrow and try to get as much of the 3 trainings that I will have to be very prepared for the qualifying. The driver is like the main thing because all the cars are the same, and you have to, every time you come with the academy, it's normally new tracks for the drivers, so you have to come and be fully focused to learn everything. The academy, it has a lot of challenges and it gives us a lot of experience because we have to come to the weekend and we have to be with the mechanic to prepare the car. You have to be always in the process to be in the top in the academy. I can say that it's much easier to drive in the front because you don't have to fight all the race. It's more calm in the front because you can calm yourself and just drive how you can and try to stay there and not fall to the back. This is the last round of the academy, and just a victory in the heats and the final can give me the chance of being the champion. So I'm gonna try to always be in the front of the grid and win races.
Great to hear from Alexander as he prepares for action in this first heat of his weekend. It will be qualifying heat A versus D for the youngsters in the Academy Trophy. Here is the schedule for the course of the day for those who are looking to hear from their favourite drivers over the course of the weekend. The KZ is not far away, folks, 11:55 local time here in Sweden, as we get ourselves ready for an epic contest. And then we'll have 3 more KZ2 races before we get to our lunch break pause. And then, of course, in that lunch break, we'll give you the highlights from the season so far in the gearbox categories and the Academy Trophy, so you can hear the story so far from Wackersdorf and from Adria. Then we go into the afternoon session. 2:15, we'll return to the action with the KZ2s as they have 3 heats in quick succession. Then the Academy drivers will head out for their second and final heat of the Saturday running. They'll have an additional heat tomorrow, of course, as they will set the grid. And remember, only the top 36 drivers in both the KZ2 and Academy aggregate positions over the course of the heats will progress through to the final of each category tomorrow. The KZs will all manage to get through because there are 27 of them this weekend. There should have been 28, but rather sadly, due to the ongoing rib difficulties, we do not have the Spanish driver Jaime Alguersuari with us this weekend for the CRG racing team. But we hope you're watching, Jaime, and we wish you all the best for a speedy recovery. We can't wait to see you back in the saddle in 2022. Then we will finish off with the KZ2 qualifying heats, the 4th race of the weekend. They get 5 over the course of the weekend to prove themselves, and then 91 drivers will compress down to just 36 ready for the races tomorrow. Big challenges for the drivers, big races to come, and a lot of overtaking to be had, and as we've already seen, a couple of thrills and spills on the way as well.
Yeah, Academy is up next, but in the case of KZ2, with there being over 90 drivers being in that field and only 36 are going to be able to make it through to the finals at the end of the weekend, so every race counts in the succession for them. So KZ2, whatever they can get, whatever result they can get at the front, it always matters.
So the battle is always going to be very extreme in the Academy Trophy. They all have exactly the same equipment. They have one mechanic. They're not in a team. They're not supported by a factory operation of a team. They only have one mechanic. In a lot of cases, it is their parents that will choose to take that, either the mother or father. And they will have the same chassis, X-Brie chassis, Vortex engines, MG tyres. They all are pooled engines as well, so you don't get the same engine each time, and that makes it nice and equal. Let's explore the Assenring circuit with the local star and the man who will be running from the front row of the starting grid here, flying the flag for Sweden in the Academy Trophy, Ludwig Fransson. So a star performer on a star circuit. You come up and over the top of the crest, you fly through turn 1, you can keep yourself pretty much flat on the throttle in the Academy Trophy car. Then you come off the throttle a little bit through here, but you carry a lot of speed. You don't want to spend too long on the brakes. Then you hit the big braking zone into turn 4. But this opens out on the exit. Now watch as you come over the crest. Big air time if you get that planted just perfectly into the hairpin. Stay off the curb on the inside line. That will actually compromise you as you come through the edge of the curb. Then you come into the right-hand hairpin. You can catch the curb a little bit on the inside line there. A big overtaking opportunity here as you tighten in. Again, you miss the curb on the inside apex. You can catch it a little bit on the inside apex of the right. Then you come through a square right-hander, back on the power again for a double left apex. You keep off the curb for the entry and the exit, but you just kiss the white line. A little bit of rumble strip on the exit to get the kart corrected. Then into that final hairpin, a good open exit. It's a good overtaking chance. Back and over the crest and into another lap at the Asam Ring. Wonderful race circuit here. I have yet to meet a race driver over the course of the weekend that doesn't like driving this circuit. It really is a proper driver's challenge, and it doesn't matter where you come from, what experience you have. If you get the chance to race at Kristianstad, you're going to take it.
Yeah, many of the drivers that are here this weekend have never driven on this track before this weekend, so it's great to see how they're able to get straight up to pace in comparison to some of the drivers that have driven around this track, even some of the locals that even have the track record, in the case of Noah Malel, who wasn't able to get pole in the KZ, but he'll still be fighting up at the front of the field. So it's brilliant to see drivers enjoying driving around the track. It's not one of the best experiences when you have to drive around one of your least favorite tracks for the whole of the weekend. Academy now make their way onto the track, and we'll have a little look at the grid.
I don't think it hurts that the temperatures here are actually a lot cooler than they were for both Wackersdorf and Andrea as well. There's a lot of smiling faces in the paddock. David Walter and Ludwig Fransen, the Dane and the Swede on the front row of the grid. Then Leon Otschai of Japan and Riccardo Iannello of Italy. Alexander Bondarev and Darius Babiawana from Nicolas Roos and Leo Robinson. Nicolas Ambiado and Mate Koenig from Jevan David and Maximilian Schleimer. Then Salim Hanna and Federico Al-Rifai, Luca Neuenschwander and Saul de Colombres, Gazi Motlekar and Philip Gana. Then it is Emil Gödrum, Alberto Benitez and Alexandros Papathimiou. A great talent of grid drivers here and some great performances. A lot of star power in the field this weekend as well. Good luck to Salim Hanna, who's trying to fight his way back through the field. He was a contender over the course of the weekend. But the Montoyas are here supporting and pushing him forward. Sebastian and Father Juan Pablo, two-time Indy 500 winner. They're both here supporting young Salim Hanna as he hopes to become the next big Colombian star up the karting ladder. But this is a very exciting moment for all the drivers. David Walter, so fast in time practice, wanting to put on an excellent show. Ludwig Fransen, though, he knows this circuit better than any other driver in this field. That will come. That will certainly help him out. But it's all going to come to how they get off the grid from the start. Are we going to get a good start straight away? Yes, we are, to the first corner. And it's a good start from Walter. Fransen is going to have to concede to Otschai as they go through turn 1. He runs a little bit deep, but that should keep it together. There's a spin in the middle of the pack. Unfortunately, someone facing the wrong way out of the first couple of corners of the race. 2 karts actually come off the road completely. So that is not good for 2 of the drivers in the pack. And we'll have to see who it is that's not come through. Fransen not getting a good start at all. And one of them is Salim Hanna. Salim Hanna is a spinner, as is Alberto Benitez. So there is Salim Hanna trying to get the kart going again, but it's not going to happen. And the Colombian is out of the race on the opening lap. Gazi Motlekar has an investigation already starting to him. Maybe he had a couple of wheels out of the tram lines, but Salim Hanna and Alberto Benitez are out of the race already. What a shocker.
Yeah, that is a big incident on the first lap, but that's up the inside. That's a move there. Can't quite see what the number is, but that's for 4th position. Riccardo Iannello makes his way up into another position, gets himself into 4th right now, but I think I might know what that investigation flag was, and I saw making a move after the formation point on the track, getting himself into a higher position, trying to make up the positions that he's lost on that formation lap. Obviously not allowed to do that after the formation line. You'll see the red line on the circuit when the drivers drive past it in the final sector. but that may be the problem.
Well, he had a great weekend at Adria. Obviously, better. Yeah, a big lunge for the lead. That was Bondarev on Walter, and he's done it. What an overtake from Alexander Bondarev on lap 2. He launches up the inside, gets the overtaking move there on David Walter, and so Bondarev hits the front. The young man from Ukraine is now in the lead of the race, but David Walter will definitely want to take him on. We've been talking up Alexander Bondarev all weekend. He definitely has the potential to win not just this weekend, but also the title.
Bondarev, a major contender for the championship title coming into this round, and maybe even coming out of this round, he'll still be at the front of the field. Bondarev, that'll be his goal, that'll be what's in his mind. He'll be looking forward to that towards the end of the weekend. He just needs to get consistently quick and good results. If he's able to do that, then it's looking pretty strong for him.
So Bondarev, Walter, Leon Ochai and Riccardo Iannello. Jovan David is charging through the field as well. He's up in the 5th position. I was talking to his father last night. He doesn't make it easy for himself, but I tell you what, he knows how to fight his way back into contention. Jovan David up into P5. He's so good at this. Qualifying doesn't always go his way, but if that's the case, he just goes, right, okay, I'm going to charge back through the field, get myself in a competitive position again, and I'll fix the problem. Leo Robinson making good moves there as well. I noticed on the Brazilian Luca Neunschwander, not sure if he made the place up or not, but certainly going well. There is Jovan David in 5th position with the bright green on the helmet as he charges to work his way forward back up. Nicola Zambiado up 3 places as well. The Chilean going well in P6. And then we've got Babioana, the Romanian, who's been much stronger in the second half of the 2021 campaign, going very well. Leon Ochai, though, Japanese driver, 3rd position, getting the fastest lap of the race. But purple sector for David Walter in this lap, and Luca Neunschwander actually has a warning flag against him. Not sure what that's for, but certainly he's done something to incur the wrath of the officials on that particular occasion. Ludwig Fransen trying to fight his way back into contention after essentially getting squeezed wide at turn 1. When you're on the outside line at the first corner, it's never easy to pick up grip. You get onto those marbles, you're struggling to hold the kart together, and he's ended up down in P10.
Especially at such high speeds, when you're on those marbles, you're just not able to do anything about the car's control. As soon as you lost it, you go into a passenger slide. That was a move for 3rd position there. That was going to be Iannello, gets himself past the 5-1-2 and up into 3rd position, as Ochai will lose a position just after that fastest lap, loses out, drops down into 4th, and there we go. That's the confirmation for fastest lap, and also the overtake at 54.069 was set there by Riccardo Iannello. As
that's Philip Ganna. Philip Ganna's come into the pits. Unfortunately, the Nigerian seems to have a mechanical problem. So Philip Ganna out of the race by the look of it. That's unfortunate. He's been making big strides again this weekend and still trying to catch. Oh, we've had 2 karts come together in the 2nd sector. They're out of the kart together. Now that is Neunschwander and Koenig, I think. So Matti Koenig and Luca Neunschwander, they are locked together, and that's a damaged radiator for sure on Luca Neunschwander's kart, so that is not going to be going any further. Both drivers will be out of the race, and that is very unfortunate. So yellow flags will be at that point on the course, provided the marshals can get the karts off the circuit quickly, then they will be withdrawn, and they are indeed. So Iannello has now been lighting up the timing sheets and has caught up to the back of David Walter. So it's now a 3-driver battle with 3 laps to go after this one. So Riccardo Iannello goes sub 54 for the lap time at 53.987. He could snatch it away from both drivers here.
Iannello currently 0.2 quicker a lap than the 2 leaders right now. So in theory, Iannello is the fastest driver on the circuit right now. And there we see the 2 stranded karts there. They are finally out of their interlocked state. But Iannello, with just a couple of laps left on the board, he'll be chasing down these 2 leaders. He's arrived on the back of them, so he'll be thinking now, I know I'm the faster car, just need to get the move done.
Jovan David up to P4 past Ochai. Darius Babioana up to 6th past Ambiado. So they're on the move as well. So this could be very interesting over the course of the heats. It's not just about what you're doing when you're leading the races, it's about where you are in the middle of the pack. Darius Babioana getting that overtake for P6, now trying to close up on Leon Ochai and sets the fastest lap to make it easier. Watch how close Walter is getting. Look at this squabble for 4th place. David, Ochai, Babioana, Ambiado. Babioana up the inside, Ambiado trying to get there as well on Leon Ochai. And I think Ochai has ended up having to fall to the back of that little pack. Yes, he has. So Ambiado sticking his nose in to get into 6th position there. Good work from the Chilean. And now he is working in behind Darius Babioana. And for the lead, that is David Walter in the final turn. Has been able to get one over on Alexander Bondarev. He made a big dive. And that is a lead change. David Walter now into the lead from Bondarev. But watch for Ianello, because he will have watched that overtake happen. And now he'll be trying to get his move on the inside line. Watch for Ianello. He gets on the inside of Alexander Bondarev. Bondarev cuts him off as they get to the braking zone. So good defensive strategy from Bondarev as he holds on to the place. That backs Ianello up.
Brilliant driving all the way through the field. Walter gets himself into lead with a very late move on the inside, just able to secure that first position now. But Bondarev is going to be back on the attack. Will he be able to go around the outside? No, he isn't. Can he switch back to the inside? No, he can't. Has to sit in 2nd position for now, though. Walter still holding on to the lead. Ianello, though, just sitting back, waiting for something to happen between the top 2 leaders right now. Just waiting for an incident to occur. As you can see, they're battling very hard. But up the inside, will he be able to secure the overtake? No, he isn't. So Bondarev tries to go on the inside, tries to replicate the move that Walter did on the inside into the final corner, but Ianello is now right here in 3rd position.
Last lap, this is it. You've got to make a move now, Alexander, otherwise Ianello's going to get you first on the inside of the hairpin. A bit of a cut-off, he runs wide, and Ianello's going to get them both! Ianello takes the lead away instead. So Riccardo Ianello gets into the lead in front of Alexander Bondarev. Walter is essentially backed into the path of Jovan David, who now has a chance to go for 3rd position. He tucks in on the inside of the hairpin, and Jovan David gets through into 3rd place. That has really compromised the race for David Walter as he tumbles down the order. Ambiado and Babioana both managed to get through there as well. David Walter down to 7th as a result of all of that shuffling, but Riccardo Ianello gets given a free gift from Alexander Bondarev, making the bid there on David Walter, and it backfired on him. Ianello is going to take the checkered flag. Great race from Riccardo Ianello. He wins it from Bondarev and Jovan David ahead of Nicolas Ambiado and Darius Babioana. David Walter will be absolutely fuming. He went into the last lap in the lead, and he crosses the line in 7th place. What a heartbreak that is.
Walter will be absolutely gutted with that result there. He was in the lead going into the final lap, as you said. He felt like he had it. He was going to try and hold on to it, but just not able to do so. But Ianello, with the switchback, manages to get both positions into the lead. Brilliant driving there from Riccardo Ianello. No faulting him at all.
Sensational driving from the Italian. Alexander Bondarev did his best, went for the move. It was a good one, but he just drifted. Both karts a little bit too wide, and that was enough to give Ianello the gap on the inside line. He snatched the lead, and with it the victory. And what a comeback drive from Jovan David, 11th on the grid, and he finishes 3rd. He's so good at this. He knows how to get himself back into contention and do the business when the chips are down. So great performance from Riccardo Ianello and from Alexander Bondarev. They both made up 3 places. The clean-up operation starts for the marshals on track, but Riccardo Ianello takes the win from Alexander Bondarev. Jovan David even, do apologise. 3rd position there for the young man for Sri Lanka. Nicolas Ambiado and Darius Babioana, Leon Ochai and David Walter, Nicolas Roos and Ludwig Franzen, who couldn't get any more out of that race than 9th in the end. Maxi Schleimer in 10th from Leo Robinson and Federico Al-Rifai. Alexandros Papafthimio catching up to 13th in front of Gazi Motlekar and Emil Gjödrum. Sol de Colombres, and then the retirements, Luca Neuenschwander and Matti Koenig, Philip Gana, and then on the first lap we also lost Salim Hanna of Colombia and Alberto Benitez of Paraguay. So some big problems for the Academy drivers in the opening heat. And you do get that sense of urgency, that intensity from the competitors in the Academy. They kind of sense, you know, this is their last chance to make a big impression. It's their last weekend. They want to finish high. They're going to make some bigger moves. They're going to go for it in a much stronger capacity than they have done previously.
Well, of course they are. It's the final round of the championship. It's their last chance to prove that they are capable of taking that championship title, being the winner of the Academy European Championship. So it's a big chance for many of the drivers all the way through the field to try and make their way through and win the race at the end of the weekend. And many drivers are capable of it. Jovan David, as we mentioned, being one of them.
So the battle is a good start for the Academy. And we've had some good races there and some great performances from Riccardo Ianello and Dion Gauda to take the opening race victories. But for those who have been waiting, this is the moment you've been waiting for. The first sign of the KZ drivers who will battle for the 2021 World Championship. And it really does read like a who's who of the stars of the sport right now. It is absolutely incredible. The talent here is just off the charts. KZ2 Super Cup champions, KZ2 European champions, KZ European champions, and KZ World champions all in the mix here together. And even some OK European champions as well. It really is an astonishing group of competitors that we have out there on the field. We're really excited about it. Looking forward to seeing what the drivers give us. Let's catch up with one of the comeback stars for this weekend. It was great news to hear that we were going to have the likes of Baz Lammers return to the fray, but it's also great to hear that Anthony Abbas has actually come out of retirement to return to the 2021 KZ World Championship. We caught up with the Frenchman who will return to Sodikart.
It's the week of the year for each driver. Everybody working one year for this race. Me, no, it's different. It's just for fun this week. The track is well. I love the different curves. Especially you have one place where you jump. And it's typical, and you have it's very technical and fast. So also I love this region. I love Swedish people. They are very respect people, and the country is nice. So yeah, I like this track. It's just the category before the racing car category. So I think if one driver wants to be at the racing car, need to be good in KZ, I think. My situation now, I am retired. The results change nothing for me. But for sure, I am here to do my best, and if I can win, I win.
Anthony Abbas, welcome back to the world of karting. We have missed you big time, sir. It is great to have his face and his incredible style back on the circuit again. And you know that if he wins the World Championship on Sunday, we're going to get that fantastic celebration, his trademark, where the arms and the legs fly out of the kart in a starfish celebration as he comes down the straight. Very much an Anthony Abbas trademark, but it's going to be a very tough mission. There's no two ways about it. Look at the stars that he's got to overtake through the races in order to get there. And this really is a who's who. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, pole position again after a fabulous qualifying effort. 2,000ths of a second ahead of the guy who knows this circuit better than any of them out there, Noah Millel, who has been pushing the Tony Kart factory team back to the front in fine style. Fabian Federer, third position in time qualifying. He was as surprised as anybody to be up in P3, but he totally deserves the accolade. Matteo Vigano, fourth position for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And for the 3 consecutive years now in KZ, he has struggled to make the European Championship his own, and it's all fallen apart at the seams. What if he could win the World Championship for justice and vengeance?
Well, that would be quite a big title there. I think European Championship, it's one thing, but then we have the World Championships. This is the main stage. This is the big event that many drivers will train all year just waiting for it. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli on pole position, now that's a statement. A rookie in the KZ class putting it on pole position. How often do you see this? He's such a talented driver.
Well, he's just got so much work acumen. He is so disciplined, so controlled. He always tries to find a little bit more from himself when he gets behind the wheel. He's very thorough when it comes to his testing. I know for a fact that they've been working very hard indeed since Adria finished on his starts, because that was his one weak spot really over the whole weekend in Adria. Had he been able to get as good a start as everybody else, he probably would have dominated the weekend at Adria. But once you get into that little pack, it gets very difficult to assert yourself. But there are lots of other talents in the mix. Former world champions as well. Pedro Hiltbrand will be there, 5th position, the man who won the title here in 2016, of course. So he knows how to get the job done at Kristianstad. Then you've got Adrien Renaudin, the man who won the Super Cup back in 2018 and then made the step up into the world of KZ and has been a solid contender for Sodikart ever since. Victor Gustafsson, the man who won the European Championship in the KZ2 category in 2020. That's what's given him the chance to step up to KZ with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. Lorenzo Camplese, the man who stunned the world with that brilliant victory at Sarno in 2019 in the European finale for the SC Performance Squad. It was inevitable that he would get his call up for the Tony Kart factory team, and it's great to see him there ahead of his teammate, the Finn Simo Pohaka, who again has been so close to winning world titles and European titles over the past. It's just a matter of when, not if, that he will get his chance to shine. And Paolo Ippolito, 10th on the grid, the man who was amazing a few weeks ago at Adria, just absolutely exemplary for the CRG factory team, now gets his chance to go for the World Championship, and that will be a wonderful accolade for him. Emilion Denner, he needs justice and vengeance, doesn't he, after just missing out on the European title a few weeks ago. He's made the transition to Kart Republic for the World Championships. He seems to be quite settled in, and let's see what he can do. His European title fight with Intrepid now a distant memory. He wants to get the job done for Kart Republic. For the Stan Pex racing team, Jorrit Pex back on top of the Stan Pex operation, and he is there, the former world champion, former European champion, 12th on the starting grid for this one. The king of 2019, Marijn Kramers, he won the world title, of course, in the 2019 campaign for Birolart after a fantastic run at Lonato, and he is there 13th on the starting grid as he runs in position. Anthony Abbas, 14th position on the starting grid for him. It'll be very exciting to see what he can do from the number 7 kart, the Sodi kart. Great to see him returning. Baz Lammers, likewise, had to sit out the European Championship in 2021. The deal couldn't quite come together, but he's been able to put things together with Senior Chiesa in the Kart Republic awning. 15th on the grid for him, and he's very confident. He knows that the pace is there to challenge for this world title. So even from 15th on the grid, he's got plenty to be excited about. Riccardo Longhi, the new European champion in KZ, did that beautifully with a fighting comeback at Adria. Great to see him take that title. Alex Orlando and Jeremy Iglesias, the CRG teammates, one nearly a world champion, nearly a European champion. Jeremy Iglesias, the man who has become world champion in the past and is the reigning world champion. The top 18, so much talent. And then you've got Greenfield, Pex, Lundberg, Salenta, Tozzolini, Tanic, Spec, Kuovi and Scatino. An amazing grid of drivers. Here they come. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, pole position from Noah Milel, Fabian Federer and Matteo Vigano, Pedro Hiltbrand and Adrien Renaudin from Victor Gustafsson and Lorenzo Camplese, Simo Pohaka and Paolo Ippolito from Emilion Denner and Jorrit Pex, then Marijn Kramers and Anthony Abbas, Baz Lammers and Riccardo Longhi, Alex Orlando and Jeremy Iglesias from Michael Taylor Greenfield and Stan Pex, Douglas Lundberg and Francesco Salenta, Mirko Tozzolini and Craig Tanic from Louis Speck, Jan Kuovi and Mario Scatino. This is going to be a fascinating opening heat. Has Andrea Kimi Antonelli got the firepower in his right foot to get that start right? And if he doesn't, who's going to take advantage?
Well, there's quite a few drivers that are in contention to win this race, but Kimi Antonelli, all eyes are going to be on him off the start. Has he nailed his starts? Will he be able to hold on to that lead off the start? That's the major question which everyone is going to have on their minds. But I think we're going to have to keep our eyes on Jeremy Iglesias. He's very far down the order. Obviously, last year's KZ World Champion, he won in 2020. He also is running on a CRG chassis. He was running on the Formula K last year round. CRG has won 4 times since 2013. And will this be their 5th?
Well done keeping going through all of that. My seat decided to hit the self-destruct button on me in the middle of all that. You held that very well, Kai. Well done.
I nearly lost it.
Nearly lost it, but well done. Anyway, Andrea Kimi Antonelli on the front row of the grid. Pole position, Noah Milel in second place. This is going to be fascinating off the grid. The first KZ heat of the weekend. And the FIA Karting President Felipe Massa taking his position on the starting gantry as well to watch this race unfold. This is a sneak preview of the World Championship final tomorrow. But who's going to have the best start? It's all going to come down to who has the best reactions off the lights. Race director Nigel Edwards will signal them off from the starting gantry. So who's going to get this? Antonelli in pole, Milel in second, Federer in third from Vigano, Hiltbrand, Renaudin, Gustafsson, Camplese. So many drivers to fight for this. It's the first time of 3. Let's race! And it's a great start for Milel. Milel gets a good launch. Vigano in a second. Antonelli trying to hold on to third, but round the outside, Federer does get him. Antonelli in 4th position. Not a terrible start. Not the perfect start he wanted, but certainly has a chance to keep fighting up at the sharp end. So Milel, Vigano, and Federer in the top 3. Antonelli still there in 4th position, trying to shake off Lorenzo Camplese, who gets a terrific start on the Tony Kart factory as they all get their way through the hairpin on the first couple of laps of the race. Vigano stepping up the attack on Noah Milel. He was my tip for the world title this weekend, and he is right there in the hunt behind Noah Milel. This is all going to be about the pressure. Noah Milel knows the circuit. Vigano's got the fire.
Yeah, Vigano looking very strong out on track right now. Antonelli just not nailing the start there. It wasn't a bad start, but it definitely wasn't the best. The drivers around him just able to jump him off the line, which means he's now on the back foot in fourth position. He should have been up at the front if he was able to get that start, but look at the time it's lost him. He's already lost 1 second to the race leader now.
But fourth is a very precious place to be. If anybody gets into difficulties, if you're in that top 5, you're in with a shout of the World Championship. There's no two ways about that. Vigano putting Milel under massive pressure on the second lap as the Italian tries to get through on the inside in the hairpin, and that will do nicely for Matteo Vigano. He puts himself into the lead on this second lap of the race, and that is excellent timing. He can now start to stretch away. If he's got good speed and good temperature into the tyres, he can really start to open up the gap to Milel. Federer still there in third place in front of Kimi Antonelli. Fifth place, Lorenzo Camplese. Adrien Renaudin is under investigation, potentially for a jump start, and that's unfortunate for the Frenchman. Out of the final turn, and we've got Pedro Hiltbrand, the former world champion, who won the title here in 2016. They're in sixth position in front of Adrien Renaudin, so he is the man under investigation on the first lap. But out in front, Matteo Vigano, exactly where he wanted to be. He can control the pace now from the front, but we've seen this so many times with Vigano, and it all comes undone. Surely the jinx has got to break this time.
You'd think that that would be the case, obviously, but up the inside, Antonelli tries for the overtake, just not able to make it stick there, and loses actually a little bit of time to the driver behind him, as gaining on him will be Lorenzo Camplese. So Lorenzo Camplese will now be all over the back of Antonelli. Antonelli still in fourth position, attempted for third, but just still wasn't able to pull it off. But talking about controlling the pace there, Vigano, but remember behind him, it's Noah Milel. This is home track here. The Swedish driver does have the fastest lap in the KZ2 category, which he set back in 2017, but this isn't KZ2 anymore. This is KZ. It's a completely different pool of fish, and talking about that, up the inside, and there for the overtake, that was Lorenzo Camplese, gets himself that position after Antonelli lost a bit of time, but now loses too.
Yeah, Hiltbrand got through as well, so Antonelli down to sixth position. This is such a big mission for the young 15-year-old. You've got to remember that he's going up against drivers twice his age and with multiple years experience in the KZ category. This is such a difficult mission for Andrea Kimi Antonelli to win the World Championship, but not for the want of trying. Over one lap, you've got to argue he is one of the best out there already, but now Hiltbrand gets his move on the inside of Lorenzo Camplese, and now he's got a chance to check him out into turn one. He just swarmed across a little bit just to back him up, and that's enough to put Andrea Kimi Antonelli onto the toe of Lorenzo Camplese once again. He's going to go for the overtake, as he knows. Camplese protecting the inside line, no problem at all. Adrien Renaudin is next up in seventh place, and he's going to try and make his way past Andrea Kimi Antonelli instead. But Matteo Vigano, 0.3 of a second ahead of Noah Milel. He's not really getting close enough to challenge, but ultimately he's not losing the ground to fall back. Now this is going to be a tough task for Antonelli. He can't just hope that the race is going to come to him. He's got to get his elbows out, get stuck in, and go for these overtakes. But he's used to driving against guys in the OK category where he has a lot of experience. This is such a big mission for him. It was always going to be a tough ask for Andrea Kimi Antonelli to win the World Championship, but not for the want of ambition. Great to see him giving it a go. A lot of other drivers would not have had the courage and the discipline to give it a try, but he is up there fighting with the spirit. Good for him.
Yep, he's fighting as much as he can, but nearly losing out another position there as Renaudin nearly makes his way past. Just about holding on to it does Antonelli. But look at the front of the field there. That's a move there. And that is the move secured from the Sodi car, as Antonelli now drops down into seventh position.
Oh, and Hiltbrand's got past Federer. Sorry, Hiltbrand out of the side of the cameras. Hiltbrand's made the move for third place. So the former world champion gets into third place. He is well poised to do this again. A lot of drivers have been waiting for him to get back to his prime, and he's been steadily progressing. He's done multiple disciplines this year, lots of different campaigns, developing the Leclerc chassis in the Birolart group with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, and he's been looking steadily closer to it time and time again. He's been near the podium in several occasions over the course of this season. And don't forget how he bowed out of the European Championship on the rostrum at Adria. This could be his best chance yet to clinch his second World Championship title, and Hiltbrand is already lapping the circuit pretty consistently. He and teammate Vigano are already staking a claim for this title, but they can't both be world champions, so at some point they've got to battle with each other for this title fight, and they've got to see if they can break up Noah Milel in the mix there as well.
Yeah, Hiltbrand, he won his last big title out here, 2016. It was actually at this exact track as well. It was the Arsene Ring when Hiltbrand won last time out, so maybe it's just this circuit that he has a liking for. But the pace clearly shows for that one, as he's just gaining a little bit lap by lap onto the leaders. It was a second, now down at 9/10.
Look at how he's just dropped Camplese. There is the Tony Kart factory driver, Lorenzo Camplese. He is the second of the two Tony Kart factory drivers in this race, but he's just dropped him. Absolutely flown away has Pedro Hiltbrand, as now he closes up on Vigano and Milel. Now out in a third position, Pedro Hiltbrand. Has he got an issue with that front fairing? I really hope that's not loose, but it certainly looks a little bit pointed down, doesn't it? Has he made one too many tight overtaking moves? As Pedro Hiltbrand, that's not going to help if he has got an issue there with the front fairing. It's hard to tell whether that's off the bracket or not. They will obviously know when he comes in off the race. The interesting challenge between the two of them will be when you look at Vigano's kart in comparison to Hiltbrand. That's hard to tell. That's really hard to tell.
Vigano's doesn't look as low down as Hiltbrand's, so as they just came across the line, I had a little look, but you can see that bumper is very much facing downwards, so if that's a drop down or not. But if you also look, it's facing down a little bit in the case of Vigano, so is that just the style of the bumper, or is that a drop
big
down?
launch!
Ooh.
Big launch on the inside of Milel. He came from a long way back there to steal second place. It was almost as if Milel just leant over and gave him the corner. I don't want second place anymore. Pedro just snatches it. That was very opportunistic from Hiltbrand. He came from a long way back and slew it up the inside to get into second position. So good run from Pedro Hiltbrand. Now he's going to chase after Matteo Vigano, and Jordan Lennox-Lamb will be beaming from ear to ear. It's a Leclerc by Lennox 1-2 in the World Championship in their second season of competition at this level. Not bad going.
Not bad going at all. The top two drivers looking very strong right now. Hiltbrand gets himself into second position, and if he keeps this pace up, he might be even looking to take the win towards the end of the race. With still 4 laps remaining for these drivers, it's definitely possible right now for Hiltbrand to take the heat win after starting a little bit further back, having to make his way through the field. This would be a brilliant drive if he's able to take that first position off of his teammate. I'm sure Vigano wouldn't mind.
Well, Vigano and Hiltbrand still battling very closely indeed. And there's not a lot to choose between them in terms of sector times either. Hiltbrand is quicker than Vigano in both the first and second splits on this lap. Milel in third, Camplese in fourth, so the Tony Kart teammates are there. Then it's Fabian Federer, fifth position in front of Adrien Renaudin. These two getting close together as Antonelli has finally succumbed to Adrien Renaudin. And Renaudin is now trying to take on Fabian Federer. This could be an interesting challenge for the Tony Kart man, who is hoping to be the lead driver in the mix. And let's not forget, of course, that we still have Adrien Renaudin under investigation from that issue at the start. So this could be an interesting challenge on the inside. Federer protects nicely on the inside hairpin. That backs Renaudin into Antonelli. Can Antonelli launch it on the inside? He's not close enough, but he wants to get a switchback maneuver. How quickly is Hiltbrand catching up? Oh, Hiltbrand's through. Hiltbrand's taken the lead on Vigano. So I guess this could be tactical. Has Hiltbrand got through on Vigano, and will all of a sudden Vigano start to lose pace and back up the field because Hiltbrand has got into the lead? They're trying maybe to deaden the blow if there is a front fairing loose, because obviously he'll get the 5-second penalty, so that'll drop him back to currently 8th position. If he can start to pull clear in these last 2 laps, that will deaden some of the blow, but then he may not necessarily know that he's got that issue. He's looking around him, so Hiltbrand obviously trying to work very carefully on the brakes and on the throttle. He just blips the throttle on the entry to the hairpin to get better acceleration out through the corner. That's really interesting to watch from Hiltbrand as he just blips the throttle, trying to coax the kart with a little bit of energy through the inside apex as he works his way through. There is Vigano in front of Noah Milel. A good battle between those two still.
Yep, good battle for second position right now, but the leaders now come across the line, and you can see the two drivers. That nose cone does look a little bit out of place, actually, when you think about it. Hiltbrand I guess all we can do is kind of wait until the end of the race, and then if there is a drop down, there is a drop down. But we'll only know once the race is concluded and the stewards' verdicts are out. But will Millet be able to get himself back into second position right now? And Jordan Lamb-Lennox, he'll be very happy with this. Charles Leclerc 1-2 right now. Noah Millet, though, he's all over the back of Vigano right now, but running out of corners into the final sector of the lap. Will Millet, will the homeboy be able to get in a second position?
Well, it's going to be Pedro Hiltbrand, certainly, that crosses the line first on the road, and that will give him plenty of confidence. Riccardo Longhi, by the way, is out of the race. I didn't see that, but he has pulled off on the hairpin on the far side. Checkered flag for Pedro Hiltbrand in front of Vigano and Millet. Riccardo Longhi, the European champion, retiring from the race. And we didn't really see that one happen, to be honest. There goes Pedro Hiltbrand. He lets the field go through. Oh, Pedro. Careful now, Pedro. Careful. He's come through and taken the victory. But a good battle for the Spanish driver as he leads the race coming through. But the Leclerc by Lennox Racing driver having a good battle there in front of Vigano and Millet. He comes across the line in first position. Does look as though it's not quite in the position he wants it to be in, so he'll have to be very circumspect coming back into the pits. So a bit of a gesture from the 42 of Simo Puhaka. I think that's a big problem there, unfortunately. So I think he's going to have a bit of a penalty from that one. What a shame for Pedro Hiltbrand. It does look out of position. So we have to wait. We have to see what the verdict is later. But obviously we'll know by the time. He's put his hand in the air. I think he's realised there's nothing I can do about it. So he's just going to have to take the penalty. That's unfortunate. So Pedro Hiltbrand will cross the line in the lead, but he should essentially drop back into... Oh, well, he'll get to 7th. Sorry, he'll be 6th because he was 5.2 clear of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So Matteo Vigano, Noah Millet, Lorenzo Camplese, Fabian Federer and Adrian Renadan behind him on the road. Then Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Simo Puhaka from Victor Gustafsson and Paolo Ippolito. Emilion Denner and Jorrit Pex from Moran Kramers and Anthony Abbas, Stan Pex and Douglas Lundberg, Jeremy Iglesias and Alex Irlando, Francesco Salenta and Baz Lammers. Then it is Mirko Tozzolini, Michael Taylor Greenfield from Craig Tanich, Lewis Speck, Gian Cuovi and Mario Schettino, with Riccardo Longhi out of the race on only lap 4. And that is very unfortunate for the European champion. That does not start his weekend in any way that he could have wished for.
No, for being a European champion, that's not how you want to start off your weekend. 27th position for Riccardo Longhi, as you mentioned, the new European champion. But that's definitely not the start to the weekend that he wants. Obviously, he will make it through to the final as there is not 36 drivers in the KZ class. But it's not going to set him up well.
No, indeed. That will be tricky. There he is, Riccardo Longhi coming in on the back of the low loader. And that is disastrous for the European champions campaign for the World Championship. It's not over yet. There's a long, long way to go. And if he can have 2 good heats in the second and third, then he may still get a decent mid-of-the-field position. But that has definitely made the faces at Birala a little bit longer than they would have liked. So, tricky there, and it's time to move on from the KZ battle as we return to the International KZ2 Super Cup. So back into the action we go once again in the International KZ2 Super Cup. Big dramas that we saw earlier on as well. Lorenzo Travasanuto winning his first heat from the second fastest time in time qualifying. Great race from David Trevelov to win his, and Danilo Albanese to win his as well. But of course, the pole sitter, Senna van Waalstein, taking that big hit with his teammate Arto Carbonell and finishing down in 28th in his first heat. Not good news for him. So it's definitely going to make things entertaining and very intriguing as we continue our battle for the International KZ2 Super Cup. More drivers to hear from, of course, as well, as we learn how exciting it is from all of the competitors in the field. The Dutch driver, Chris Harnen, who's been very, very talented over the course of his first KZ2 Super Cup season, for the majority of the year as well, the youngest driver in the category. Let's hear what the KSM official racing driver has to say about his prospects this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. It's probably the biggest race of my career ever. The practices until now have been going really well, so I'm really looking forward to tomorrow and I hope also the final. Yeah, I really like the track, especially like the first part, the chicane, you come in high speed. It's really cool. A lot of hairpins also on the track, so you have a fast part and a slow part, a lot of variation, and so far I've really enjoyed driving here. I went from OK Junior last year straight into KZ. And I'm just 14-year-old now. And yeah, in the beginning it was quite hard for me to learn it, but it came on quite fast. And now I think we're doing a really good job for my first year in KZ. It's most part of a learning process also for my future. Personally, I've always liked KZ a bit more than the direct drive. Because yeah, you just have a bit more to do, you have the gears, front brakes, you can come into the corners at high speeds. And then one time in last year I just tested one and I really enjoyed it, so I decided to do competition in KZ this year. I didn't really base it on Max's performance in KZ, for me also to go in KZ. I just really liked driving one, and for sure Max was a really good driver in KZ. If you're fast here now and you get good results, then it's more fun to win because it's only one race. But yeah, if you want to be consistent, then it's better to have a championship if you're a bit off the pace now. But from the practices we just had, it looks quite promising for the races. Yeah, I really hope I can get some good podiums in KZ. And then I also get seen by bigger teams, and then I hope there's a future for me in motorsport.
So Chris Harnen definitely with potential this weekend to pull off a surprise result, but he's been getting faster and faster as the weekends progress. He's going to be starting this heat from the 4th row of the grid, as he will be from each of the heats he'll progress this weekend. So he's definitely in with a good shout. Alongside him on the grid, though, Joey van Spunteren, one of the masters of this craft. And that's definitely going to be a tough racing driver for Chris Harnen to go wheel-to-wheel with here at Kristianstad. The drivers head out for qualifying heat B versus C. And we will have some great challenges and opposition. Lorenzo Travasanuto and Danilo Albanese, 2 race winners from this morning. Only one of them can do it a second time. And if neither of them do, that opens the game even further. Travasanuto and Albanese on the front row from Jean Liet and Alessio Pellini, Lawrence Van Hopen and Thomas Imborg, Chris Harnen and Joey van Spunteren, David Lewinsky and Jean Nomblo from Martin van Leuven and Rodrigo Ferreira, Lorenzo Giannoni and Daniel Vazil from Alexander Schmitz and Tobias Sjogren, Brandon Nilsson and Jamie Day from Norton Andreasen and Francesco Maria Leoni. Then we have Joseph Knopp and Lucas Reybok from Jesper Westerholm and Adrian Janicki, Matthias Torrigiani, Karol Kret, Giuseppe Fusco, Michael Farschu, Laura van den Hengel and David Rehm. 30 drivers in the field, and it will be very close quarters. Looks as though Francesco Maria Leoni may not be out on the circuit for this one, or certainly has not come through in the first sector. Maybe Francesco Maria Leoni a long way down the field. On the rolling lap, yes, right down at the back of the field for the rolling lap, so may not be able to get back into position, having come out of the pit lane a bit slow. So we'll have to start the race then from the back of the grid, because you've only got until the red line, which is on the approach to the penultimate left-handers, to get yourself back into position. In fact, I think Francesco Maria Leoni is actually struggling even to get the kart round on this formation lap, so might be a tricky start for him. But certainly from the front, this is going to be an interesting battle to the first corner. Travasanuto versus Albanese, 2 of the best Italians in this field. And my goodness, is this going to be a tough battle for the victory.
Yep, the 2 winners of the 2 heats now going head-to-head. Albanese and Travasanuto. The question is, who's going to get to the first corner first, and who's going to be in front towards the end of the race? Watch out for Pellini, though. Pellini and also Luye. So 2 drivers which can also throw a spanner into the works and try and get themselves their first win of the day.
Well, Francesco Maria Leoni is managing to get himself to the back of the grid. He will form up dead last on the starting grid. So he's just going to be able to get himself into position, and they've just managed to get him there in time. So the red flag comes across, the green flag flies to the back of the field. We're going to have Travis Zanuto versus Albanese, charging to the first corner now! And it's a perfect start for Travis Zanuto. He gets ahead of Albanese, no problem, and Luye is going to try and get alongside as well, up into second place, passing both of them. That is the fast-starting Alessio Pellini. What a launch from the Birolart driver into second place. Great run from Pellini, and he is now tucked in behind Travis Zanuto as the field squirms its way through turn 4, up and over the crest, and it's a perfect start from Pellini as he now has Albanese and Luye tucked up behind him, and a reasonably good start from Thomas Imborg as well. He's going to hold on in front of Joey van Splinteren, ducking and weaving as they come into the hairpin at turn 6. A good little tussle and a great squabble from the drivers in the mid-pack. They're all trying to make up places. Rodrigo Ferreira having to get very high on the curb to avoid contact with at least 2 or 3 of his opposition there, and a lot of big moves on the opening tour, but certainly for Travis Zanuto, perfect start. But Alessio Pellini is reeling him in already. What an opening lap from the Birolart star, up in a second place. Game on.
Outstanding start from Pellini. I said that he was going to throw a spanner in the works, but I wasn't expecting such a drive so far from Alessio Pellini. Currently still in second position, Travis Zanuto holding on to the lead, I say, and I will emphasize, for now, as Pellini is chasing down the back of that Parolin. The Birolart just looking so strong this weekend in the form of Pellini, and also his teammates currently in third position right now. Albanese just about holding on, but actually losing time to the 2 leaders.
So a big battle going on for the 4th position at the moment. Luye, Imborg and Van Splinteren, a great little tussle. This is a little further back as Lawrence Van Hopen trying to get on terms with Lewinsky and Chris Harnan. So Chris Harnan in the mix there behind David Lewinsky. And watch out behind them as well, because you've got Jean Normblot running in the 118 on the CPB Sport Sodi card, and then you've got the 116 of Daniel Vazil, the Romanian, who is still trying to work his way through the pack as well. But what a start from Pellini. Oh, a big lunge there on the curbs from Thomas Imborg as he was trying to get close to Jean Luye, and that has unsettled the CPB Sport Sodi a little. Come up and over the crest. You actually get airtime as you come over that crest as well, which is very difficult and very unusual for the kart racers at that point. But you've got so much speed and so much acceleration that you just can't help keeping wheels off the deck. So the karts do go over that bump with a little bit of airtime. It's a photographer's dream as they come through that point. And there have been some amazing images from through the years here at Kristianstad. And that's obviously a favourite moment for the snappers to get a decent shot of their drivers. Oh, and that's a big problem. That's a damaged side pod and a race ending, I'm afraid, for the 169 Lucas Reybok. So yeah, once the side pod comes off the kart, you know that your race is over. That's it, because even if you get going again, you're going to get a technical flag. As Pellini now under massive pressure from Danilo Albanese. Albanese thinking about the move. He's not going to go into turn 4. They come up and over the crest, up towards 5. This is where he'll make his lunge, is it? No, he's going to think better of it. Thomas Imborg getting close to Jean Luye as well. The Frenchman catching the Swiss. And Danilo Albanese just working his way towards the back of Pellini. But Alessio Pellini's not going to give him a cheap overtake. He's going to protect the inside line, keeps the kart right in the middle of the circuit. You can't go left, you can't go right. Albanese frustrated down in 3rd.
Yeah, Pellini, he had an outstanding start, a very fast start in comparison to anybody around him. But he's just dropped off the back of Travis Zanuto right now, actually goes defensive into the final corner, clearly feels threatened from Albanese, behind Albanese, just waiting for the opportunity to go up the inside and make that position for second. As it will now, if he is able to make that move stick, it will be the 2 heat winners, P1 and P2. But Albanese not able to do anything right now. But remember, there is still a long time left in this race.
And of course, that will be the fairy tale scenario for Lorenzo Travisanuto, because he'll be a double winner. Albanese looking at it, but Pellini again chops across. Big lunge from Imborg, and that's not impressive as far as Jean Luye is concerned. Luye gets him straight back again, much to the frustration of Thomas Imborg. He wanted the move. He was willing to commit to the inside line, but he drifted wide, and Jean Luye gets him straight back again. And that's going to give Joey van Splinteren plenty of momentum. Can you remember when he was battling away in various other IAME categories in Europe, battling away for position up at the front end of the field? And now here he is on the world stage in KZ2. A lot of people, well, he said to me, I don't think I'm good enough for this anymore. I think I've got beyond the point of being able to keep up with these young whippersnappers. Hogwash! He's right up in there in the top 6, and he is doing such a sensational job, is Joey van Splinteren. Right up there in P6. He's got his A game back.
Yeah, it's great to see the development of drivers, and up the inside, that's Albanese make a move for second position. Pellini now drops down into 3rd, and Luye will gain a little bit of time on that one. And if Pellini is not able to do anything about getting himself back into second position, Albanese is just going to run away with it, and he's going to fall back into the hands of Luye.
So unfortunate for Norton Andreasen. He's not had a great race. He's down at the back of the field at the moment. So not sure what incidents have befallen him, but he's definitely not where he wants to be. As Travis Anuto goes into lap 7 ahead of Pellini. Albanese in second place, as we know now, having taken that place away from the Birolard. Then in fourth it is Luye from Imborg, Van Splinteren, Lewinsky, Harnen, Vasil, Van Hopen, Van Leuven, Nomblo, Sjogren and Brandon Nielsen ahead of Jamie Day. And then it is Alex Schmitz and Giannoni from Westerholm, Ferreira, Fusco, Knop, Janicki, Torrigiani, Leone, Rem, Farshu, Vanden Hengel, Kret and Andreasen. Lucas Rybak, the only retirement from the race. We saw his kart off the road a little earlier on with the broken side pod, and I'm afraid he is sat at the side of the road on the marshal post just watching it all unfold around him. But what about Thomas Imborg? Has he got another opportunity on the back of Jean Luye? Certainly starting to get closer to him. The problem is here with the gearbox karts, it's so difficult to gain that little bit of momentum on the driver in front. The gap between perfection and mistakes here is so slim, and you've got to get it absolutely spot on. Every up change, every down change, every apex has got to be perfect. Every nailing of the throttle, every catch of wheel spin, getting the clutch tiled in right for each gear change. There's so much going on in the gearbox karts. This is the most physical discipline of the sport you can ever possibly wish to find. And these drivers are literally stretching their own limits as race drivers out there as they quest for victory. Look at how quickly Jean Luye is catching Pellini as well. Third place could be on here for the Swiss.
I think the reason that we see so many mistakes throughout the field is because drivers are on their toes all the time. They're having to push themselves and also the karts to the limit non-stop. There is no breaks in these races. You get on the track and for 13 laps, you're pushing yourself as hard as you can. And if you don't, well, then somebody else is going to make their way through and take your position very nicely. But Albanese has managed to pull away from Pellini. Luye has arrived on the back, and watch out for Imborg in fifth.
So perhaps Pellini pushing his tyres just a little bit intensively in those first 2 or 3 laps, and that's where the likes of Albanese, Luye and Imborg have been able to catch up and make a little bit more ground. Luye making his first attempt there at Pellini, had to bail out of the move. But this man, Lorenzo Travasanuto, new fastest lap, 50.66, and he is trying to invoke the battle where he won his World Championship title in OK back in 2018. He has a chance to get it done again here, and what a fabulous performance this is for him as he runs at the front of the field. All going well so far for the young Paralympic star. There's a lot of reading in his spare time. He's a real intellect, and he only reads in English these days as well. He really wants to improve upon himself. He's one of the smartest and most down-to-earth racing drivers you're ever going to meet. Really loves to push himself beyond his own limits, and is a fascinating character in this sport. 134, Thomas Imborg still hustling Jean Luye. Luye's not been able to get as close to Alessio Pellini as he would have liked, and now he is suffering from a little bit of Imborg syndrome here. Imborg is pushing him very hard indeed as he tries to close up and intensify that run for fourth position. Some good racing further back though, not a lot of fisticuffs out on the course, just Lucas Rybak really having his incident earlier on, but as Travis Anuto comes through at the end of the lap, he's 1.3 clear with 3 laps to go. Looks good for the Paralympic.
It is looking very good right now for Travis Anuto up at the front of the field. 1.3 seconds is the gap now that he's got to Albanese in second. Albanese sitting quite comfortably in second as well, as he's 8 tenths back to Pellini. Then you've got Luye and also Imborg, who are trying to get in on this battle, but no drivers are really within overtaking range of each other. They are within 1 second, half a tenth or something like that between each other, but it's just not close enough to be within a chance of making an overtake. You can see Luye there just looking a little to the inside, but not close enough to make that move on Pellini yet. He may be within 3 tenths of the driver ahead of him, but to make an overtake, you really want to be maybe a tenth and a half behind the other car.
It's a solid point. You can't just throw it up the inside and hope it's going to stick. You need to know that the kart is going to be fast enough on exit to start making a getaway plan. And unfortunately, Pellini is just stretching out enough over Jean Luye to really avert the threat at the moment. Thomas Imborg and Joey Van Spunteren have actually been very patient over the course of this race. They know they haven't quite got the opportunity to slice up the inside, so they haven't quite been able to make that move. But it's been very, very tricky, very technical at the moment as the contenders continue to battle away for position. Danilo Albanese, solid in second place, but unfortunately, by the time he got there, Travis Zanuto was already long gone. So 1.3 seconds, very tricky to get that kind of gap down. But Travis Zanuto and Danilo Albanese very equally matched in terms of sector pace. There's only about 0.04 of a second between them in the first sector, 0.02 of a second between them in the second sector. So that just shows you really have no quarter given in this battle. Travis Zanuto, though, into the last lap, looking good.
Yep, 1.38 seconds is the gap to Albanese in second position. This will just be a Sunday drive on the final lap, even though it's only Saturday. So we still got another day to wait for that one. But Travis Zanuto sitting very comfortably out in the lead right now with a massive gap to the driver in second position. We said earlier on in the day that Parolin had got this right, and Travis Zanuto just proving this point.
Do you remember the conversations in the paddock when people were saying, well, Lorenzo Travis Zanuto may be doing KZ2, but it's a difficult form of sport by comparison. He's really going to have his work cut out for him. I bet they're looking pretty silly now, because Travis Zanuto has worked hard. He's developed the kart and his own ability beautifully, and now he is looking like an incumbent international KZ2 Super Cup champion. 2 wins out of 2 so far this weekend. Looking good, the young man from Italy. And the Parolin star definitely in command of things thus far. There's still a long way to go. Oh, and that's a stop on the final lap. So that is David Rem. David Rem, unfortunately, for the, I wonder if that's for the USCR team, but certainly the Swedish driver on his Birolart having an end to the race, and he can't get started again. What a shame. So unfortunately, it's game over for him. He will not complete the full race distance. But certainly this man has, Lorenzo Travis Zanuto. What a perfect start. 2 from 2.
Yep, and it'll be 2 races where he's looked over his shoulder at the end of the race and seen that nobody is even close to try and challenge him. Travis Zanuto, he just makes it look so easy out on the circuit. But if you're a driver, if you've ever been around in a similar kart like this, you know it's so difficult to have the kart on the limit all the time and keep it under control to not make a mistake. But Travis Zanuto just executing it all perfectly.
A very interesting end to the race there for Pellini, who felt the need to come into the pit lane ahead of Travis Zanuto. Actually overtook him on the way to the pit lane entry. It must be psychological or something. Lorenzo Travis Zanuto taking the win from Danilo Albanese and Alessio Pellini. Jean Louillet in front of Thomas Imborg, Joey van Splinteren, David Lewinsky, Chris Hounen, Daniel Vazil and Lawrence Van Hopen. Then it's Martin van Leuven in front of Jean Nomblo, Tobias Sjogren, Brandon Nilsson, Jamie Day and Alexander Schmitz from Jesper Westerholm and Rodrigo Ferreira in 18th. Then it's Lorenzo Giannoni in front of Joseph Knopp, Giuseppe Fusco in front of Adrian Janicki and Francesco Leone, Matthias Torrigiani in front of Michael Farshu, and then it is Carol Kret in front of Laura van den Hengel and Norton Andreasen, who had a terrible race by his standards. David Rem out on the last lap, Lucas Rehbock out several laps before that. But it's definitely been a very interesting one for Travis Zanuto in the war between him and Danilo Albanese. He is the man that comes through for the race victory. And that means that in KZ2 qualifying heat D versus E, the next race on track, we are guaranteed to have a new race winner this weekend. Because obviously Danilo Albanese was the man who won the previous second incantation of the heats. So very exciting battles. Really good racing. And some exceptional performances from Lorenzo Travis Zanuto. But there's a long way still to go in this tussle. Right, we will continue to talk to the drivers from KZ2 to meet the stars behind these helmets and behind these steering wheels. One of them is the Argentine star Giorgio Carrara, who has actually made the transition back to karting in the gearbox category, having been in Formula cars for a short period. And we asked him about his return and how quickly he's getting back up to speed.
I have to say, a really good feeling. First time in this track. I have to say it is quite good, cool one. A lot of slow corners, but it's also, you know, a really technique track. So yeah, first time was on Wednesday, and I felt good already. Then we improved a little bit, and yeah, we started to be on the top yesterday, and today morning was good. So we want to keep that, be on the top on the qualifying as possible, and then on the race, just keep the pace and to be on the final in a good position. I came back to karting this year. I was doing Formula for 4 years, so it's also and you know, I need to catch up again everything. So this was also quite a difficult thing for me. And with the material for Lenzo car, I mean, in the beginning of the year we start quite okay. We needed things to improve, but at the moment the kart is doing really good. we were improving quite a lot along the year, and I think for this track and all the things, we have a good material. Also, we were good in Adria. So let's see. I feel good for Sunday, and let's hope the best. KZ2 at the moment has a really good level, I have to say. A lot of fast drivers, and also when you see the amount of drivers that they are racing, so there you open your eyes, because it's around 100 karts, and already to get on the final is a difficult thing. So be on the top is also a really difficult thing. So I think as a preparation, the KZ2 is really good for a KZ1. So yeah, I think, you know, with 1 or 2 years of KZ2, you are already with a good level for KZ1, where are all the best drivers, no? All the world champions, and you know already. So I think it's more or less like this. I feel already that to be there, I need to keep working a little bit more, but I think we will do it soon. I think also it's about to stay really calm, because when the pressure comes, like before qualifying, it's also easy to lose the head. As we know that we were doing good in testing, I think the best is to stay quiet, calm, and driving like this. The result will come. What I want to do is obviously go to KZ1. The team also want to have a good driver in KZ1. So yeah, we are working for that. But when we do the step, we want to do it when we are ready and we can be there on the top, because being set in KZ1 for just be there and not with a good level is not what we want.
So great to hear from Giorgio Carrara, who was very fast indeed during the practice sessions. He's looking very strong and sensible over the course of the weekend. So now it's all going to be about who gets the whole draw in KZ2. After 2 victories for Lorenzo Travasanuto and a win and a second for Danilo Albanese, we come into qualifying heat D versus E with the prospect of a guaranteed different winner, as it's going to be Giacomo Pellini, European champion, who'll line up in pole position. Sam Luye will be second on the grid. Fabrizio Rosati on the Kart Republic will be in third. And Kaios Sixnelis will be fourth, the Lithuanian, on the Energy Course chassis. Victor Oberg on the Paralin will be in fifth position. And then it will be Artur Carbonell, sixth on the starting grid. 6 different chassis in the top 6 positions on the grid. I love KZ2.
Well, I mean, that kind of just shows that it doesn't really matter what chassis you're using, because it's all down to driver skill a little bit, and then that just shows how equal the equipment is. If there's 6 different drivers on 6 different chassis, well, then it really doesn't matter.
I love the competitive edge in this discipline. It's just wonderful to witness. Giacomo Pellini and Sam Luye on the front row. Fabrizio Rosati and Kaios Sixnelis from Victor Oberg and Artur Carbonell. James Wharton and Nikita Otomanov. And then it is Marcus Kayak and Hubert Petit, Valentino Fritsch and Axel Bengtsson, Marco Torman and Mads Thompson from Gerard Ciprian and Kasper Kalasma. Dana Pongpang Satumnu and Johan Sanchez from Giorgio Carrara and Marcus Funda, Kasper Janssen and Kasper Nodolski. Then it's Alexandru Iancu, Roman Sharapov, Mihai Munchean and Sim Liedmar from Frederik Kickenborg, Justin van der Schaft, Johannes Gabrielsen and Karim Jayem. 30 drivers, and there's definitely going to be a guaranteed new winner from this heat. Tough to predict who it's going to be. Pellini's been quick over 1 lap, but in the first heat, he wasn't quite able to keep up with Lorenzo Travasanuto. Sam Luye, Fabrizio Rosati and Kaios Sixnelis all have a chance, and Victor Oberg knows this circuit so well.
Yeah, there's so many drivers that could take the win in this hit, but it's going to be a little bit refreshing to have a new winner. I'm going to miss having Travasanuto on the top spot at this point, but Pellini, I think he's going to be the one which everyone's looking at going into this race. We saw that he had the pace to keep up with Travasanuto for a couple of laps, then Travasanuto walked away with that win, but Pellini still finished in second position. Can he turn that into a win now?
So Giacomo Pellini pulls up. He actually misses his grid slot, but it's interesting because they can choose which side of the starting grid they want to start from, the driver on pole position. So Giacomo Pellini goes to the inside line. We've seen a couple of drivers go for the outside line on the past. So Pellini and Sam Luye on the front row of the grid. Then it is Rosati and Sixnelis, Oberg and Artur Carbonell. James Wharton and Nikita Artumanov from Kayak, Petit, Fritsch, Bengtsson, Torman and Thompson. So let's see who gets the charge up to the first corner. Will be very interesting off the line. Giacomo Pellini, reigning European champion, alongside the highly rated Samuel Luye, who has been very fast all weekend. We wait for the lights to come on when they go out. We're racing. Now we are! Perfect start from the pole for Pellini. Not a good one from KZ2. He's got boxed in behind Sam Luye. Has now got to drive around the outside of Rosati if he wants to get to third position. He's going to try. Tucks in on the inside. Holds off from Carbonell in fourth position. So a good start in the end from KZ2. And there's problems further back as we've got a slow-moving machine in the tail end of the field. I think that might be Justin van der Schaaf going slowly. So we'll double check. No, sorry, it's Johan Sanchez. So Johan Sanchez having a problem on the start, dropping to the back of the field. But it's Pellini out in front of Sam Luye, and then Fabrizio Rosati in front of KZ2 and Artur Carbonell, who managed to get through in front of Victor Oberg off the start. So other than Oberg losing out to Carbonell, the top six is as you were, and James Wharton is now struggling as he has not made the best of starts and has fallen down to 9th place. Oh, and that's two cards together. That's gone very wrong. That's Mihai Munchayen, and he has tangled there with Johannes Gabrielsen. So Gabrielsen and Munchayen coming together on the exit of the hairpin on the entry to the third sector. So both drivers appear to be out of the race there. They are going to try and get going again, but certainly it's going to drop them to dead last, over half a minute back from the rest of the field. Gabrielsen has tried to get started and has managed to. Mihai Munchayen, the Romanian, is trying to do the same thing. So Pellini, Luye and Rosati getting well clear. I don't think Mihai Munchayen has managed to make this work. And the marshals are desperately trying to get Mihai Munchayen to get out of the way in good time, because the racers are coming through now and they want to get right off the racing line, because that machine was very close to the edge. But Mihai Munchayen, the Romanian, very unfortunate there to retire as Sam Luye closes up on Giacomo Pellini.
Yeah, that could have went very wrong if that car was still sitting on the racing line as the drivers came out of a blind corner, not able to see what's on the exit until you actually go around. But Pellini still holding on to the lead, but Luye looking strong in second position right now, just waiting for the overtake to come towards him, not trying to force anything on the leader right now. They go down into the 5th corner, up into the hairpin, and now through the second hairpin and up the inside. Luye, he's going to force the overtake up the inside and gets himself into lead. Can Pellini hold on to it? Yes, he can. Still holds on to second, but Rosati will try to hold on.
That was such a smart move from Sam Luye to throw it up the inside. You've got to make sure that the kart stops traveling on the exit of the apex. Otherwise, you're just going to give the position straight back. He parked the kart on the inside apex, got back on the throttle in good time, and was able to back Pellini into Rosati. That was a clean overtake, a great move for the lead there from Sam Luye. Marco Torman picks up a warning flag. Not sure what that's for, didn't see anything in particular, but certainly Marco Torman having an issue there. As now we watch to see if Rosati can make the bid on Giacomo Pellini, and he can, and KZ2 almost drifts into 3rd place in the same breath. So that was very tough for Giacomo Pellini. So Giacomo Pellini trying to work himself back up, and it's just losing positions. That's the biggest difficulty at the moment. KZ2 and Artur Carbonell are lining up their own overtakes to try and get by, but Giacomo Pellini is stumbling backwards at the moment, down to 3rd.
A technique that I noticed that Luye used when making that overtake. Of course, he stopped it on the apex, but he also jacked the rear wheels, which means that he turns so much that it lifts the rear wheel off the ground, which means that there's less motion. And up the inside, that's the Sodi car going for a move. That's a 109. And down the straight, just able to hold on to it there was Carbonell, but that nearly ended very wrong and lost him even more positions.
It did, and that back to KZ2 into the path of the 2-3 drivers that are now scrabbling away. James Wharton getting boxed in behind his competitors, Hubert Petit and Marcus Kayak in the mix there with Nikita Artemanov. So that is going to get a little bit spicy. Watch out for Valentino Fritsch as well, the KSW Birolard driver. He's trying to get himself in the mix there as well. Once this all settles and balances out, we'll have some semblance of idea what the battle is going to look like. A big lunge on the inside from Petit as he goes side by side with KZ2. KZ2 holds him at bay. No chance you're going to get through there, Sunshine. So the Lithuanian holds on for the moment. But he had a chance to get into 4th place there past Carbonell and Oberg. He got held up by the momentum of the move from Carbonell, and that has really thwarted his chances. KZ2 is not going to give Hubert Petit any chance he doesn't have to, as now Rosati pulling away, or trying to at least, from Pellini, but Pellini is trying to work with Rosati to close back up. Carbonell 4th, Oberg 5th, and then KZ2 and Petit battling away for 6th place. Can Hubert Petit dive on the inside? No, KZ2 is not going to give him a chance, and had to bail out there. Marcus Kayak as he gets very close in there with Nikita Artemanov. Now a big lunge further back. That's Carbonell. I think, no, sorry, that is Hubert Petit, and he does make the move on KZ2, and there's a big tussle for 3rd, 2nd position as well. Alexandru Iancu has a mechanical problem, not sure what is wrong there, but he gets the technical flag, so maybe he's got a loose Maybe he's got a loose chain guard or something has come off the car. Maybe a side pod has come loose, whatever it might be. Or it could even be the rear bumper. We're not entirely sure. I can't see it yet for Alexandru Iancu. But I'm sure it's going to be picked up at the right moment when Iancu comes through. Oh, I know exactly what it is. I can see it now. Alexandru Iancu, who was dropped to the very back of the field, and he's got a loose bumper that's dragging behind the car. So that is the reason he's been given the technical flag. So he's out of the race, essentially, as far as he's concerned. But Sam Louillet still running well in front of Fabrizio Rosati and Giacomo Pellini. And Alexandru Iancu comes into the pits. He realises that the bumper is loose. I think they're going to fix it, actually. It's up the inside. That is for the second position as Pellini tries to get back through on Rosati. Rosati resists him. So these two having a great squabble.
Pellini, on that previous lap, you saw that, Jake, you mentioned that squabble for second position. It was actually that return of the overtake as Pellini was in second position just for a moment in time. Rosati managed to get himself back into second position, now holding on to it, but Pellini, trying to hold on to the back of this car as there's a little bit of a gap forming between the two of them. Breathing room has went the way of Rosati.
A very fed up Alexandru Iancu parks the car in pit lane and retires as he tries to move his way back forward. Now, what's happened to Carrara? Carrara on the Lenzo kart is touring in. So Carrara's got a problem. He is now going to pull off the race circuit. He is cruising around to the final turn. So big problems there for Giorgio Carrara, the Argentine, who was so fast in free practice, and he just didn't get qualifying right. And ever since then, his weekend has just spiraled out of his control. He's now bringing the Lenzo kart into the pits to retire. So unfortunate there for Giorgio Carrara. He joins the retirement list along with the Romanian Mihai Munchean and Alexandru Iancu as well. But there goes Sam Louillet on the main straight from Rosati, Pellini, Oberg and Carbonell, then Petit, Sixnelis, Wharton, Kayak and Artemanov. And then we've got Kalasma, I think that is in 11th place in front of Bengtsson, Thomson, Tormund, Sebrian, Janssen, Fritsch, Funda and Nadolski, with Sharapov in 20th ahead of Tanapompong Satumnu and Karim Jairim, who is having a much better race this time compared to where he was in the previous encounter. So Rosati is now getting away from Giacomo Pellini. Pellini does not want to fall into the clutches of the man who's just set the fastest lap. Victor Oberg on the Paralin, run by the PDV racing team. They could snatch this away.
Oberg trying to close the gap, but you can see it's just a little bit too much for the time being to be able to be within a fighting chance of that position. But if he bangs in more fastest laps like that, then he may be able to be within a chance when it comes into closing stages of the race. Right now, 4 laps remaining for these drivers, so not long left for Oberg to get into third position if he wants it.
So Sam Louillet, 1.3 clear. Rosati and Pellini half a second apart, but watch for Kai Sixnelis making his bid now on Hubert Petit as they come off the turn, up and over the crest. And the Energy Course driver still hunting for his way to get into position and take 6th place away. Here is the lunge on the inside, but he just concedes on the exit. So easy to do. You get the overtaking move, but Petit, that is the 141 of Artemanov, I think, has read that situation very well indeed. So that's 136 Kalasma, in fact. That's not Kai Sixnelis. I got confused because the battle for 6th place is a Sodi Kart versus an Energy Course, and so is the battle for 10th. That's Artemanov and Kalasma rather than Petit and Sixnelis. But there is Giacomo Pellini, the European champion for 2021. But he can't quite get close to Rosati, and he is struggling not to fall into the clutches of Victor Oberg. Oberg is right there and is not far away from catching and passing.
You may be the European champion, but that doesn't mean anything going into the world stage of the World Championships or the Super Cup in the likes of the KZ2 class. So Pellini struggling right now, but Victor Oberg, the home hero with the fastest lap after fastest lap, the Swedish driver gaining to try and get into third position. But with only 2 laps remaining after this next one, we will be moving on to the penultimate lap of the race next. So as our leaders make their way down the home straight and cross the line once again to start the penultimate lap, Louillet looking very strong out in front. It doesn't look like he's going to lose any time or any positions in these final stages of the race. Louillet looking to take home the win.
But Victor Oberg is so good at looking after his tyres in the early phase of the race. He doesn't really get into any major battles with anybody. He just preserves the tyres, gets them up to a decent temperature, then he's able to charge in. Pellini's having a look at Rosati from a long way back and has to bail out. Victor Oberg may get a chance to steal third place here. as Rosati still struggling to get clear of Giacomo Pellini. So the battle continues with these three drivers, but Oberg has an amazing run coming up his way. Does he get a chance in the final turn to close up? Well, Pellini is trying to get one over on Rosati. Gets a decent exit, but Sam Luyer goes into the last lap. It's all going well for him as he runs with 1 lap to go here at the Azam Ring. But Victor Oberg, watch for him. He's going to try and make this bid on the inside of Giacomo Pellini. He's too far back into turn 4. Back on the power, up over the crest, get a little airborne. Once again, into the braking zone. Giacomo Pellini protects the inside line. Victor Oberg will get a faster run off the turn, up towards the inside apex. Again, Pellini protects on the inside line. Victor Oberg just can't find the space to get the overtaking move done. This could be a final corner maneuver, you know, from Victor Oberg. Pellini is backing him into a corner. He can't quite get close enough to Rosati, so Oberg is going to have to try something pretty special in the final bend. He gets tight in the apex as Sam Luyer is going to come through for the heat victory. Let's see if we can keep one eye on the battle for third position further back. He can't get close enough. Checkered flag. Sam Luyer is going to get this from Rosati, Pellini and Oberg. A good try from Victor Oberg. He just ran out of laps, but certainly for Sam Luyer, he has made the European Championship winner, and the other drivers behind him look second rate. Great run from Luyer.
Brilliant run from Luyer, but Oberg run that one down to the wire, just not able to make that position up into third position. Given that one more lap, then Oberg would have been in with a massive chance of getting into third position, but it turns out these races are 13 laps and not 14, so Oberg will have to settle for fourth position. Pellini will be wiping the sweat off his forehead right now and will be happy he's out of that situation.
So the challenge has definitely been an exciting one from the opposition, but Sam Luyer for the Tony Kart Factory team has given them something to smile about in this race. And the KZ2 Swiss racer has definitely put himself into a good position. He can be quite pleased with himself after a solid effort there. Sam Luyer in front of Fabrizio Rosati and Giacomo Pellini. It's the Swiss flag on the top of the standings after KZ2 qualifying heat D versus E. Sam Luyer with the victory in front of Fabrizio Rosati and Giacomo Pellini. Victor Oberg and Arthur Carbonell in the top 5. Then Hubert Petit, James Wharton, Marcus Kayak, Kaya Sixnellis and Axel Bengtsson complete the top 10 positions. Nikita Artemanov and Mads Thomsen from Marco Teumann and Kasper Kalasma, Gerard Cibrian and Kasper Janssen from Valentino Fritsch and Marcus Funda. Then Roman Sharapov ahead of Kasper Nadolski and Karim Jaem. Siim Liedmar is 22nd in front of Frederik Kickenborg and Johan Sanchez. Then Thana Pongpang Sutumnu in front of Justin van der Schaft. And then we have the retirements. Johannes Gabrielsen, Giorgio Carrara, Alexandru Iancu and Mihai Munchean, who obviously all ended up getting caught out in incidents. We're watching Alexandru Iancu, I think that is, being recovered. Sorry, that's Mihai Munchean being recovered from his position out on the far side of the course, retiring as he did on the very first lap of the race after his little tussle with Johannes Gabrielsen, who did get going again, but was unable to complete the field. So there are drivers from all over the world competing here this weekend in the KZ2 International Super Cup. One man who is returning to the FIA karting frame after a long leave of absence is the British driver Greg Caton for the Leclerc by Lennox racing team. We decided to catch up with him about why he has returned and the challenges of racing at this level.
Preparation is probably the most important thing when you come and do a race like this. I would like to tell you that I'm completely prepared, but the reality of the situation is it's very difficult for somebody my own age, running my own business and with a family, to be able to do it, because this is a really tough competition. It's a passion, a love of mine, and the opportunity arose where there was a small window to come out here and compete at this level and just pitch yourself against the guys in the best, in what I feel is probably the best motorsport category in the world. My preparation has been somewhat limited, but that's not an excuse not to come and do it in my book. So that's why we're here, and we intend just to see how well we can go and how far we can push ourselves, which is the fun for me. Training and testing for this kind of level is extremely hard, and I certainly haven't had enough time, and I certainly haven't done enough training, but having competed at this level 25 years ago, I am aware of where it needs to be. So I've pushed myself as hard as I can in the time frame I've had. And so far,
I seem to be okay. We're just missing a bit of speed, but maybe that's age, maybe that's talent, but we're doing all we can. So I advise anybody wishing to do this, just prepare as much as you can, and the fitter and stronger you are, the better you'll go. It is a fantastic facility. It's extremely fast. There's some tight, technical, challenging corners as well. And I think there will be some very exciting racing come Sunday, so I hope to be a part of it. I always prefer, if I'm going to commit to doing something, to push myself to the highest level possible. And when you come and race this with the amount of drivers that are here, you know you are getting the best from each of the countries that run this KZ series. And that just makes it harder. And then you've got all the local guys as well here, which are extremely fast. So it makes no difference to me. They all just have a crash helmet and I want to beat them. Like I say, I've been fortunate enough, and I work in motorsport in car racing. I still feel that my true heart and passion is in the kart racing. And I feel that you generally get the very best drivers that are here that rise to the top. Now, finance becomes a lot of moving on into other categories. So this, you really do see the cream, and this race is the one they all want to win. So you get everybody giving it everything, and that just brings the best out in people. You know, if you like being competitive, then it's the place to come and push yourself.
Great to see Greg Caton back on the international stage once again as he prepares for KZ2 qualifying heat A versus F. This is going to give Senna van Waalstein a chance for a reprieve after his problems in the earlier heat, along with his teammate Arthur Carbonell. That was a very difficult way to start the weekend as far as he's concerned, and that will be a big, big mission for him to now try and fight his way back to the front of the field. The problem is, when you know you can win races and you come away from a heat with a 28-point score with this reverse golf scorecard system, you know that that's just going to be so difficult to come back from.
Yeah, it's a major issue there for Van Waalstein, but I don't think the relationship between Carbonell and Van Waalstein will be at its healthiest right now. I think there'll be a little bit of tension between the two of them, and we may even see that unfold on track. We might see another battle between the two of them, and hopefully it's clean this time.
Well, it all depends, of course, on whether or not they're going to meet again before the final, which, of course, they won't because they're now been in aggregate heats. But whether they will meet each other in the final. Now, that is obviously going to be something to consider, but Senna van Waalstein will now go up against Giuseppe Palomba on the front row of the starting grid, another of the factory Birolart drivers, so this will be interesting. But David Trevelov, a race winner, is starting from third position, and he's the man that beat Senna van Waalstein and the rest of the field in their earlier heat. So can he make it 2 from 2? Van Waalstein in pole from Giuseppe Palomba, then David Trevelov and Paavo Tonteri, Rasmus Janssen and Jesper Sjoberg, Jennis Civico and Angelo Lombardo from Robert Kindervater and Jorge Pescador, Ben Tornqvist and Juho Valtonen from Alexander Dahlberg and Leonardo Marcellia, Matti Kakowski and Isaac Jakobsen from Charlie Anderson and Albin Carlson. Then it is Thomas Guedes in front of Per Gunnarsson, Ken Oscar Algra and Paul Ribera. And then it is Lasse Karlsjø from Rowan Grinwiz and Jacob Wojcik, Arto Ojoranta and Kenneth Hildebrand. And then we'll have Jan Pokos, Damian Valla, Benjamin Lindsen, and at the back of the field, Greg Caton, who we just heard from in the build-up to this heat. But certainly it will be very interesting from Senna van Waalstein. He cannot afford a single mistake for the rest of this weekend. And even then, he's not looking at starting the final from the front row of the starting grid. He'll have to make some overtaking moves come the final. That's if he even gets there. I hope Senna has been able to keep a lid on his emotions, because it's very, very tricky once you've had a misdemeanor like that, especially when it comes from within your own team. That just makes it doubly more difficult to cope with. So hopefully from Senna van Waalstein's point of view, he knows what he needs to do to get this race won so he can make it happen and alleviate some of the damage done.
Yeah, it was a big problem for Van Waalstein earlier on in the day, and I'm sure it will still be a problem for him now going forwards, as that very, very low scoring result will have its effect moving on in the day. He chooses the right side of the grid. I think that's going to be the most popular side over the course of this weekend, as the majority of drivers starting on pole position choose to be on the inside going into the first corner, as if you are side by side then you have the advantage going forwards. But Van Waalstein, it'll be fully focused and head down.
Great helmet design for Senna van Waalstein for the second half of this season as well. Ayrton Senna's iconic based helmet design on one side, his own colours on the other, split by the Dutch flag. This is a very momentous weekend for Senna van Waalstein. Here is 106, Giuseppe Palomba. He wants a chance to go for the victory as well. And the Italian is going to have a great shot of it from the get-go. Who's going to get to the first corner first? Let's find out. It's a great start for Palomba. He gets a terrific launch forward, and Palomba gets into the lead in front of Van Waalstein. The battle for third position. Trevelov has to back out of the throttle, and off the circuit goes one of the energy course cards. That is Alexander Dahlberg on the AD Motorsport machine. That's very unfortunate as Van Waalstein tries again to get one over on Giuseppe Palomba. Palomba defends valiantly. So important to hold that inside line. Paavo Tonteri getting the fast start to overtake David Trevelov. So Tonteri is the one who makes it. Van Waalstein on the inside of Palomba and gets the lead. Palomba already starting to pressure the Dutchman, and round the outside, Paavo Tonteri trying to tuck in for the inside line to get over on Palomba. Hasn't been able to do that. So Senna van Waalstein leads, Palomba second, then it's Tonteri and Trevelov within fifth position. That looks to me like Rasmus Janssen. But what a start initially from Palomba. Van Waalstein, though, fighting back.
Van Waalstein didn't get the best start off the line, but gets himself back into the lead. That doesn't matter anymore as he already starts to pull away a little bit from Palomba in second position right now. Watch out for Tonteri in third as he'll be trying to pressure.
Oh, Lombardo got into the walls there with Janssen and Sjöberg. I think Sjöberg is the one who's gone up over the top. And look, it's 4 wide on the exit of turn 4 as everybody tries to pick up the pieces from that little momentum. Palomba losing out to Tonteri initially, but Tonteri then loses out to Trevelov. Goodness me, look at the squabble as they head up to turn 6, into the breakings over the hairpin, and everybody trying to pick up some pieces here as they wrestle for position. It is Pescador that's come through into 5th position now. Lombardo, Janssen, Sjöberg, Savico, Kindervarter, Tornfist and Kukowski all in the mix, and they've already shuffled the deck again since the last sector. So now Pescador from Lombardo, Janssen, Sjöberg, Tornfist and Charlie Anderson. It is an absolute rout from 5th position downwards as Trevelov tries to get away from Tonteri, and the rest of the field tries to get close to Van Waalstein and Palomba.
Van Waalstein and Palomba are hard to touch right now, but the only driver that's able to get close to Van Waalstein right now is Palomba as he closes that gap just a little bit. It was not so long ago that Van Waalstein made the overtake on Palomba to secure that first position, as Palomba all over the back of Van Waalstein right now. We saw Van Waalstein go defensive into that hairpin there. Clearly feels pressured from behind. Watch out for Tonteri. If anything happens between these two at the front, then Tonteri will be able to get involved in this battle. And then in 4th position, not Tonteri in 3rd position. It's currently Trevelov in 3rd position. Then Tonteri will try to catch onto the back of them.
So the man who is the vice champion of Europe in KZ2, Senna van Waalstein, trying to shake off Palomba and Trevelov, both drivers that can catch and pass him before the end of this race is done. We're only on lap 4, so this is definitely going to be a long race for Van Waalstein to hold on in front of Palomba and Trevelov. Tonteri in P4 from Pescador, Lombardo, and then it is Rasmus Janssen ahead of Kindervarter, Sjöberg, Tornfist and Charlie Anderson from Kukowski, Jacobsen and Jenny Savico, who was looking at a top 5 finish earlier in the race before things kind of fell apart at the seams for the DPK driver. Watch for Trevelov, big launch on the inside, squeezes Palomba. What a move from the German. Absolutely textbook, threading the eye of the needle into one of the toughest corners to overtake, and he has made that stick. And look at the momentum he's carried with him. He's now trying to charge after Van Waalstein already, but what a launch from Trevelov. He is fired up today.
I am left in awe after that overtake. Trevelov, he's already won 1 heat today, and if he keeps it up like that, then it looks like he might take a second. But Van Waalstein, he'll be fired up to hold on to this lead after that bad result earlier on in the day. He won't want to have anything less than a win. But Trevelov, he'll challenge that to the limits. Watch out for Palomba in 3rd, though. He'll be trying to get his own back on Trevelov after a beautiful overtake to slip through into 2nd position. Van Waalstein now will be under pressure from Trevelov.
Well, the top 3 drivers in this heat, I can see them being the future of KZ racing in years to come. You've got to think about the likes of Van Waalstein, Trevelov and Palomba. These 3, 5 years from now, fast forward, and these guys will be battling for the KZ World Championship the way things are currently looking. So this is a great warm-up for them. Trevelov closing in on Senna van Waalstein. Giuseppe Palomba, 3rd position, not far away. Tonteri in 4th. Pescador in 5th from Lombardo. Janssen, Kindervarter, Sjöberg and Tornfist. And is there going to be a run from David Trevelov. He's certainly thinking about it as he closes in on Senna van Waalstein in the slower corners. Angelo Lombardo sets the fastest lap at 51.222 as he tries to catch up to Pescador in 5th position on the CRG chassis. But now is the time for Trevelov to really start to put Van Waalstein under some pressure, and the Dutchman is going to have all sorts of threat from the German driver as they continue to pressure through. Albin Carlsen has come off the road, by the way. Albin Carlsen up at 4th corner, so he is out of the race. And the KH Racing driver trying to get started again at turn 4, but it's definitely going to compromise his race for the entirety of it. So here is Trevelov, faster than Van Waalstein on the previous lap. Angelo Lombardo gets another new fastest lap as well on the Paralin. So there's still a few games to be played between the two leaders. Trevelov closes back up to Van Waalstein. Van Waalstein over the top of the crest. Trevelov is there in 2nd, having already taken a heat win, and he will know that Van Waalstein was down the order in the previous heat, so he won't want to try anything too silly. 2nd place behind Van Waalstein would still put him on aggregate 2nd place in the rankings behind Travis Anuto, but Trevelov wants a little bit more than that. Here he comes again, trying his best to work this magic. This is not going to be easy for Trevelov to get past Van Waalstein at all.
It's not going to be easy in any way, shape or form, as Trevelov and Van Waalstein are quite similar pace, which is making it so difficult for him to get within an overtaking range of the driver in 1st position, as you have to be at least a tenth or two quicker a lap than the driver ahead if you want to secure an easy overtake. I'm sure Van Waalstein will be very happy to keep it this way. He doesn't mind them staying on similar pace as long as he holds on to lead. Trevelov, though, he has the task of trying to find some pace somewhere where Van Waalstein is not able to find it. Trevelov, it's all about ironing out his laps, trying to get a perfect sector or two, and then for 3rd position. Oh! And that's not went well there for Tonteri. Tries to make a move on Palomba. They bang wheels side by side, but they both just about get away from it.
But because of that shift in momentum, Angelo Lombardo was able to get into 5th place past Jorge Pescador. So Pescador slips to 6th place. Lombardo comes up into 5th position on the Paralin. But you can really sense that Paolo Tonteri is getting bitterly frustrated, sat behind Giacomo Pellini. Giuseppe Palomba even. It's so easy to get those two mixed up when they've got similar abbreviations. But Giuseppe Palomba, 3rd position. Here he is, trying to shake off the number 104, the CRG of Paolo Tonteri. So Palomba and Tonteri, they've already had one nice battle. Tonteri going to try again. Not into this hairpin. This isn't where he's going to make the move. So Paolo Tonteri will try again. Big lunge into the hairpin this time. Well protected by Palomba as Isaac Jacobsen gets the fastest lap of the race. The young man from Denmark, who is currently running in 12th position. A 51.09 for him. So it's quicker than Van Waalstein and Trevelov. Although Van Waalstein has just set the purple 1st sector and his personal best 2nd sector. Jacobsen still going very quickly indeed as he gets another purple sector too. But this is not going to be easy for Palomba to hang on to. Tonteri is really pushing him. Trevelov getting a fast lap as well. The fastest lap of the race for David Trevelov as he comes over the line. So this is very close. In fact, Isaac Jacobsen has actually set exactly the same lap time as David Trevelov to the 1,000th of a second. Trevelov gets the credit because he's the one who set it first, but they have both set the same time to the 1,000th of a second. David Trevelov and Isaac Jacobsen. That doesn't happen every day. Here's the move from Tonteri on the inside of Palomba. Palomba trying to keep his foot in. Did you see that? He was trying to hold it round the outside, and now he has to be very defensive to keep Angelo Lombardo at bay.
Lombardo trying to get in on this battle as well, but just trying to keep his foot on the gas is Palomba. Tonteri, though, will take the position, and now with a little bit of breathing room, will move forwards and try and catch on to the leaders, but with it being nearly a half a second gap, it isn't looking likely. But down the straight there, that's the move. Trevelov gets himself into the lead, and Van Waalstein demoted down into 2nd. What a run out of the final corner.
Van Waalstein did not see that coming. That is a retirement. That's Lasse Karlsjø, unfortunately. So Karlsjø is out of the race. But what a move from David Trevelov into the lead in the 1st corner as he gets past Senna Van Waalstein to take the lead of this qualifying heat. And that just shows you the form that the Maranello chassis in the SRP Racing Team's hands with David Trevelov at the wheel has got here this weekend in race trim. Senna Van Waalstein is having a great run, but Trevelov appears to be stronger.
Trevelov clearly wants to claim this weekend for his own as he feels in his element out in the lead right now. Pulling away from Van Waalstein, was 2 tenths quicker than Van Waalstein on that previous lap. Let's see the difference now. 0.3 quicker. Trevelov is absolutely flying on the circuit right now. Gets a purple Sector 2 and Sector 3. Obviously did get that purple Sector 1 as he had to go tight into the first corner because he was making that overtake on what was the current leader of Van Wijstein. But Trevelov will run away with this one and will happily put his one hand on the trophy.
Well, I tell you what, that really does make things very interesting as we come to the lunch break, because it'll be David Trevelov on 2 wins, Lorenzo Traversanuto on 2 wins, and they will not meet each other until tomorrow's final heat in the morning. So that could be a complete unbeaten run for both drivers this afternoon as well. So it's definitely already starting to look like Traversanuto versus Trevelov. What is it about Lorenzo Traversanuto? He always seems to get into a rivalry with a fast German. This time, it's David Trevelov. It was Hannes Janker in his OK days, and now here he is battling away with, it looks like it's going to be David Trevelov. What a drive from the SRP Maranello driver as he comes up and over the crest, with Senna Van Wijstein just trying to stay with him. Van Wijstein may have had the pace yesterday over 1 lap in qualifying. He did say he was a little surprised he had that much pace in terms of the qualifying run. But David Trevelov, he's never really been outlandish or exuberant. He's just quietly got on with his job and found himself in a decent position. At Wackersdorf, he was denied the chance to have a competitive weekend, and that meant his European Championship fell apart. But what a way to bounce back. David Trevelov is having a monstrous weekend so far. A win in his first heat, and now a win in his second. This is going to be an interesting battle for the victory in the International KZ2 Super Cup between Lorenzo Traversanuto and David Trevelov.
David Trevelov, the underdog coming into this weekend. No one quite expected him to have this pace. Even after qualifying, I don't think anybody would expect him to perform like this. But David Trevelov, I think it's fair to say he hasn't came here to play.
No, indeed. He means business. This is great, great work from David Trevelov, the very likeable, very talented young German, so enthusiastic, so passionate about his karting, loves and breathes the sport inside and out. He is one of those kind of drivers who wakes up in the morning and all he thinks about is getting behind the wheel of a kart again. He's just such a wonderful character, and this is a brilliant reward and a justification of his hard work, his discipline, and his smooth running. Now, someone has just gone through the finish line again there, I think, for the second time of asking, so it's a bit of an unusual situation there. Oh, it's Albin Carlsen, I think. Carlsen, who had his problems earlier on, and he's now been able to come through at the very back of the field, so he went off the road and restarted. So that's Albin Carlsen finishing the race. I do apologise. David Trevelov taking the win then in front of Senna Van Wijstein and Paavo Tonteri, in front of Angelo Lombardo and Giuseppe Palomba. Jorge Pescador in 6th from Rasmus Janssen and Robert Kinderwarter, then Jesper Sjoberg ahead of Charlie Anderson. Isaac Jacobsen in front of Ben Tornqvist, then Leonardo Marcellia and Matti Kukovski. Juho Valtonen and Jenny Civico from Per Gunnarsson and Ken Oscar Algra. 19th place for Otto Ojaranta from Jan Pokos and Thomas Guedes. Rowan Grinwiz and Kenneth Hildebrand. Then Jacob Wojcik and Greg Caton. Paul Ribera and Damian Valler, with Benjamin Lindsen in front of Albin Carlsen. And then the 2 retirements, Lasse Karlsjoj, who had his problem mid-race, and we saw Alexander Dahlberg unfortunately pulling off on the first lap after an incident. So big problems then for Alexander Dahlberg. His race over, as too was Lasse Karlsjoj. Well, that takes us into the lunch break. We're going to have a nice period of reflection as we build up to the afternoon. So as we reflect, we can look back over the European Championship season for the KZ and KZ2 categories as to what happened at Wackersdorf in Germany and Adria in Italy. We will also hear from Magnus Hedman of the Kristianstad Karting Club, and we'll also hear from the reigning world champion, Jeremy Iglesias. Plenty of content for you to feast your eyes on as we get back into the action. We'll be back in the action ready for the next race at 10 minutes past 2. See you then.
The first round of the FIA Gearbox season brings the paddock to Germany on the famous Pro-Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf. It's the perfect setting for the KZ and KZ2 categories to commence their fight for the European title and the return of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, with 48 drivers from around the world. Let's go on a tour of the Pro-Kart Raceland circuit with local hero Lewis Speck. Flat out through the left and right kink and keep the kart as smooth as possible through turn 1 before a hard braking zone for the first hairpin. Keep the kart controlled on the exit and up through the gears through the left-hander before easing into the next hairpin, a central overtaking spot on the circuit. Now come 3 right-handers, which you have to balance the throttle and down change for control on each. You're changing gear at least half a dozen times in 3 seconds here. You need to keep your focus. Steady through the left and onto the straight parallel to the home straight and into the left hairpin. Back on the power, you need to scrub up a little less speed for the right hairpin, which coaxes drivers into pushing a little harder. On the straight and over the crest, blend the throttle delicately into the final turn. After a quick feather of the throttle, you can get back on the power quickly and complete one of the most physical laps in the sport for a gearbox driver in under a minute. For the 12th year, the Academy Trophy brings together young racers from 48 nations across 6 continents, even during COVID-19. Formula One racers George Russell, Esteban Ocon and Charles Leclerc all came from this class. So with equal karts, new faces and a fair playing field, it's the perfect proving ground. At the start, Renault Frankot would hold his advantage into turn 1, as Bart Harrison would lose out to Salim Hanna through the flat-out right-hander. As the pack swept into the hairpin, trouble began. Tyler Jean Robinson would spin her kart out of the race on the spot, whilst the rest of the pack would swarm up to the next tight left-hand hairpin. In the braking zone, who touched who first became irrelevant, but it didn't change the fact that Noah Montero, Tom Breiken, Oscar Wirtz, Lucas Fluscher and Mark Dubnitsky were wiped out in an instant. Several others ran off the road to avoid the incident, but the famous 5 were left to help clear the wreckage. Further round the lap, Bart Harrison and David Walter left Luca Neunschwander with nowhere to go, but it would be Walter who would suffer the damage, and he too would retire just a lap later. The marshals were rapid to react to the crash on the opening lap, and their quick thinking meant that the race could continue. Alexander Bondarev would then get a rude awakening by an opponent, which gave Leon Zelenko the chance to close up. The midfield pack was still getting settled in, but on the next lap, Frankot would have to yield to Salim Hanna, who would make his overtaking move for the lead. Caleb Gafrara tried to make his own way past, but wasn't close enough. Nicolas Roos was the next one to retire and was devastated after a tough fight all weekend, leaving his opposition to disappear into the distance. Aaron Krebschik and Kanaka Guzazi were engaged in a long duel lower down the field, as back at the front, Frankot wasn't losing too much ground to Hanna, with Gafrara ahead of Dion Gauda. But it wouldn't be long before the young man from Singapore was making his way past onto the back straight. But on the exit, the American challenged back and reclaimed the final spot on the podium, before Gauda finished the move down the home straight. Behind them, Jovan David had moved up to 5th, and could have been higher had he not retired from his final heat following his 2 wins on Saturday. Frankot had managed to retake the lead of the race, whilst David was pushing Gafrara, almost literally. It wouldn't take long for Jovan David to spot his moment, as he stormed on the inside in the left-hand hairpin at turn 9. The Sri Lankan was now up to 4th. Behind the top 5, Bart Harrison was trying to fend off Darius Babiawana, but the Romanian was determined and made his move for 6th. Leo Robinson had caught Zelenko by this point, and with support from Riccardo Iannello, he was able to make his move into turn 2. He tried to leave no room for Zelenko, but the Croatian would not be intimidated and returned back on track ahead of the Algerian. Robinson wasn't done, however, and round the outside he kept his speed and held his nerve to claim the position. A bold and mature move. Zelenko was taken by surprise, and so Iannello was able to pounce on him too. Sadly, the battle had taken too long, and now the trio were too far back to make an impression on the drivers ahead. Elsewhere, Maciej Gledizh of Poland was catching Jarkko Lehtinen of Finland, and sweeping into turn 2, he made his move. Their battle was just getting started, and even more dust would be kicked up later. Babiawana finally caught up to Gafrara and made his bid for 5th position. Into turn 4, he slid across the apex and only just managed to shut the door before the American was back in front. There was even more frustration to come for the young man from North Carolina as British driver Bart Harrison made his own overtaking move at turn 10. The duel between Leitinen and Gledij continued as the Finn outsmarted the pole out of turn 9, and despite a little rubbing of wheels along the back straight, it would be the Finn that made the move for position stick. It wouldn't last long, however, as no sooner had the move been completed, the Finn would then have to allow Gledij back through at the flat-out first bend. The shift in momentum then gave Max Schlemer and Leo Robinson the chance to make their own way through, as the Finn had fought so hard to gain a position that he'd actually lost 3. Robinson couldn't quite step up the attack on Schlemer and would have to wait for another chance. Hanna entered the last lap hoping for one more chance to catch the leader, whilst Jaakko Leitinen would have an incident in the closing stages and had to join his colleagues at the marshal's post. Not many people would have predicted a win for Frankot at the start of the weekend, and even on Saturday evening he was looking like a contender but not necessarily the favourite. So his wisdom, maturity and measured pace had been enough to clinch his first major victory in Europe, and a fantastic win at Wackersdorf to boot, to kickstart his FIA Karting Academy Trophy bid in fine style. Salim Hanar would finish second and Dion Gouda third. Jovan David fought back after starting 11th to finish in 4th, whilst Babiawana, Harrison and Gafrara maintained their positions to the finish. Alexander Bondarev drove smoothly to 8th, whilst Leo Robinson and Maciej Gledij completed the top 10. It's a great start for Frankot, but can he maintain this advantage?
The whole weekend we've been really fast in the trainings, and in the quali it was a really good run. Made a little mistake, but P3 overall, it's good. I feel really good after the victory. It was a really good race.
Yeah, my race was quite good. The first lap I was very fast. Then they passed me second. I was trying to follow Frankot. Then the track was dirty, the last corner, and then I was getting slower. My tires was dirty, so
yeah, I feel really great. Very long race, and we worked really hard as a team. So really pleased to come out with the podium. The race was really tough. Both Salim and Frankot pulled a really good competition. So yeah, really happy with the result. We had a mistake in one of the heats which dropped us back for our starting position in the final, which I think is where we lacked, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That's racing, and happy to pull off a podium.
KZ2 is one of the toughest disciplines of racing in the world, never mind karting. Consider this, 95 competitors bidding for just 36 places in the final with 5 races each, 0 to 60 in the same time as the world's best sports cars and a few millimeters off the ground. Senna van Walstein couldn't hold on to the lead as Giacomo Pellini cleared ahead into the first corner. But 2 separate incidents, one into the first corner and then a monumental pile-up into the second, would claim 13 drivers. Van Walstein had sneaked back past Pellini for the lead, and it couldn't have been better timed. Jorge Pescador, Marcus Kayak, Hubert Petit, Artur Carbonell and Giuseppe Palomba were out immediately. But others recovered, such as Jean Nomblo, Danilo Albanese, Daniel Stell, Martin van Leuven, Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Schmitz, Chris Harnan and Andrea Dalle. The circuit was blocked, so it was now a race against time for the marshals to help drivers clear the track. But they all knew that their chances of becoming European champion in KZ2 had been wiped out in less than 10 seconds. After a lot of hard work, the race officials had to concede that the race would need to be neutralised, and so the slow boards came out and no overtaking was permitted. It was one of the biggest crashes ever seen at the start of a KZ2 final in recent history, and a case of desperation and exuberance for some of the drivers. For Giuseppe Palomba and Jorge Pescador, who were having great weekends, it was all too much to bear. On the restart, Van Walstein led from Pellini and Paavo Tonteri, with another Dutchman, Laurens van Hopen, trying to move forward. Former FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner Kaios Sixnelis was in 5th. Van Walstein was keen to ensure he wouldn't lose the lead again, but the CRGs were close. Behind Sixnelis, David Trevelov was working hard to continue his strong start to the year ahead of Leonardo Marcellia for the Factory Kart Republic squad. With Marcellia hustling Trevelov, the German knew he would have to make a move and forced the issue on the inside of Sixnelis swiftly afterwards, but he couldn't quite draw alongside, and that allowed Marcellia through, with Trevelov shutting the door firmly to limit the damage. Jean Louillet decided to make his move anyway, but Trevelov defended well, and even snatched the next corner away from Marcellia without even blinking. With a lot of the big names eliminated in the first lap crash and several others involved down the order, this became a golden opportunity for young pretenders to the crown to come forward. Marco Tormen, leading the charge for Modena ASD, was actually showing up the factory Birolart drivers, showcasing how well the team is doing since winning the International Super Cup with Simone Cunati last year. The teammates at Parolin banded together to make progress. Two-time world champion in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Ferrari Academy young driver James Wharton. As the drivers ahead of them squabbled for position, the boys in red and white were creeping steadily closer. Up the road, Van Hopen had crept quietly into third place ahead of Tonteri, but the Finn wasn't being defeated without a fight. Within a lap, however, the duel was over and the Dutchman was pulling away. Louillet was desperate to get away from Brandon Nilsson, who with a pair of Parolins hot on his heels was looking particularly flustered. He needed to pass and do so quickly, or his chances at the top 5 would be over too. Having caught Nilsson, Travasanuto was ready to challenge, but even his gutsiest of lunges on the inside line wasn't enough to deter Nilsson, who just kept his line and his position. No matter what the Italian tried, the Swede wouldn't budge, and they were losing precious time stuck behind him. So the Australian Wharton decided to move ahead to see if he could challenge the CRG driver. Alessio Piccini and Robert Kinderwarter would go to battle next, as the factory driver would pass the KSW team racer on their Birolarts. Determination and perseverance were enough to put Marcellia ahead of Trevelov after many attempts, but he was quite defensive initially, as he did his best to thwart any retaliation from the young German on home soil. It was at this stage of the race, unseen by the cameras, that Lithuanian star Kaius Sixnelis would retire from a brilliant 5th place with a broken gearbox. It could have been a podium finish for the talented youngster, who will be back to do battle at Adria. Then Wharton set out to accomplish what Travasanuto could not. He dived inside Nilsson from a few kart lengths back and made the move. Then the Australian star masterfully boxed Nilsson into the path of Travasanuto to set up his teammate with a chance to overtake. But despite an audacious attempt into the final bend, he still couldn't pass the Swede. For now. A few corners later, and Travasanuto was adamant. He was clear about his intentions and decided to set up the overtake into turn 4. A strong, clean move that kick-started his assault on the top 10. There was no reply from Nilsson. Romania's Daniel Vazil had shown incredible speed coupled with bad luck. Now in unison with Danilo Albanese, the DR driver was fighting back, making light work of Alessio Piccini. But in the closing stages, his epic drive was undone after a clash with Giuseppe Fusco on the Lenzo car. It was yet more cruel luck for a driver who'd already had his fair share. As the final lap approached, Van Hopen realised he had run out of time to make an impression on second-placed Pellini, who had just not been able to keep up with Van Waalstein. It had very much been the Dutchman's weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 5 wins, and a dominant display in the final. The CPB Sport driver made it look plain sailing, and the next question is if anybody can catch him in the title race. Gracious in defeat, Giacomo Pellini would claim second place, setting up an epic show between two valiant sportsmen at Adria in August. Van Hopen finished behind the leading duo in third, with the top 10 all covered by 10 seconds. Marcellia and Tonteri were hunted down by Trevelov, Luyet held on ahead of Wharton, and Nilsson survived the onslaught from Travazanuto. So now we know who the title contenders are, but can anyone defeat Senna van Walstein in 2021?
Coming into the final, it was obviously we had a good pace and we knew we had a chance for the win, but we also know there were other contenders that were really fast, so it was a bit of a gamble. But in the end, we managed to get it throughout the first lap. The first laps were quite a bit difficult because Pellini was fast as well and Laurens was behind there. After lap 10, we managed to pull a little bit of a gap, and from that moment on, we just tried to manage it. And yeah, in the end, we managed to win the race, so it was quite good.
Yes, it was a really good race. Second position is the best result for us today because Senna was a little bit faster than us, especially after some laps. The pace was good, and we try next race to do better.
I'm super happy for my team, for Sodi Kart. We see an unbelievable driver. He makes the world because he pole position, all the heat, final. For me, this weekend, Senna was really strong. I'm really happy for him, really happy for Sodi Kart because we make a lot of effort to arrive at this sort of results. So all my team also was really fast, especially some driver who not so fast normally, so I'm really happy.
KZ differs from KZ2 in that the kart and driver must weigh 5 kilograms lighter, which makes these drivers the most physically fit and intense competitors in the world. Max Verstappen won in KZ back in 2013, and now he's leading the Formula One World Championship. Put simply, if you win here, you're one of the world's greatest racing drivers. Emilion Denner had dominated the weekend thus far in qualifying and the heats. So when Riccardo Longhi and Jeremy Iglesias made phenomenal starts, it threw the whole weekend up in the air. Alex Irlando was also able to pass Denner's Intrepid, and so the battle began in earnest. Behind them, reigning KZ2 European champion Victor Gustafsson flew off the road at turn 3, learning about the intensity of stepping up to KZ the hard way. Moran Kramers would retire on the opening lap, out of the view of the camera crew. Behind the top 4, Adrien Renaudin was hustling Noah Milel as the two men tried to make an impression early on for the lead. Iglesias was pushing relentlessly to close on Longhi, but the Biralat driver had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time and wasn't prepared to concede anything. Milel was now being caught by his teammate at Tony Kart, Simo Buhaka. The close nature of the field was staggering, proof that in KZ, it really is anybody's race to win. Irlando was getting impatient and felt that Iglesias didn't have as much pace under his right foot as he did. It didn't take long for a move to be created, and Irlando took second position away from his teammate, but in his insistence to defend and prevent Denner from passing too, the urgency of the battle caused Longhi to pull away. Renaudin wasn't far away either, but he wasn't able to pass for now. One lap later, and Denner knew it was essential to make an early move on Iglesias, and he made it through. Renaudin couldn't storm up to challenge yet, so would have to be content to pursue for one more lap. Renaudin wasn't backing down though, and on the next lap, he made his bid at turn 9, and without hesitation, he seized the place. And that was just the start of the misery and woe for Iglesias. As the Leclerc by Lennox teammates Pedro Hiltbrand and Matteo Vigano closed in, Buhaka would be the next man to pounce on the world champion. Hiltbrand tried to take the same gap and was boxed in. Then he was blocked at the next hairpin. Enough was enough, and the Spaniard surged his way ahead, much to the Frenchman's surprise. Stan Pex was salvaging some of the honours for Kart Republic and racing in his own team's colours. he made his pass on Noah Milel in the final sector and set off to see what he could achieve up the road. It would be the start of an epic recovery drive. Mirko Tozzolini decided to be bold into turn 2 and take the position away from Noah Milel, leaving enough of a chance for Douglas Lundberg and Fabian Federer to make their own moves. Lundberg's was successful, whilst Federer's was not, and he ended up swapping paint with Lorenzo Camplese to add insult to injury. Federer would drop to the back of the field, and both he and Camplese would retire shortly afterwards. The latter couldn't quite make it back to the pit lane to do so. Denner had stepped up the attack and was now all over the rear of Orlando's CRG. Incredibly, it was in the final corner that the Frenchman dived for the move, and he completed an exceptional overtake. Victor Gustafsson wasn't giving up, and he made up ground by catching and passing Johan Sogel, and he wasn't the only one charging through the pack. Stan Pex had caught Simo Pohaka, and now he was up another position. This began a downward spiral for Pohaka, as next up, Hiltbrand would make the move into turn 9. But none of it made any difference to Lorenzo Camplese, a winner in 2019, sidelined already in 2021. Who knows what might have been? Vigano then decided to gang up on his teammate and overtook the former world champion Hiltbrand into the turn 2 hairpin. Pex continued to work hard and eventually caught and passed Renaudin for 4th position, but with 5 laps to go, he could do no more. Denner was pushing like crazy to catch Longhi to win on his KZ debut, but the Italian in front had been waiting for this win for a long time, and now that he had the lead, he wasn't going to lose it. One of the most joyous scenes in recent years, as Longhi finally claimed victory, having been 2nd and 3rd so many times before. The first win at this level is always the sweetest, and now Longhi can savour the moment, as it's been a tough wait for the top step. So Longhi wins from Denner and Orlando. Stan Pex fights back to 4th ahead of Renaudin and Hiltbrand, with Matteo Vigano ahead of Simo Pohaka, Jorrit Pex and the reigning world champion Iglesias slipping to P10. Orlando and Denner have started their campaign strong, but for Longhi, the win has been well worth the wait.
I'm very happy for this victory because I had a very hard weekend with this tires in big condition. I improved the best in the race. I know Emilien was very fast. I stay in first in the first corner. Okay, and I don't look nothing, don't look my mechanic, only I focus for the pace. I push 100% all the race and look behind me only the last lap. I see Emilien 5 meters behind me. I possible to win, push and arrive this victory.
Yeah, the goal was to win, obviously. We've been on top all weekend, so but I know Longhi had the great speed as well, and I had to make a better start than him and try to close a little bit the first laps and then pull away, but didn't go as planned. He had a little bit better start than him, and I don't think starting on the right on this track is the best. You have to turn a little bit, so you scrub a little bit speed on the start. He got a little bit better getaway than me. And then also the 2 CRGs got past me, and I lost a lot of time with them. And then I had to chase him, and I came maybe 2-3 laps short. But in the end, I have nothing to regret, and I made my race.
Quite good result for me and for all team. We struggled a bit in the first part of the weekend, but yeah, we were able to find the right way. I'm quite confident that we can do something very important till the end of the year. So yeah, just have to wait and see.
It's been a great team effort. Ricciardo drove mistake-free in the final, so he did an amazing job. But behind the scenes, we've been working a lot, very hard to get him to this point. To be honest, we started off being very strong in the weekend, but we struggled a little bit finding the right setup, and that cost us in qualifying a little bit. I think we could have fought for pole position with Ricciardo, but I think a little bit the struggle with the tires really made it difficult for us, but recovered very well in the heats, did a great job in the final, and yeah, the whole team's been working so hard for this, so it's a great enjoyment out of it.
So, as the winners celebrate and their opponents consider how they can beat them in 2 months' time, in 3 weeks' time, the journey of the OK and OK Junior categories will continue in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius at Sarno, in Italy.
Well, it means a lot to us as a club, since we work very hard every year to improve our business and our racing and everything. So it means a lot to us, as I said, and mainly to get the trust from the FIA to host the World Championship is something we appreciate a lot. And since it's the third World Championship in 5 years, so we are very proud, really. We think it's because of the character of the track. We have sections of the track who is very technical, and that combined with all the high-speed straights and the high-speed corners, I think it's a good combination. It's an important part for us to have great shows during the events, such as our great fireworks and all that stuff. We always want to be remembered all over the world for our races. Everyone knows who has been here for a couple of times that we work very hard to improve ourselves. I always have a good dialogue with teams and competitors and everything. It's been proved that we are doing something right. For 8 years now we have had CIK events, 8 years in a row. So that proves that the hard work we're doing it right, for sure, I think. Otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here today.
The finale of the FIA Karting European Championship for gearbox racers comes from Adria in Italy, the scene of last year's season opener. And in the intense Venetian heat, nobody will be able to take things easy in this bubbling cauldron of a race weekend. With both KZ and KZ2 categories reaching their climax and the Academy Trophy continuing its 2021 story, there's plenty of action on the horizon and many battles to be won. Matteo Vigano will be our guide around the Adria Karting Raceway. Flat down the home straight, flipping the throttle through turn 1 to get the ultimate driving line, then an open apex for the second corner that tightens aggressively. Once back on the power, you're approaching a tight turn 3. The exit is crucial. Cut the course and you're either penalised or compromised. Most drivers keep a tight approach to the hairpin as it's a critical overtaking point, but a fast exit on a hot lap can make a massive difference. You need to maintain speed and control through the next right-hander as the circuit carries you further on that trajectory into the braking zone for turn 6. Line up the car well and you can nip up the inside of turn 7 and gain a cheeky place. Still accelerating through 8 and then into 9 with a big stop and a tricky exit point to master. You need to be strong into turn 10 and carry a lot of curb before a gradual deceleration in the final turn. It's one of the fastest circuits in the sport, taking place on one of the hottest weekends the drivers will ever face. The Academy Trophy is looking likely to be the most open and competitive the category has ever been, with drivers gathering from all over the world to claim victory. With multiple race winners so far across the heats, the battle will be very close in the final, and nobody is certain as to who will take advantage. The stage is set for an epic showdown, with the title contest heating up. Maciej Gledij led Alexander Bondarev away at the start of the final, whilst Ivan David and the fast-starting Riccardo Iannello put themselves into a strong position, and Renaud Franco fell back down the field to begin a tough fight back. Bondarev wasn't hesitating and took the lead from Gledij into turn 3, and as the two duelled into the braking zone for the hairpin, David sensed his chance to claim the lead from both of them. He dived for the inside line and drew level, but didn't quite have the space to finish the move and elected to consolidate third position. After all, there was plenty of laps still to run. By the end of the lap, Gladish was leading, and David and Iannello had both made their move to rise to second and third positions. The pole's lead was brief, however, as Jovan David picked his moment and soared ahead, having worked his way back from the 7th row of every heat during the weekend. Heading into the third lap, Gladish decided to fight back and found the overtaking move into turn 3. But having taken so long to make his way back to the front, Jovan David wasn't prepared to give up so easily and fought back valiantly. He tried an identical move to his previous attempt, and predictably, it resulted in the same outcome. Iannello was stepping up to the plate on home soil and made his move instead, moving up to second in turn 4, a chance to score a podium in Italy too tempting to resist. It wasn't the only battle on track, as Luca Neuenschwander of Brazil and Denmark's David Walter pushed each other intensely for the place. But no matter how hard Walter forced his hand, the Brazilian wasn't prepared to concede. It was fairly inevitable that the move would occur soon, and as the Danes surged ahead, Leo Robinson behind them also moved forward. And that was just the start for the plucky Algerian. He soon made his bid for the manoeuvre on Neuenschwander, and it worked out through turn 2. That motivated the Brazilian yet further. He returned the favour within an instant. Behind them, the battle would continue between Slovenia and South Africa, as Mark Kastelic and Nicolas Roos were locked in a similar scrap. But it was game over for Argentine star Stefano Cagnolo, who joined France's Augustin Bernier on the sidelines. Gladish was keeping his lead constant ahead of Iannello and David, with Alexander Bondarev still safe in P4. But David was now under investigation for jumping the start. If guilty, he'd receive a 3-second penalty. Neuenschwander was still up against it, this time trying to fend off from Leon Zelenko of Croatia. And into turn 9, not only did Zelenko make the move, but on the exit, he ensured that there would be no retaliation. There was one last bid to close in on Gladish, as the home fans were hoping to see an Italian driver on the top step of the podium. Iannello was giving it everything he had. David wasn't far away, just in case something happened. The three drivers were so easily matched that they were trading fastest sector times to close up or pull clear, and it became a race of stalemate between the three young stars. It was at this point that it became apparent that David would inevitably face a penalty, as the report was already well underway, which would eventually drop the Sri Lankan to 5th position. Into the final lap, and Gladish had made it clear he wasn't going to make any mistakes. And as the Sauber Academy driver closed out the race for a deserving victory, there would be more trouble elsewhere. In the intensity of the midfield battle, Federico Al-Rifai and Leon Ochai would retire in the same place on turn 9 and end their chances of a strong points finish. With the Japanese fuming and unhappy at the side of the road, the marshals were desperate to clear the circuit before the leaders came through. They managed it with seconds to spare, allowing Maciej Gladish, the Polish youngster in the lead, to taste victory in fantastic fashion, to move to the top of the points standings with 1 round to go, and to become the first Polish driver to win a final in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in the current format. The joy was clear for all to see, and with a solid advantage heading to Sweden, there were plenty of reasons to celebrate. Riccardo Iannello claimed second at home, and David's penalty would indeed demote him behind Bondarev and Walter, with Robinson ahead of Zelenko and Neuenschwander, whilst Mark Kastelic and Romania's Darius Babiawana would complete the top 10. David would climb the podium before handing his trophy to Bondarev, Iannello would celebrate in front of his family and home crowd, and Gladish would savour the spoils of Poland's first Academy win.
The first few laps was very hard for me because two drivers passed me, and after I stay calm, I overtake these two drivers, and I'm looking forward, and yeah, I will do my best in Kristianstad to win the championship.
The final is so hard because I'm starting in the P7, and the first corner I am in the second position behind the Maciej, and the last is 3 laps. I'm trying to do aggressive, but I'm not going to very well. I'm finished second, and I'm really happy.
In the final, I had a great start. I was in P2, but then I made a really early move on Maciej, and then he came back on me. Then Ricardo and Jevan came past me, and then in P4 I couldn't be faster. I was just trying to catch the top 3, but it wasn't just enough.
KZ2 will be a difficult battle to the final lap, as Senna van Waalstein hopes to claim his first European title, and his opponents are hoping to close down the gap. The Italian heroes Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese have been the dominant men of the weekend so far, and coming into the final, their rivalry could upset the balance in the European Championship. From here on, anything could happen. Giuseppe Palomba led Danilo Albanese into turn 1 as the Italian pair renewed their rivalry. Senna van Waalstein had made a smooth getaway ahead of Giacomo Pellini and Paavo Tonteri, with the Dutchman looking good for the title. But there was mayhem behind, as a couple of touches turned into a pile-up. Maximilian Paul, Marco Torman, Juho Valtonen, David Trevelov and Nikita Artemonov were eliminated on the spot. Slick work from the marshals ensured that the race could continue without a yellow flag period, but the 5 retirees were going no further. The duel between the Italians had ended in the Kart Republic driver Albanese's favour in the heats, and the Birolart star Palomba was in no mood to repeat the scenario. On lap 2, he defended with pure conviction, almost crashing in the effort to stay in front. Behind them, the CRG pairing of Pellini and Tonteri had passed Van Waalstein, and as the dueling leaders went into turn 6, they actually did crash into each other. Palomba continued, but Albanese was out, and suddenly Van Waalstein's dreams of the title had taken a huge hammer blow. Then Kaja Sixnelis had to dodge a pair of warring Birolarts, as David Levinsky and Alessio Piccini traded paint. With the CRG's first and second, Van Waalstein was looking unlikely to be able to score enough points over Pellini to maintain his advantage. Pellini was set for victory, and Van Waalstein was set for a long race catching Tonteri. Hubert Petit and Arthur Carbonell were catching Van Waalstein too, and they almost managed to slide past their teammate. Petit grew tired of staying behind his teammate, and it was clear there was no love lost between the Frenchman and the Dutchman. Carbonell eventually assisted Van Waalstein by passing Petit and giving Laurens van Hoopen his chance of staying in the title fight. This didn't please Petit, who was clearly riled up. Marcus Funder ended his season off the road to join an ever-growing list of spectators. But Giacomo Pellini was living out a fairy tale. Not even his teammate Paavo Tonteri could keep up, and it was looking like this could finally be Pellini's first FIA crown after several near misses. Behind them, Van Hoopen and Petit were still at each other's throats, and the Dutchman was currently in front. But he needed to make more progress. Staying behind his rivals up ahead wouldn't be enough to win the European title. And he certainly didn't want to spend his race defending instead of attacking, as the season finale turned out to be a long race for Van Hoopen. For whatever reason, he just couldn't find the pace to pull away, a fact that Petit capitalised on with ruthless efficiency on lap 11. Behind them at this point was Palomba, who after his contact with Albanese was hoping for a miracle to save his race. 2 years after his last World Championship title in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto was now getting into the swing of gearbox racing, as the Paralin driver was moving through the field, smoothly and swiftly. Carbonell was soon caught again by Petit, who clearly wasn't feeling a team player vibe. He had sensed a podium finish might be possible, and so he stormed ahead of his CPV Sport teammate. But as Van Hoopen struggled for grip, he would then lose out to Travasanuto, and it looked like the former OK driver's championship hopes were slowly dying out. Travasanuto wasn't done yet, as he too managed to overtake Carbonell in the closing stages. But with only a couple of laps to go, the only way for Van Walstein to win the European Championship was to catch and pass Tonterri. Catching was one thing, passing was quite another. On the final lap, he knew he had one last chance, and a dive up the inside would be a huge gamble. He took his chance and just hit the brake pedal a split second too late. And as he and Tonterri drifted wide, Petit and Travasanuto sailed by. It was over. So as Van Walstein accepted defeat, Giacomo Pellini became the 6th Italian to win the KZ2 European Championship, and in flamboyant fashion. 3rd in the KZ2 Super Cup last year, 2nd in the European Championship 3 years ago. But now at last, he was the winner, and a very popular one too, as his rivals queued up to congratulate him, including Van Walstein, a very worthy adversary. Petit and Travasanuto returned to the FIA Karting podium ahead of Carbonell, Van Walstein and Tonterri. Van Hopen held off a disappointed Palomba, and Romania's Daniel Vazil would finish ahead of Switzerland's Samuel Louye for the Tony Kart factory team. It was a particularly happy podium. Travasanuto had scored his first KZ2 success, Petit was back to his formidable best, and Pellini was a champion at last.
I don't start so good. I recover my position, and then Albanese and Palomba crashes. They help to win my race and the championship. I'm really happy for this championship, and in three weeks we try to win also the International Super Cup.
Yes, the weekend started very well with a good quali. It was also good. I make a good position to be on the front for the final. I was P5 on the first lap. After, I was a really good speed. I have a good feeling with my chassis, with my engine, so I can come back on the front and finish P2 on the last lap. So I'm very happy.
At the beginning, I thought I couldn't catch up and I knew we had the pace, but I didn't believe we could get such a good result. Then of course luck plays also a role into it. We went from 17th to 3rd in the finals. Honestly, yeah, I must say the speed was amazing and everything worked really well.
For us, this gives the team a huge satisfaction. Particularly in this race, we prepared very well. Let's also say performance was good from the start, and so we were pretty confident for the race as a result in the final. The KZ form book has completely changed since Wackersdorf. Riccardo Longhi is near the back of the field, Emilion Denner is frustrated, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli is making his KZ debut and is immediately fast. Matteo Vigano and Stan Pex have emerged as potential European champions after amazing speed and pace through the weekend, and CRG have made massive gains with Paolo Ippolito and Jeremy Iglesias. The only thing for certain is that the championship showdown will be a nail-biting spectacle. In a dramatic start, Matteo Vigano and Victor Gustafsson banged wheels, allowing Paolo Ippolito clear passage to the lead of the race. Pedro Hiltbrand placed his kart in 3rd around the outside of turn 2, whilst sadly Mirko Tozzolini and Lorenzo Camplese were spat off the circuit. Camplese continued, Tozzolini did not. Stan Pex and Adrien Renaudin followed the top 4 drivers as championship contender Emilion Denner was boxed in. But he was ahead of Riccardo Longhi and Vigano wasn't leading, so for now he was safe and still looking good to become European champion. But Hiltbrand had a chance to become champion too, and when a gap emerged beside his teammate, he made his move. Vigano resisted, and so Hiltbrand tried a classic undercut. Despite a valiant effort, Vigano couldn't keep him back, and the Spaniard was ahead, with Vigano struggling for pace. Gustafsson was ready to line him up, and the man who won here last year in KZ2 put on an excellent display. There was nothing Vigano could do to thwart his challenge. Stan Pex was alongside too, and it took all his determination to stay in front. Renaudin and reigning world champion Jeremy Iglesias were hunting them both down, so nobody could afford a single mistake. The jostling of the pack almost cost Denner a position to Simo Puhaka. And whilst it was no time to panic, he certainly couldn't afford to take things easy. Into lap 4, and with a chance to win the title still within Stan Pex's grasp, he too was eager to take chances and hurled the Kart Republic past Vigano. For the third year running, it looked as though Vigano would be denied. Renaudin added insult to injury later in the lap, but Iglesias and Denner would have to wait their turn as far as Vigano was concerned. But as soon as the Leclerc chassis drifted slightly wide, Iglesias didn't need asking twice. Frustratingly, Denner couldn't pass just yet, and he needed to. The man behind him was now Longhi, his main opposition. He needed to take a chance, diving up the inside and then chopping across Vigano on the next left. It was a great move, but it gave Longhi the overtake as well. Marijn Kramers was acting as Longhi's wingman, and he added to Vigano's woes with a strong run into the first corner. He couldn't win the title today, but his team manager could, so it was a valiant team effort. The tactics then became clear. Give Longhi space to get away. This didn't exactly please the Leclerc by Lennox driver, who was now in danger of losing another place. This time to Noah Milel, and into turn 6, he was passed. The nightmare just continued on, as Puhaka then made an easy sweep ahead into turn 1. Douglas Lundberg then decided to grab another place into turn 2, and as the door remained open, European OK champion Andrea Kimi Antonelli made a bid, but Francesco Salenta passed him instead. Even so, it wasn't a bad effort from the youngest man in the field. Denner and Longhi were now together, battling for the title, hoping their rivals wouldn't outscore them and keeping their duel clean, fair, but firm. Gustafsson was now under pressure from Pex, and into the first corner, the deed was done. If things went his way, Pex could win the title, driving in KZ in his own team's colours for the first time. Was this the year that Stan would finally emulate his brother Jorrit? Denner versus Longhi continued, a game of patience and control. Longhi thought his chances were over after qualifying near the back of the grid, but Longhi never gives up. Up ahead, Ippolito was looking good for his first win in an FIA final after his incredible perseverance with CRG. The team finally looked like it would return to winning ways. His advantage over Hiltbrand and Pex was staying fairly constant. The young Italian was on course for the greatest result of his career so far. Second was still up for debate, and both Pedro Hiltbrand and Stan Pex could still mathematically become European champion. But alas, the leaders were behind them, and they would need a little bit of luck from the midfield race behind them to unfold in their favour. For the talented young German Louis Speck, it had been a tough but character-building year. But his retirement was nowhere near as spectacular as the next two. Emilion Denner was out after an incident on track, and his title hopes were shattered. It was all too much for the popular Frenchman. Then dramatically, Stan Pex went for Hiltbrand, and it failed. He too was out of the race, and out of the championship. Denner and Pex's demise had put Longhi back in the lead, and all he had to do was finish to become champion. So as Denner and Pex walked away in disbelief, a heartwarming story was written up ahead, as Paolo Ippolito was cruising home to a worthy victory. The Leclerc by Lennox teammates would come close to winning the title themselves, but not quite close enough. For CRG and Ippolito, it was a fantastic win at home, and a return to the glory days of Paolo De Conto, Jorrit Pex and Max Verstappen, after many people had doubted their ability to win again. But down in P6, the Birolart team manager Riccardo Longhi had become European champion, the first Italian to do so for 4 years. Triumph for Longhi, heartbreak for Denner. Behind Ippolito, Hiltbrand and Gustafsson on the podium, Renaudin and Iglesias would lead home Longhi, with Francesco Celenta in 7th ahead of Noah Milel, Andrea Kimi Antonelli on his KZ debut, and Simo Puhaka. Gustafsson had returned to the podium a year on from his KZ2 win, Hiltbrand had shown his hand for a world title effort, and Ippolito had returned CRG to the top step of the rostrum.
Well, since the free practice we were quite fast. Even my teammates, as we see on the qualifying practice, while Matteo was in the top 5, also Victor. I struggled a bit more than them into the heat from the qualifying, because on the free practice I was quite fast, but you know, then the final, let's be honest, Paolo was a bit faster than me, and I tried my best, but at the end I will push, and we are in a good moment, I'm in a good moment, but you never know, but we will push so hard.
Not easy to win this race. We start in the beginning of this weekend with a few problems, but with my team we worked really hard, and we arrived to achieve this victory. I'm really happy about that. We are sure that we have the potential to do another race similar or like this one. So we will see in 3 weeks what will happen.
It has been a very difficult weekend and amazing, of course. Congratulations to all parts of the team. We are working very hard, improved in every session. So we try to do our best and keep this way, good way for us.
It's incredible for me, no? It's my dream. The weekend for me started very bad because in qualifying I had a very big problem with the tires. I think I lost the championship, no? But all the team, my teammate, Marin, this week helped me too much. In the final, when I start the race, I think only push. I want to arrive in the front. I made a good start. I overtake so many drivers. When I arrive behind Denner, okay, now it's my moment. When I arrive last lap, I look my team. Oh, you are first, you are first. Now I'm European champion in KZ. I want to arrive in Kristianstad for fight for the world champion.
Winning a European Championship is an incredible reward after a season-long battle, and standing on the top step of the podium as an Academy Trophy winner takes great courage and passion. But if you thought the drivers could rest easy and celebrate the moment, you'd be wrong. In just 3 weeks' time, the next challenge will be upon us as we head to Kristianstad in Sweden, as 3 amazing drivers will claim the KZ2 International Super Cup, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy title, and the KZ World Championship. Join us then as the drivers quest to join the Karting Hall of Fame.
It's the most important race of the year. So really special because for myself I work all the year for this race. So all the day I try to do my best, but especially this weekend I will do my best point by point and try to win again this year. The work starts at home, you know, not 1 month before the race, but during all the year. Heavy work I do is when I train. Even if I have one race like European Championship or whatever we have to do, I'm thinking of this race, the World Championship. So the work is everything I do during the whole year is for this weekend. I like with KZ because you have one part of the track is with a corner like OK style, you know, with a lot of speed on the corner, and then you have a mix because you have to make some corner really shortly, like KZ, So it's really good. Even in the race is good because you have many points where you can overtake. It's not like some track where we can overtake in only 1 or 2 points. So here is really good because you have many points when you can attack your adversary. Everyone is really good fighting. Everyone know how to fix the kart and engine to be fast. So it's ultimate category because to win you don't have to be at 100%. You have to be all the time more than 100%. Since I was a kid, I always dreamed to be world champion. I won last year, so now I can. Now I know, and I can tell what do you feel when you are world champion, and so if I can feel it again, I want to do, and this is my goal for this weekend.
We return to the action here at the Ring after hearing from the reigning world champion Jeremy Iglesias. Wonder if he's going to be able to take the title for a second year running. Certainly the CRG team doing everything in their power to make that happen for a second time. It's definitely going to be very exciting out here on the circuit. Welcome back to the action. Jake Sanson and Kai Pellini with you through the course of the weekend as we get into the second half of the action. A very interesting morning in KZ2. Lorenzo Travasanuto battling as David Trevelov, both drivers getting 2 wins this morning. Senna van Warstein having a big problem in his first heat, colliding with teammate Artur Carbonell, which is basically a battle that's left over from the final round of the European Championship at Adria, isn't it? So that's going to be interesting to note. Hilbrand picking up the win in the first race of KZ in front of teammate Matteo Vagano. And then, of course, the Academy races. Very close indeed. Lots still to talk about this afternoon.
I think it's fair to say in the KZ2 that Trevelov and Travasanuto, it's all going to go down to them. It's too close to call between the two of them. They've both won 2 heats. And I think going forwards, obviously, as you mentioned earlier on in the day, the only time that they are going to meet is the heat tomorrow morning. So it's all going to be balanced out then. And that's the race which many people are going to set their sights to. But if the morning's action had anything to say about today, I'm very much looking forward to this afternoon.
Indeed, so am I. Let's get back into the action as we prepare for racing in the afternoon for the KZ2 International Super Cup. Danilo Albanese will take the start of this current race from pole position in front of Sam Luye with Alessio Pellini and Kaius Sixnellis, both drivers who have come close to the victory in their morning heats, looking to get back up to the front end of the field. Taking his place on the starting gantry once again, race director Nigel Edwards, giving us plenty of guidance ready for the races in front of us. But in Gearbox this season, it's already been mighty dramatic and very close indeed in the European Championship. Let's remind ourselves, we saw the highlights over the course of the lunch break, and in both Wackersdorf and Adria we saw some great standout performances, and it's only at this end of the season really that we're starting to see all of that hard work for certain drivers, particularly the likes of Lorenzo Travasanuto, Danilo Albanese, David Trevelov and Alessio Pellini, to name a few, really start to come to fruition.
Yeah, this is every driver's last push before the end of the season, so they'll be throwing everything they have at this event. Maybe earlier on in the season you'd see some drivers not kind of fully pushing as much as they can, don't want to quite show their true pace so early on in the season. But with this being the World Championships and with this being right at the end of the season, you just need to throw everything that you can and push as hard as you can.
So as the drivers get themselves ready for the action, we're going to have 30 of them back out on circuit once again. a nice blend and combination of chassis in the top 5 as well, because we have Danilo Albanese for Kart Republic, Sam Luyer on the factory Tony Kart operation, Alessio Pellini in the Birolart, KZ2 Nellis in the Energy Course, and Thomas Imborg on the Sodi Kart. Again, 5 chassis in the top 5. This is a wonderful indication of just how hard these teams and these chassis builders are working to make it so close coming into this part of the season. It really is very, very tricky to know who's going to have the best materials coming into the final tomorrow.
Every single chassis developer have been working so much during the off-season and the summer break, just trying to develop their chassis as much as possible, trying to gain a technological advantage over the other teams and the other chassis developers that are out here in the field.
And of course, you've been here time and time again in the past, Kai, when you're in with a team trying to find improvements, working with the people who know their technical style, who know what to bring to the operation. It must be difficult as a driver trying to bring only a certain element of expertise, because all you can really give them is the data you're providing from the circuit. But it must be really satisfying when you get to work with your engineers and come up with a solution that works.
Yeah, when trying to find out something new, trying to find something that works for everybody in the team, obviously, if you're in a big team such as Tony Kart, which we see all the way around Europe, they'll put, at the start of the weekend, put every single driver on a completely different setup and then see what works where, see what the problem is with other setups, and then find a balance for every single driver so that they're not having to change setups individually for everybody in the team. But all you can bring to the team is your driving skills, and then try to get the car as perfect as possible for you. And then once that, just try to push as hard as possible, get the result that you want.
I imagine you have to try and be quite humble as well, because as a racing driver, you've got that frustration and that urgency to try and deliver a good result. And all you can do in between races is just try and find that little bit of extra pace. And it must be quite demoralizing at times and even frustrating when you're trying to find that speed and you're still trying to find that little bit of extra pace, that little bit of extra tire pressure, whatever it might be, to get the kart working just as you need it to.
Yeah, it can be at times, but I believe that every driver just needs to have a passive mindset. Everything's going to sort itself out at one point in time. So if you're having problems or having problems with the car, trouble with your own driving or say so, just try and sort it out for the next session. That's all you can do. There's no point in worrying about anything that's going on. Just try and fix the mistakes, fix the problems with the car, and just move forwards.
So it'll definitely be really exciting. There is your schedule for the day. We're obviously getting back underway for the first race in a little under a minute and a half. But we've got 3 KZ2 races to come, along with a pair of Academy races. The KZ qualifying heat, the second one, will be at 5 minutes to 4 local time here in Sweden. And then we will have the final 3 races of the day, which are the KZ2 qualifying heats for groups B versus E, D versus F, and A versus C. Then, of course, we'll get to do it all again for 6 more heats tomorrow morning. And they will be 3 KZ2 races, a pair of Academy heats, and then we will have the KZ race. But as you can see on your screen, the next heat is about to start, and that will be qualifying heat C versus E in the KZ2s. 2 more races from the category after that point as well. So plenty to get enthusiastic and excited about. And I tell you what, the racing here so far this weekend really has been phenomenal. We're going to get to see some amazing crack from the drivers. They've been very, very close indeed. Close quarters racing all the way. And there's definitely more where that came from, because the drivers are really starting to settle into a rhythm. It's a lot cooler here at Kristianstad than it certainly was at Wackersdorf earlier in the season and at Adria last time out, where we were pushing 40 degrees Celsius at points in the weekend. Here, it's much more chilled. It's much more laid back. It's just a whisker over 18, 19 over the course of the weekend. We had a high of 23 degrees Celsius yesterday, which is quite a reasonable temperature, to be honest, but it's a lot cooler than that today. The clouds have come back in. It's a bit more overcast. The humidity has increased and the wind has picked up, so it's a lot more chilled. Drivers can feel a lot more laid back. They don't necessarily feel as though they're under as much intensity and pressure as they have been previously. So we come into qualifying heat C versus E, and it's a chance for Danilo Albanese to take another victory. Samuel Luyer could do the same thing as well. Alessio Pellini and KZ2 Nellis on the second row from Thomas Imborg and Arthur Carbonell, Joey van Spunteren and Nikita Artemanov from Jean Nomblo and Hubert Petit, Rodrigo Ferreira and Axel Bengtsson from Daniel Vazil and Mads Thompson, Tobias Sjogren and Kasper Kalasma from Jamie Day and Johan Sanchez, Francesco Leone and Marcus Funda from Lucas Reybok and Kasper Nadolski, Adrian Janicki and Roman Sharapov from Karol Kret and Sim Liedmar from Michael Farshu, Justin van der Schaft, David Rehm and Karim Jayem. So the drivers are ready and prepared. They will obviously use this lap to warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature, and then they'll come to that standing start, the toughest form of discipline in a kart, because these things go off the line in 0 to 60 in comparable speeds to a Bugatti Veyron.
Yeah, that's amazing to me, to think such a small automobile, such a small machine like a KZ2 can go as fast as such a technologically advanced sports car, which has so many components to it in comparison to this simple little KZ. Well, I say little, but they're quite big in the karting world.
And you say simple. I mean, you know everything there is to know about getting the karts put together as a driver. I mean, you know just how many things you can change on these things. It's pretty much every component can be changed.
Well, yeah, everything can be changed, but I was more saying it was simple in comparison to a sports car that's built like that. And the drivers make their way onto the grid now after heating up their tyres and brakes, and you'll be able to see the drivers putting their hands onto the rear wheels of the car and moving them back and forth. That's so the tyres don't actually stick to the ground, so that they get a faster getaway. There we go. We see an example there from Albanese. Albanese will be starting on pole, so he'll be looking to get a good start. The green flag will soon fly at the back of the grid, and we'll soon get underway.
So Albanese on the left of your screen, Luye on the right. Are we going to get a clean start from the pole? Yes, we are, and a great start from Pellini. Is he going to get the wrong side? And Luye, he does, in a second place. Good run from Pellini round the outside. A cracking start too from Thomas Imborg, I think that is, to get into third position. So a very good start indeed from the pole man. Danilo Albanese launching into the lead. Pellini in a second place. And I think Thomas Imborg got a great start off the line as well. So that is the 109. No, that's Artur Carbonell. So Carbonell has got himself through into third position. And he's already making a bid on the inside of Pellini. Goodness me, that's brave. And he's opened the door for Sam Luye, but he will hold it to the inside line. Luye trying to hold it on the outside line to get through into third position, and he's done so. Well done to Sam Luye. That was difficult to orchestrate. He's managed to hold the line there on the outside line to tuck in for the inside of the right hairpin. And now Pellini is having to hunt him down, pursued by Thomas Imborg. But Sam Luye getting himself into a neat third position there. But what a start from Artur Carbonell. He's got a point to prove here.
Yep, that was some brilliant battling there, but I'll tell you what, who's now running away with the lead? That's Albanese, 1.1 seconds in the space of a lap over the drivers behind him. That just shows how much battling affects the gaps and the pace that you actually have. So, that's very brave around the outside.
Yeah, that was a bit of a mistake from Thomas Imborg. I think he just misread the situation there. Now he's got to try and hold his line in the middle of the circuit to keep Kaius Sixnellis and Hubert Petit at bay. And the CPB Sport posse are now really starting to get into each other as they come off the turn. The 137 is in the mix there as well. That's Joey van Spunteren, who's had a terrific start to his day, it has to be said. So he now just needs to keep the rhythm of this initial battle going strong. Carbonell has dropped Sam Luye, who is now under pressure from Alessio Pellini. So as they come up at the top of the break, you've also got Tom Imborg holding on in front of Sixnellis. Spunteren is having a look at Hubert Petit. So Joey van Spunteren looking for his bid. This is for second place. Sam Luye, sorry, for third position, I should say, is Alessio Pellini trying to get through into third place. But Sam Luye is holding that kart right in the middle of the apex. There's no chance of getting through. The way that Sam Luye is holding on to it, you have to down change as well while you're holding the line. There's so much work to do in these gearbox karts because you're trying to set the kart up, you're trying to get the right braking zone, you're trying not to lock the tyres, you're trying to down change, you're trying to make sure you've got less wheel spin coming off the turn, and you all have to do this in the space of 0.8 of a second in the approach to the corner. So difficult. You are having to micromanage every facet of driving these karts, and it is so tough to get on top of.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get on top of all of the components and difficulties there, but Albanese, he did have a 1.1 second gap. Now it's down to 7 tenths. So in second position right now, Carbonell looking like the fastest driver on the circuit. Luye still under a lot of pressure from Pellini behind. There is your confirmation. Carbonell sets the fastest lap, 51.708, with this only being a couple of laps into the race. Those lap times will definitely fall.
But Luye is absolutely parking the bus on the inside apex. He's not letting anybody get near him, and this is just backing the field up. Look, Pellini closes in. Here's Imborg, then Sixnellis, then Petit, then van Spunteren. Nomblow's managed to get past him on the inside as the momentum shifts. So Luye clearly feels that third is the best he can get from this. Is up the inside. That is a big challenge from Nomblow, trying to get through on Hubert Petit. He's trying to pick them off one by one, and I'm afraid Jean Nomblow very nearly met with disaster there with his teammate Hubert Petit. So now he's going to go through into the first corner. He won't make the move into 2. He might set him up in 3 to go into the inside line in turn 4. And that's exactly what he's doing on the inside line. Nomblo gets there on Hubert Petit. Danilo Albanese out front, meanwhile, he's just disappearing.
Yeah, responding to the fastest lap that was set by Carbonell last time round. So Albanese looking strong out in front right now. 51.428, 3 tenths quicker than we saw from Carbonell last time round. So Albanese currently in his element, just trying to pull away as much as possible. Extending the gap to the driver in second position is currently his goal on track right now. And with quite a while left in the race, if he could keep this gap that way, that would be a very strong drive.
The Austrian Markus Funder failed to start the race, and we've just had the first proper retirement of the race as Daniel Vazil, the Romanian, has pulled off into the pit lane. So he is out of the race, unfortunately, and that is a real shame from his point of view. So Danilo Albanese leads the way from Artur Carbonell, and then it is Sam Luye in third position ahead of Pellini, Imborg, Sixnelis, Nomblo, Petit, Van Spunteren, Artemanov, and then Rodrigo Ferreira, the Portuguese driver on the Praga, in front of Axel Bengtsson and Jamie Day. Then it is Kaspar Kalasma ahead of Mads Thompson and Francesco Leoni. So some very interesting battles in this mid-pack. Sixnelis drifting a little bit wide and almost losing ground there to Jean Nomblo. Joe Van Spunteren trying to get back on terms with Hubert Petit. Rodrigo Ferreira making good progress. He's up to 10th place now. The Portuguese driver having caught up with and passed Artemanov. Sixnelis having a look into the hairpin there to try and get past Jean Nomblo. But again, Nomblo is not really letting him have much of an advantage here as they continue to squabble on. But Albanese, 9/10 clear of Carbonell. Sam Luye, my apologies, is there in third place from Pellini, Imborg and Nomblo. So the battles continue. That is Rodrigo Ferreira we just saw there having his tussle with Nikita Artemanov. And then you have Bengtsson in 12th ahead of Jamie Day, who's made up 4 places so far. And then Mads Thompson, Kaspar Kalasma, Francesco Leoni and Tobias Sjogren from Adrian Janicki, the pole. And then it is Kasper Nadolski just behind Johan Sanchez. So the top 20 all still relatively close together. No major dramas. Daniel Vazil with a mechanical problem of some kind that has brought him into the pits. But Danilo Albanese has now stretched the gap over Artur Carbonell to 1 second with another 1.4 back to Luye and the rest.
Yep, that's a big gap now separating the top 3. So we're second to the leader and then 1.5 seconds down to third position. Luye, he had the fastest lap last time round, not able to get that again this time round as we see Nomblo actually pick it up on this lap. So Nomblo picking up the pace. These drivers trading fastest laps. There's your confirmation. 50.979 has been set by the driver in the CPB car. There we go. A little bit of a tongue twister, mixing up my letters there. So making his way around it is Nomblo. Currently in 6th position. He'll be looking to get a move on as he's very close to the back of Imborg.
Do you know, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's tripped over that team name in the past. I feel reassured now. I thought it was just me, but no, a lot of people do it. Never mind. Albanese now 1.2 ahead of Artur Carbonell. Sam Luye, Alessio Pellini, Tom Imborg and Jean Nomblo, who's just set the pace with the fastest lap of the race at 50.979 the last time around. And as they come through, nobody has beaten that time, but crucially, Nomblo is still pretty quick as he hustles in, having got past Thomas Imborg, and now he's right in behind Thomas Imborg, I should say. So Imborg's having a look on the inside. It's a bit late. He can't quite get close enough to Alessio Pellini. This is good news for Jean Nomblo, because he will find that that's a bit of hesitation that Imborg didn't need, and now he will try and make his bid up the inside line. It's going to need a brave dive, but Imborg holding the inside line. So that's unfortunate for Jean Nomblo, because that's going to drop him a few kart lengths off the back of Alessio Pellini as well. Albanese, Carbonell and Sam Luye still stretching out. Fastest in the first sector of the whole race is Mads Thompson, and then in the second, Sam Luye. Sam Luye's been able to pick up some decent pace over the course of this race, but the problem is you've got that massive chasm between himself and the man in second place. He's been able to get that gap down to 9/10 of a second behind Artur Carbonell. Not bad, but that's still huge in terms of trying to string enough laps together to break down the gap.
Yeah, 9/10. It's still a massive gap. It's a great attempt from Luye to try and break down the gap to Carbonell in second position right now, but with it still being 9/10 of a second, that's still a massive gap separating the two drivers, and with there only being 4 laps remaining it isn't looking possible for that gap to be broken down unless something drastic happens or a mistake is made by Carbonell, which drops the gap even more.
And again, you know as a racing driver, Kai, when you've got a fast kart underneath you and you are trying to catch the kart in front, but there's daylight between you and the kart in front. You can't quite get in the tow. You don't quite have the pace and momentum to reel them in. But you know that if you were right on their back, you could go for the overtaking move. That must be so frustrating and demoralising mid-race.
Yeah, it's really annoying when you know you have the pace to get past the driver, but just not quite on the back of them. All you can really do is just get your head down, push forwards, and try and set the best lap time as possible. And that's a move there. And up the inside, that'll be Imborg. Sorry, no, that'll be Petit making his way past. So Petit gains the position, but loses it straight back there to the 137. Currently makes his way into 8th position as Van Splutteren gets his way past Hubert Petit. Petit makes up a position and then loses it back straight away.
You really do get the sense that there is a civil war brewing in the CPB Sport tent, don't you? Because they are all at each other's throats at the moment. It doesn't matter who they go up racing against. These Sony Kart teammates are properly racing each other, and it's wonderful to watch it unfold. Kajsik Snellis, though, has slowly started drifting down the order. I wonder if they've just lost a little bit of ground in terms of pressures on the inside and up on over the curbs. Thomas Imborg has had enough here being sat behind Pacini. Nomblow's already passed and gone, so Imborg very frustrated trying to get his way past Alessio Pacini, and he has managed to do so. Pacini needs to react here as they come off the turn. He almost gets alongside Imborg, and now as they come through once again, tough battles for Imborg as he tries to keep Alessio Pacini off his back. But this is a man who is still determined to make these overtaking moves come his way. And Thomas Imborg holding on. Now, there's been a warning flag that's about to go out. That is for the Portuguese driver, Rodrigo Ferreira. So the Praga racer is going to have a problem coming over the top of the hill. Further up, look how quickly Sam Luye has caught up to Arthur Carbonell. Arthur Carbonell's just dropped off the pace on this lap, and Sam Luye might snatch second away.
Now, this is a very important moment in time for Luye right now. As a driver, you've now arrived onto the back of the car that you've been pushing for the majority of the race. You now just need to keep it calm and composed, and when the opportunity arises, you need to pounce at it. Try and make this move stick, because it's really important for second position. If Luye is able to get past Carbonell, as it is now running out of corners, just not close enough to be within overtaking range right now. Go around the penultimate corner. Luye just not close enough.
He needed another lap, really, to make this work, and it hasn't quite come to him. He's going to be ultra defensive in the final turn. Albanese is going to get the win. Can Luye get there over the line? A good effort, but not quite close enough. He tried his best, but he needed one more lap. That was all he needed, really, to get the opportunity to go for Carbonell. Whether he would have made the overtaking move or not remains to be seen, but he certainly needed at least one more lap to have a proper go. Danilo Albanese, though, not a bad start to his weekend. A pair of victories and a second place. He can be quite happy with the way that this has unfolded, and it's certainly going okay as far as the Kart Republic driver is concerned. You can't win them all, but you can certainly give yourself the best possible chance to get up to the sharp end.
Yeah, Albanese, he's got 2 wins now and a second place. That will still place him very high in the orders for the starting position on Sunday's final. But hats off to Luye, though, for the attempt of trying to get in the second position. That was a massive gap to pull down in the space of laps that he had. He had 4 laps left and still a second gap separated the two of them. And to only be 2 tenths off the back of Carbonell at the end of the race, that was a great attempt.
It really was. You know, he really dug deep and found that extra pace. And I have to say, Jean and Sam Luye, 2 of the most impressive developing drivers over the last 12 months. Great to see them at the sharp end. Danilo Albanese and Arthur Carbonell from Sam Luye and Jean Nomblo. Thomas Imborg and Alessio Pacini. Joey Van Spunteren ahead of Hubert Petit and Kajsik Snellis. Rodrigo Ferreira in 10th place. Nikita Artemanov and Axel Bengtsson from Mads Thompson and Jamie Day. Kasper Kalasma and Johan Sanchez from Karim JM and Adrian Janicki. Then Francesco Leone and Kasper Nadolski. David Raymond, Lucas Reybok from Tobias Sjogren. Michael Ferschu, Sim Liedmar, Justin van der Schaft, Roman Sharapov and Karol Kret. With Daniel Vazil, the race retirement. Marcus Funder didn't take the start. That looks to me like Justin van der Schaft has actually broken down on the way home. Now, that's always a little bit unfortunate when you've had a great race and then all of a sudden the car splutters to a halt on the slowing down lap.
Well, I mean, it's always a shame when you break down, well, you're better breaking down after the race than during the race.
Well, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure that he'll be quite delighted that he broke down this lap instead of a lap earlier.
I suppose it'll be a little bit amusing to a certain degree. To have the, unbelievable. I've just had this incredible battle, and then I break down before I even come home. So, an unfortunate one for Justin van der Schaaf, but at least he will still be classified in his 26th position, where he was before. Now, the man that we have all been talking about this weekend is about to come out onto the circuit once again to start from pole position, and what a charge he has been on. Since his podium at Adria, Lorenzo Travasanuto has been one of the stars of the season in the second half of the year, and he is absolutely adamant and resolute. This is going to be his 4th FIA karting title if he gets his way. We spoke to him on Thursday, where he seems to be pretty confident and pretty upbeat.
Yeah, basically, it's the one event that counts the most in the year. It's about really getting ready. Also, psychologically, I like to, if possible, kind of have a little bit of, mental break before the competition to kind of be a bit more relaxed, to come into the race fully focused. So it's really about being physically prepared, also to train a lot, try to be, of course, as lean as possible also for this competition to have the maximum performance. And then it's really a week where all the work you've done, all the development and little improvement that you try to learn and seek through the year, they all come together in a race. I'm following also, of course, the Paralympic racing team and drivers in the OK classes and also in the mini kart in the Italian championship. So it's been quite hectic for me to put all together. So whenever I had free time, I tried to train. Especially in the last period, I managed to get a little bit more of training to be in a good shape, because in this category, every detail counts. Let's say normally you try to show yourself, prove that you're good and you have a good racecraft, and when you see that you have a decent amount of experience and you can be there competitive, then you make the switch to KZ1. So hopefully that's the target. I would honestly love to. I mean, I need to speak with the team and see a lot of things, but to me, that's the target. I think the speed is pretty competitive. I probably need to work still on the racecraft and a bit on the stars, but we're slowly getting there. So hopefully, if I'm starting to see also myself, I'm very critical with myself. So I want to see that I'm there 100%, that I am a complete driver, and then I'll try to push to make the switch. Basically, the corners tend to open up in the braking, so that allows for sure a lot of overtakings and also very different lines. So it's nice because each driver has his own approach in corners, so you can actually see quite a few different lines. I remember in 2018, especially with the OK, which I used to drive here, the lines were completely different between drivers. For example, me and Hannes in the final. So it's nice because really you can adapt to what the chassis feels, what the engine feels, and what you like to go with. Last time 34, like is in KZ1, you can never make a mistake, but you can still sort of make it up if you're really competitive. It's not easy, but it's possible. In KZ2, basically, with so many heats and so many drivers, you cannot do any mistake, because then it would drop you so further in the grid that then it would make it possible. So you got to really do a perfect week. Especially qualifying is going to be very important to start in the front. So we'll try to do that.
Great to hear from the 2-time World OK and 1-time European OK champion in FIA Karting, Lorenzo Travasanuto, going for his 4th FIA Karting accolade this weekend, which would be the International KZ2 Super Cup, 1 class away from becoming champion of the world in KZ. That would be an amazing accolade. Not many drivers have won in both the direct drive and the gearbox categories. He can't do that until 2022, of course, but it would certainly set him on the right path to do so. Alongside him on the grid, though, another fiery Italian, Giuseppe Palomba. When those two charge for the first corner side by side, we could be in for some fireworks.
Well, Giuseppe Palomba, he's been putting in some great results and great battling throughout the course of the day so far. Obviously, we've only had him racing this morning, so maybe after his little lunch break, he's got a new mindset and he's ready to take the win.
We'll see who's been able to reboot themselves the best possible manner after the pause. Lorenzo Travasanuto and Giuseppe Palomba on the front row of the grid from Jean Liet and Paavo Tonteri. Lawrence Van Hopen and Jesper Sjoberg from Chris Hahn and Angelo Lombardo. David Lewinsky and Jorge Pescador from Martin van Leuven and Juha Valtonen, Lorenzo Giannoni and Leonardo Marcellia from Alexander Schmitz and Isaac Jacobsen, Brandon Nielsen and Albin Carlsen from Norton Andreasen and Per Gunnarsson, Joseph Knopp and Paul Ribera, Jesper Westerholm and Rowan Grinviz from Matthias Torrigiani, Arto Ojaranta, Giuseppe Fusco, Jan Pokos, Laura van den Hengel and Benjamin Lindsen. So 30 drivers, 15 rows worth of competitors. Again, just the one lap of the circuit, which is only 1.221 kilometers in length. 18 degrees air temperature, so the track temperature is going to be about 28, 29 degrees Celsius, I would think. Always important to make sure that your tire pressures are set correctly for this kind of conditions, because in the cooler temperatures, tire pressures can be a bit of a minefield to get right, and we're literally talking half a PSI of difference between getting it right and getting it horribly wrong.
Well, the thing is, with it being high temperatures and high track temperatures as well, tire pressures, they come into a massive play, as if you have too high tire pressures, then your tires overheat very quickly, and then you don't quite have the pace that you've had over the course if you did have lower tire pressures, as then you start on a lower pressure, and that means that there's more surface being covered by the tire, so there's less chance of it overheating straight away. So it's an interesting question, because obviously each driver will have their own preference with tire pressures. It depends how they prefer their car to handle.
So we'll come back to this conversation about tire pressures a little bit later, because it is a fascinating element of the category. Green flag is flying at the back of the field, and that means we are ready to go. On the left, Travis Anuto. On the right, Palomba. Let's see who gets the best start. Now, Palomba launches. That's a perfect getaway from the Birolart driver. Travis Anuto into second place as the rest of the field squirm through turn one, in through the chicane. And it's an excellent launch away from Giuseppe Palomba. He timed that to perfection as they now come into the hairpin. Travis Anuto running in second place. Almost not a start at all for the 129. So unfortunate that we had Arturanta not getting away, and two more not getting away either. That's Paul Ribera and also the 147 in trouble. That's Jan Pokos. So Pokos gets going, Ribera does not. So that's a big disaster for those two as they don't get moving. And Ribera is actually going to struggle to get that car off the race circuit in time. They will manage it, but Giuseppe Palomba leads the Renzo Travis Anuto. Now we get to see Travis Anuto in attack mode.
Yeah, Travis Anuto, over the course of today so far, he's always been in the lead, so he will not be used to being in the second position right now. So he's got to focus on the driver ahead and trying an attack, get himself in the lead, and then pull away just a little bit, as he's been doing so far. But Giuseppe Palomba doing a great job off the start line to get himself with a very early lead. But Travis Anuto, here he is, already on the attack.
Yeah, if you wanted a fairy tale start to a gearbox race, consult Giuseppe Palomba's craft book, because he absolutely nailed it. And that is how you get away from second on the grid to launch into the lead. But Travis Anuto's not waiting around. Giuseppe Palomba, though, is one of the most defensive drivers you're ever going to see in KZ2. If anyone can make their cart as wide as a Buick, it's going to be Giuseppe Palomba, and they are going to find it very difficult to get past him indeed. And of course, the longer Travis Anuto takes to pass Palomba, the more likely it's going to be that Jean Louillet is going to get a chance to slingshot up the inside and make a bid for second place. And that's going to just send Travis Anuto on a one-way trip down the order, as the loss of momentum is then going to be felt again as he goes for Paavo Tonteri. Palomba defending. Travis Anuto's not going to wait around any longer. Slices on the inside line, takes the lead, and now Palomba is going to have to try and fight back, and he'll need to do it quickly because Travis Anuto will back him into Louillet and Tonteri, and all it's going to take is for Louillet to pop up on the inside line and make his first overtaking bid, which he tries to now. That's going to hold up Palomba, and that has even put a little bit of daylight between Travis Anuto and Palomba, and that could just be what makes the difference. Still now, Louillet looking and hunting for a way to come back on terms with Giuseppe Palomba. Into the left, second apex. The drivers treat it like a full-length hairpin, and then up to the final turn, where you brake, you turn in, you try and get the best possible exit back on the power mid-apex as you just kiss the curb on the inside line. And now Travis Anuto from Palomba, Louillet, Tonteri, Lombardo doing a great job in fifth place from Chris Harnan. And then Sjoberg, Pescador, Van Leuven, Lewinsky, Marcellia and Valtonen, who have both managed to get past Lawrence Van Hopen on the last lap.
We said Travis Anuto was on attack mode, and it seems like he's managed to do that. Tonteri makes up that position there and gets himself up in a third position, just about holds onto it there as Louillet drops down into fourth now as he still fights back. Not able to get the position back though as Tonterri manages to just hold on to it. But he's went very wide there, and that's opened the door there for Luye and also Lombardo. So they both managed to file through there, as that was a mistake from Tonterri. Just missed his braking zone after making a beautiful overtake.
I couldn't resist the awkward pain noise there as Angelo Lombardo made his way on the inside line. Is now side by side. That is Chris Harnan trying to get past Paavo Tonterri. But Angelo Lombardo, he had nowhere to go but into the back of Jean Louye's car. And that might have caused damage to the front fairing, or certainly knocked it out of position, because we can see a little bit of the rubber marks that are left behind after that little rub. So a big issue there. Travis Zanuto, though, has once again opened up the tabs. Is on the inside line. That is Chris Harnan. He gets through on Paavo Tonterri. And further up, that is the move from Lombardo to get past Jean Louye. But Louye gets him straight back again on the switch. So a very tight battle indeed for third. And an even tighter one for fifth place as Paavo Tonterri shakes off the attack from Jesper Sjöberg. Sjöberg is trying to work his way into P6. He has another look at it. He will be able to maximize a little bit more grip around the circuit than some of the others, being one of the hometown favorites. So this is going to be a tricky one for Paavo Tonterri to hold on to. The Finnish driver will know this circuit very well, of course, as the Scandinavian drivers will often come here to race and to test. But Paavo Tonterri trying to hang on in front of Jesper Sjöberg at the moment. Jorge Pescador in 8th position from Van Leuven, and oh, big issue! My goodness, that was a big coming together. And we have a roll there. The driver thrown out of the car. That's the 124 of David Lewinsky in there with the 120 of Martin Van Leuven. That is a very uncomfortable accident for the two drivers there. My goodness. Well, David Lewinsky looks obviously a little bit pained as a result of that. Now, that could end up being well, it's yellow flags at the scene. That could end up taking us to a slow board. Obviously, it's a big, big incident. The drivers will carry on. Nigel Edwards, race director, just looking over the scene and making a decision, but obviously the driver is out of the kart, so out of dangerous way, but it will be yellow flags at that hairpin. That escalated very quickly indeed. Unfortunately, even though there looks like some discomfort for the 124 of David Lewinsky, it's slow boards around the course, so we've gone full yellows.
Yeah, I think that was the decision to make there, as there's clearly some issue there for the driver.
Well, thank goodness. You can see that David Lewinsky is walking away from the scene. He will obviously get some medical checks as per protocol, but thank goodness. That looked horrific.
Yeah, I could just see it out the corner of my eye. Went up the inside and banged wheels. They both went up in the air, and then you could just see the Birla go over. And thank God that the driver has walked away from that one okay, because if he just fell at the wrong angle, then that could have been a major issue and a major injury. So it's amazing to see him walk away from that one okay.
Well, the advantage of having the live stream in front of me is that we can go back and have a quick look at it ourselves, just for point of reference. Lewinsky came in from a long way back, actually, to get up on the inside at turn 4, and it was just the wrong angle for the wheels to interlock. And when you're at that speed, committing to the inside apex, the two wheels lock, and it kicked him sideways into the curb. And we talked about this when we did our track walk earlier in the weekend, Kai. The curbs are so high here. If you hit them at the wrong angle, it is going to tip the kart over. And unfortunately, it's barrel rolled him to an acute angle, and then he's hit the curb, and that's just tipped the kart over as he's going through the air. It was a very nasty roll, but he is very lucky to get away from that one with, well, a bit of a shaken and not stirred syndrome, essentially. He was very fortunate indeed, and it looks to me as though he's going to be all right, but certainly none the worse for wear.
I'm sure he'll go to the medical office just for a precautionary medical check over, and I think that will definitely be the call from any of the officials around here. But great to see him walk away from that one okay, and it looks like we may have green flags next time round. Green flags next time round may be the case, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is so.
It's certainly being discussed. You don't tend to have a slow board for longer than you need to. Lorenzo Travisanuto trying to back up the field. And this is his opportunity to try and catch out Giuseppe Palomba on the restart. He will not want to get his foot down on the throttle until he is ready to go. But obviously they will need an indication. The man with the green flag is standing by on the start-finish straight, so that was well spotted, Kai. It looks as though we are going to go racing this time by. And the drivers, look, Travasanuto is backing them up. There you go, green flags will fly this time by, but you're not allowed to overtake until you get to that start-finish line. So this is all going to be about Travasanuto when he gets them started again. He can see the green flag on the start-finish line. He's gone for it. Palomba's gone with him, as has Jean Louillet. The rest of the field a little bit held up, but that is as good a start as Travasanuto could hope to get on the restart. Green, 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 green. We're racing once again after the first corner, and Travasanuto out in front of Palomba, Louillet, Lombardo, Harnen, Tonteri, Sjoberg, and Pescador, as the race gets back underway with green flags in operation. So, good restart from Palomba and Louillet. They managed to stay close to Travasanuto. That means it's not going to be an absolute domination from the Paralin out front, but it will definitely be tough to catch him in the zone he's currently in.
Yeah, it definitely will. Oh, and that's a move from very far back there, from the 114. Louillet clearly feeling a little bit risky today, wanting to go for those overtakes early on, wants to get them in the bag and then move on to the next car ahead of him. But Travasanuto, he's already pulled a 1 second gap over Palomba. Palomba just not able to respond to the pace that Travasanuto is putting down on the circuit right now.
There's Jean Louillet coming at him there, and he was roaring after him as he tried to get on the inside line. I mean, to be fair, he was so far back going into the apex, he was in a different town and still managed to go for the move on the inside. Had to bail out of it at the last minute, but fair play to Jean Louillet. He's got some stones coming into this weekend, I tell you that. He comes up and over the curb with Angelo Lombardo bearing down, Chris Harnen and Paavo Tonteri not far away. This is where Louillet tried that banzai maneuver. He has another look. He's just too far back at the moment. Palomba has got a good kart underneath him. So the pace is there, the control is perfectly rhythmic. Lorenzo Travasanuto has just managed to bang in another purple first sector. So very good work. Paul Ribera out of the race, as is Jesper Westerholm and Isaac Jakobsen. I'm not sure where they retired from the race, but certainly their races are over as well. I think we've got karts out in the middle sector, so that's where they... Oh, I don't know whether that was the same incident or separate incidents. And there is the kart stationary. That is the 190 of Isaac Jakobsen, who was the fastest lap in the previous heat for a certain time. So that's unfortunate for him, but he was out of the race a couple of laps prior to Martin van Leuven and David Lewinsky's accident, which meant the pole barrel rolled into turn 4. He's okay, by the way. They're just going to do some precautionary checks, as is the protocol after an accident like that one. But the first slow board, and hopefully the last slow board, we're going to see over the weekend. But check this out. Giuseppe Palomba really struggling to get clear, and now he's just thrown anchor, hasn't he? He's just dropped the anchor over the side of the boat. And now he's hoping that he can back the field into each other so that he can check out. But Angelo Lombardo's got a good run in the final lap of the race coming up, because they are going into the last tour. And Angelo Lombardo right in there behind Louillet. Travasanuto's away with the fairies up front. He's absolutely loving it in the lead. But Jean Louillet's got a chance on Palomba.
Yeah, Palomba, you can tell that he has little to no chance of catching onto Travasanuto, and he knows that himself. That's why he's parked the brakes on the apexes of the corners. And now Louillet has a little look to the inside, isn't able to make anything stick yet, though, as Palomba still goes defensive into the hairpin. He's going to try again. Still a little bit too far back as Louillet right now, as it's getting a very edgy for the driver on the Tony Kart chassis. Louillet trying everything that he can.
I love Louillet's confidence and conviction to just try and stab it up the inside. You really got to know that you can park the kart, though, on the inside apex in front of your opponent. Will he try something in the final bend? Too far back. Unfortunate, but the victory is going to go the way of Travasanuto for the third time today. Palomba in second, Jean Louillet in third from Angelo Lombardo and Chris Harnen. Great job from the youngest man in the KZ2 field, Chris Harnen. 5th position for the young Dutchman. Still only 14 years of age, would you believe? But there is the battle, won by Lorenzo Travasanuto once again. And that's 3 from 3. It's just like the OK days all over again.
Wow, absolutely dominant. Travasanuto, he is untouchable. Nobody is able to get anywhere close to him on the field. As soon as he made his way past Palomba on the second lap, he was gone. He disappeared. Travasanuto, as soon as he gets into the lead, there's no catching.
I mean, this is either going to be a really close tussle in the final tomorrow between Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trevelov, the other man who's gone unbeaten so far this weekend, and could continue to be unbeaten in this next heat coming up. It's either going to be a very close ding-dong between Travasanuto or Trevelov, or the former double world champion Lorenzo Travasanuto may already have won this, just in terms of the psychological edge. So it'll be fascinating to see which it is. Drivers coming into the pits a little bit too close to each other. They've got to go in single file, haven't they? Lorenzo Travasanuto and Giuseppe Palomba from Jean Liet and Angelo Lombardo, Chris Harnan and Paavo Tonteri, Jesper Sjoberg and Jorge Pescador, Juho Valtonen and Leonardo Marcellia in the top 10, then Lawrence Van Hopen from Alexander Schmitz and Brandon Nielsen, Lorenzo Giannoni and Per Gunnarsson, Albin Carlsen, Giuseppe Fusco and Matthias Tordegiani, then Rowan Grinvis and Norton Andreasen, and then we'll have Joseph Knopp, Arto Ojoranta, Jan Pokos, Laura van den Hengel and Benjamin Linsen, and then the retirements, Martin van Leuven and David Levinsky, the man who barrel rolled over, Isaac Jakobsen, Jesper Westerholm and Paul Ribera, the Austrian who could not get off the starting line. Interesting to note, Benjamin Linsen, every time he comes off the kart, he gives that Intrepid a massive rev when he gives the car. We've noticed it a couple of times when he come into the pits. I don't know whether that's a good way for a race to end, or whether you just give it blasts of throttle when you're stationary in the pits, or whether that's a problem that's developing.
I think it's just something that the driver's doing. There's no way that every time that it revs like that, the exact same. I think just putting his foot on the throttle a little bit, maybe clearing the engine of any oil that's built up, that may be the case. But I may be completely wrong, just talking a bit of rubbish there. But, you know, just trying to find solutions and reasons why he's doing that.
Well, if anyone's more likely to be talking rubbish about that, it's me, not you, because you're the one who drives.
Maybe.
So anyway, let's talk from a perspective of the start of the next heat, qualifying heat A versus D, and Senna van Walstein. Pole position in time qualifying. We also managed to catch up with him over the course of the Thursday sessions, and we heard from Senna how excited he is about the prospect of racing for the world title in the International KZ2 Super Cup.
Of course, you can expect a big competition here. You need to work hard for it, like physical. And yeah, I think you just need to train as much as you can, because the level is just the highest you can get at this moment. It's taking a lot of time testing. We tested so many things because, of course, this is the big one of the year. So I'll focus on this week. And yeah, of course, coming into this weekend, we wanted to test a lot before the weekend as well. So we've been working on this for quite a long time already, and now it's coming to an end. So yeah, it's taking a lot of time and a lot of work to prepare yourself for this weekend. I think KZ2 is the step-up class to KZ1. The more years you drive, the more experience you get, and the experienced drivers in the world, they're driving KZ1. So I think, yeah, if you want to make the next step to KZ1 and KZ2, you really need to step up, and that's the biggest progression you can make to KZ1. I absolutely love the circuit, and why it's good to race on, because here you get quite a few overtaking points. So racing will be more fun to watch and to do as well, because yeah, you have some circuits on the calendar and it's almost impossible to overtake, but not like this one. This one you have multiple spots where you can do it. And just the circuit itself, so it's so nice. The corners are nice, you even have a little jump, you have height difference. Yeah, it's absolutely lovely to drive here. You're doing your best all the time, but what makes it difficult to race so many drivers is that if you make one mistake, it can cost you a lot, and it can cost you even the final. Like, for example, if you make a mistake in the quali, you're maybe not 10th, but 63 or 18th. So that makes it more difficult. You have more to lose, and yeah, everybody is so close to each other. So one little mistake can make your weekend or can ruin your weekend. Of course, I would like to keep going in KZ next year, probably KZ1, where we're looking at now. But yeah, we don't know anything for sure yet. Everything is still to come. So yeah, hopefully we have another year in KZ1.
So Senna van Walstein from the pole position in time qualifying, continuing his run for the International KZ2 Super Cup. If you've only just joined us or you missed the opening heats of the day, Senna van Walstein had the chance to open his account with the win earlier on and ended up getting into a tangle with his teammate Arthur Carbonell, the Cardinal sin of racing. Don't drive into your teammate, and it's hard to know which driver was really at fault in the incident. Probably just a racing affair between the two. However, what it definitely has done is it's compromised both drivers' race weekends. And now, Senna van Walstein gets to go through a bit of deja vu. His race battle is with the man he fought for the European Championship, Giacomo Pellini, on the front row of the grid. This should be interesting with David Trevelov in third.
I'm sure it'll be a great race, but that's the #1 unwritten rule of motorsport. Don't collide with your teammate. And that kind of got done at the beginning of the day, so I guess the weekend, it can only get better from here. But Van Waalstein, he hasn't won one race yet, and he'll be looking to do so now.
So it will definitely be a very interesting tussle right from the start. So it's going to be a fabulous battle for the competitors. Senna Van Waalstein from pole position, Giacomo Pellini second, then it is David Trevelov and Fabrizio Rosati. And then behind them, we have Rasmus Janssen, Victor Oberg, Janis Savico and James Wharton, Robert Kinderwarter and Marcus Kayak, Ben Tornfist and Valentino Fritsch from Alexander Dahlberg, and Marco Torment, Matti Kukovski and Gerard Sabrian, Charlie Anderson, Dana Pongpangs Tumnu, Thomas Guedes, then Giorgio Carrara, Ken Oscar Algra, Kasper Janssen and Lasse Karlsjoj, Alexandru Iancu and Jakub Wojcik, Mihai Mitshein, Kenneth Hildebrand, Frederik Kiekenborg, Damian Vala, then Johannes Gabrielsen. At the back of the grid, it will be Greg Caton of Great Britain, who we heard from in the morning session. Now, Senna Van Waalstein versus Giacomo Pellini. Their battle for the European title was very amiable, actually. They had a very close rivalry, but it was always the spirit of competition between two sportsmen. There was never any bitter ignominy between the two drivers. They were very close run, very competitive, but there was no danger between the two of them. No ill feeling and certainly no bitter rivalry. It was good spirit of competition. Now they go alongside each other on the front row of the starting grid with David Trevelov in third position. This will be fascinating to see who's able to stay in front of the other with three very motivated drivers up at the front.
Well, I think with Travis Anuto just winning his third race there, that would be 3 wins and, well, no other positions that have been secured there by Travis Anuto. Can Trevelov do the exact same thing? He's already won 2 of his heats, but can he win a third? That will put them on par. But if he doesn't, then Travis Anuto's looking like he's got the upper hand.
This is all down to David Trevelov, isn't it? The pressure is on him in third position to keep his winning momentum going strong. The green flag will go at the back of the field. Well, it looks like there's a slight issue for one of the contenders at the tail end of the field. The green flag now comes up. So now we'll see who will get to the first corner first, Van Waalstein or Pellini, or could it be Trevelov? Here we go! Great start from Van Waalstein. Trevelov is going to get split up the inside. Oh! 144. Fabrizio Rosati gets a big start, goes into turn 1 and actually strikes the back of Van Waalstein's car, loses momentum and ends up tumbling down to 4th, 5th, 6th position, I think that is. So Rosati not getting the start he wanted at all. That's really hampered him. And now up the inside for 4th position, getting past the 115 of James Wharton. There is a big tussle going on for 4th place. That's Victor Oberg, I think, getting through on Wharton. But up to 2nd now has come Giacomo Pellini. Into 3rd has come David Trevelov. But Fabrizio Rosati had a great chance to move forward, and he just got too fast. It's almost as if he just completely missed where Senna Van Waalstein was going to place the kart, and he hurtled into the back of him.
Yeah, it was very close, but it's good to see that nobody was hampered by that situation. It was very close to being a collision there, but nothing major happened between the two of them. As Trevelov, he's got himself into 3rd position, didn't have the best of starts off the line, actually got jumped by 2 karts, and then obviously the 144 had that incident there. Still holds on to the position now, does Trevelov. He's in 3rd position now, breathing down the neck of Giuseppe Palomba. Sorry, not Giuseppe Palomba. I keep getting those initials mixed up.
Giacomo Pellini.
Giacomo Pellini. So Pellini will be feeling the pressure from Trevelov before he knows the results he's had, and he knows how quick of a driver he is.
Well, Alexander Dahlberg has retired for the 2nd time this afternoon, so the 2nd time today, I should say, sorry. So that is unfortunate for him, and it almost certainly spells the end of his weekend in total, because obviously with 2 DNFs, that's almost impossible to come back from. So up to the inside, Trevelov gets the run on Giacomo Pellini in the final bend and gets into 2nd place. Good opportunities in there from David Trevelov. So the Maranello chassis breaks into 2nd place, and we've seen this already. Once Trevelov is into 2nd, chasing down Senna Van Waalstein, he's already beaten him on 2 occasions. Can he make it a hat-trick? It's going great for the German.
Yeah, Trevelov in a brilliant position right now, but under a lot of pressure. And look at the train of karts that we have right now. Oh, and that's a big collision there.
Yeah, we had someone tumbling from the car. That's 5 of them taken out by the look of it. So that's Jakub Wojcik, Thomas Guedes, Johannes Gabrielsen, Alexander Iancu, and Damian Vala all included in that one. So big problems there. And it looked like Mihai Mitshein that had problems. Oh, it looks like a bit of discomfort as well there for the 170 of Thomas Guedes, the Portuguese driver. So yellow flags and slow boards. Again, Well, this is what we were saying, you know, as the race weekend progresses, drivers will get a little bit more intense, a little bit more desperate to make a move. Now, this is not good news for Senna van Waalstein. That is terrible news for van Waalstein because he wanted to get well clear, and now David Trevelov is going to close back in on him. So there's a good chance on the restart that we're going to see David Trevelov really make a push to get past Senna van Waalstein. Now, obviously, with 5 karts off the road, all in close proximity, that's definitely going to be a bit of an issue. Again, a couple of the drivers just being investigated there by the medical team that's on the side. It's Mihai Mancheyan, I think, that's ended up with the most of the discomfort. Thomas Guedes looks like he's got a bit of a sore back there, but otherwise okay. But it's Mihai Mancheyan that took the brunt of that. And so he is down there with the medical team. There's the marshals. That's Pasquale Lupoli, I think, just chatting away to the drivers. Are you okay? Is everything all right? Yes, I'm fine. Well, we need to cross the circuit and check you over. As you can see, a little bit of a hobble there. That will be a sprained ankle potentially for one of the drivers, or certainly just a little bit sore on the bottom side of the heel, depending on where they've struck the pedal on impact. So all sorts of difficulties there for the drivers. 5 of them out of the race on the spot. Thomas Guedes, Johan Gabrielsen, Alexander Iancu, Damian Valla, and Jakub Wojcik, I think, actually got going again. So Jakub Wojcik actually did get the race started again, and he has rejoined at the back of the grid. So he will be there. So it's actually Alexander Iancu, not Mihai Mancheyan. Mancheyan has got going again. So he and Alexander Iancu, I keep mixing those two up, I do apologise. But Mihai Mancheyan and Jakub Wojcik have managed to restart, and they are now down at the back of the field. So the main investigation is going on for Alexander Iancu, I do believe. He is conscious. They're just going over things as protocol. Thomas Guedes, Johan Gabrielsen and Damian Valla are the ones that are out of the race, along with Alexander Dahlberg. On the slow boards here for a 4-kart incident, which was originally a 6-kart incident, although Mihai Mancheyan and Jakub Wojcik have been able to restart.
Yeah, it's a shame to see the slow boards out again after an incident there, but just the drivers getting their medical checkovers there. Just precautionary, doesn't mean there is any major injuries to any of the drivers. If there is any discomfort, then obviously the paramedics will tend to them with any medical need that is necessary. So it's good to see that from the marshals. They were so quick onto the scene of the incident to clear everything up possible and get the yellow flags out. But on the start gantry, it's looking like it will be green flags next time round.
Yet another fabulous job from the Orange Army around the circuit here at Kristianstad Karting Club. They are fabulous here. The team are such great communicators. They work in unison like cats around the circuit, so light on their feet, and they're able to keep us nice and safe, which is excellent. So well done. Looks like Senna van Waalstein has already decided to go for it. He has started going very far. Oh! And the officials there slowing Senna van Waalstein down because, again, he's gone very quick. They had to slow him down because he felt that the race was going to restart, and it only restarts when they come across the line. So Senna van Waalstein actually having to be slowed on the approach. So a bit of a nasty moment there for the officials, but they did the right thing. They slowed Senna van Waalstein down, and he did slow before the final turn, but they may want to have a quick chat with him about that one.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few instances where drivers haven't slowed down enough under a restart. We actually saw a main incident of that in the OK and OKJ European Championships at SA when Freddie Slater got penalised for going too early under the yellow flags and gaining an unfair advantage in the eyes of the stewards. But Van Waalstein still pulling away from the driver in second position. Trevelov has won 2 of his heats so far, but with that setback and the laps counting down, will he be able to catch on to the leader?
Well, it will be interesting to see what David Trevelov can do. He's still got Pellini and Wharton right in behind him. But James Wharton is suddenly a factor for the top 3. Here he is, the Antipodean, doing an amazing job here in 4th position. And he's having a look, the Australian, to make his bid into 3rd. As up the inside, that is Janssen getting through on Rosati. So they battle away for position. Van Waalstein sets the fastest lap at 51.413. Not a massive surprise coming straight off a green flag following some slow boards. But James Wharton might well get the run here for 3rd position before Pellini gets the run for 2nd place. And that's definitely going to help the Australian out. So race director Nigel Edwards overseeing proceedings and watching on as Van Waalstein leads the race from Trevelov, Pellini and Wharton. James Wharton looking for 3rd position. He really is sizing up the chance here on Giacomo Pellini, the European champion, and that would give him such a massive satisfaction, James Wharton, to move past Pellini if he can do it, because that's not just anybody he's overtaking if he gets into third position. That's the European champion. That will be validation for James Wharton, knowing that the bad luck he's had this season will all have been worth it if he can go toe-to-toe with the European champion and come out up front. Jenis Savico now gets his bid on Fabrizio Rosati, and Victor Horberg, he's able to get through as well. And watch out, as the 144 Rosati is under pressure from Valentino Fritsch now as well. Big lunge up the inside from Rosati. My goodness, that is the bravest of overtakes on Victor Horberg. Normally that kind of move would never work, but Rosati had his sleeves well and truly rolled up there. Don't even question my ability. I'm going to have this, and he does.
Yep, that was a very secure overtake there. Gets his way past, does Rosati. But James Wharton, he's really struggled this season. He's had a bad season in his books. We know he's a strong driver, and it's great to see him back up at the front end where we know that he belongs, as he's performing really, really well right now. He'll be looking to get past into third position as soon as possible. Pellini, though, placing down some brilliant lap times. Talking about brilliant lap times, David Trevlov sets the fastest lap there, 3/10 now off the back of Van Waalstein. Will he be able to hold on to the lead? That's the question.
He's certainly looking that way, and he's been able to do quite a lot of work to close up on Van Waalstein. It's not done yet by any stretch. But coming back to James Wharton, fourth position, you know, he is a real team player in that Paralin squad as well. He's part of the Ferrari Young Driver Academy. The Australian, always a prolific hard worker, never leaves anything on the floor when he pushes his way to the victory. He's got such get up and go, and his motivation and teamwork discipline is massive. He was the first one to go and find Lorenzo Travasanuto on the approach to the podium after Adria. He ran up the stairs, found Travasanuto and embraced him big style. He was so happy that the team could grab their podium position. It was a big moment for the whole team, and he really felt that. He's a real integral part of the Paralin operation these days, so it'd be brilliant for him to join Travasanuto in the top 3 of races this weekend. He's not far away from it at all. So now James Wharton with a chance to step up the attack and go after Giacomo Pellini. There's going to be a big opportunity from the Australian if he gets his chance. Look how close Trefilov has got to Senna Van Waalstein. 2 laps to go, and he is all over him. Van Waalstein knows it. And so now Trefilov is going to be trying to make the bid going into lap 12. There are 2 laps to go here at the Assenring, and this is Trefilov's perfect score. Could be denied here by Senna Van Waalstein, the man who was fastest in qualifying, but hasn't quite been able to translate that into race victory just yet.
Van Waalstein still in the lead for now, though, but Trefilov on a charge. We know he has the pace, and look how close he is to the back of that Sodi kart right now. He'll be breathing down his neck. You'll be able to feel his presence with Senna Van Waalstein right now, but can he hold on to the lead just for one more lap after this one? They go through the final section of the circuit, and on the penultimate lap right now, Van Waalstein has been able to hold on for 1 lap more, but we've seen the runs that Trefilov is able to get out of the final corner. Will he be able to get one of his magical runs again as Trefilov goes a little bit wider, goes defensive? Does Van Waalstein tries for the switchback, not able to make anything stick though, as he'll have to sit behind him going into another lap.
Last lap begins. This is all going to be about what Trefilov does, and this is going to read more about, this is going to tell us more about Trefilov than it's going to tell us about Van Waalstein, because he's won 2 races. He's going to try and match Travasanuto's perfect score. So will he gamble? Will he go for the overtake on a very feisty Van Waalstein, who has clearly got race wins that he needs to take to get himself back up the order? Will he risk it, or will he feel, do you know what, second place is going to have to be good enough, especially now that Pellini and Wharton are getting close as well, because he could lose another position to them, and he does lose a little bit of ground there to Van Waalstein, so he's got to be very careful that he doesn't lose more ground to Pellini and Wharton. They don't have to gamble. They can just go for it and have a look and see. He is going to try on the final bend to get past Van Waalstein. They're going to go side by side, but Van Waalstein is going to get it from Trefilov. My goodness, the feisty German gave it a go. Fair play to him. Take a bow. He almost ruined everything, but he managed to go for the move. Senna Van Waalstein, though, picks up a valuable victory, and he needed that one. But David Trevilov's perfect run is broken. But I tell you what, David Trevilov, we now know that when the chips are down, he's going to fight. He's not going to consolidate. He's going to grab it. But he didn't manage it on that occasion.
Well, that was a quite major attempt there on the final corner.
You look absolutely blown away by that.
he was so far back. He was 2 tenths behind Van Valstein and dives down the inside. Somehow doesn't make contact with the other car. Just about hangs it on the inside, but just not able to accelerate out of the corner. Obviously, with him carrying so much speed into the corner, he's not able to accelerate out of it because of he's going to have to sacrifice the speed on the exit as he carried it in. But Van Valstein, props to him for holding on to that move around the outside, just planted his foot around the corner and hoped for the best.
I think that is what Daniel Ricciardo meant by licking the stamp and sending it, isn't it? That's a proper textbook version of it. Senna Van Walstein just hangs on in front of David Trevelov and Giacomo Pellini, with James Wharton there in 4th. Rasmus Janssen 5th place in front of Janis Savico, Fabrizio Rosati and Valentino Fritsch. Victor Oberg and Robert Kindavata. Then Marcus Kayak and Marco Tormen, Ben Tornfist and Mate Kukowski. And then we have a finish up from Gerard Sabrian and Kasper Janssen, Dana Pongpang Situmnu and Giorgio Emilio Carana. And then in 19th place, Charlie Anderson from Ken Oscar Algra and Frederick Kinkeborg. Lasse Karlsjoj in front of Kenneth Hilbrand and Mihai Mancheyan, Greg Caton and Jacob Wojcik. And then the retirements, well, they were all out together. Thomas Guedes, Johannes Gabrielsen, Alexandru Iancu and Damien Valère. And again, all 4 of those drivers, I'm sure, will have a check over before the next race, because it did look a little bit messy in the closing stages of that incident. We didn't really see what caused it. I think we can assume too many karts, too small a space, and not everybody is going to get out in one piece. But I tell you what, it was great racing up the front between Senna Van Walstein and David Trevelov. Very close indeed. And Trevelov, sadly, is now beaten in terms of his perfect run. Lorenzo Travasanuto will be delighted at that. So now he doesn't even have to beat him tomorrow. Essentially, all he has to do is finish dead behind him, and he will still be able to claim pole position if his 4th heat goes according to plan later on as well. So that puts Travasanuto in a very good mood, knowing that Trevelov has been beaten. For now, though, let's go from the KZ2 to the Academy Trophy. So some great drama and activity from KZ2, but the Academy Trophy is up next, the 12th running of this fabulous competition. And there are several drivers who are hoping to bow out of this title fight in the 2021 season on a high note, particularly from Romania, the young star Darius Babioana, who has been very impressive over the last couple of weekends. Made great progress at Adria and has been very strong in his opening heat here this morning. As we get ready for his 2nd time out on the circuit, we caught up with Darius Babioana yesterday to see how he's preparing to bow out of the 2021 season.
I'm so happy to be here. It's my favorite track. I feel so great to be here because I'm the champion of Romania. This is the best season of my life because I have the great result. In Vakersdorp I'm 5th. And Adria, with a little bit problem, I have 10 in the final. But maybe this weekend I go 1, 2, and 3. Last year, the driver is not too good, but this year the drivers is much better. I like to everyone is here on great competition. Everyone is so go, and it's so hard. Everyone, we want to win. If everything look good, I win.
So, Bafta, Darius Babioana. Good luck, that means in Romanian. And I know we've got a fabulous fan base for young Babioana out in Romania. And I know you're enjoying the action and him doing a fantastic job so far this weekend. Having watched him last season and then come into this year, he's definitely one of the most improved talents over the course of the last 18 months. Last year, he looked like he was getting up to speed by the 2nd, 3rd round of the championship, but he didn't quite have everything strung together in terms of time qualifying, in terms of racecraft, in terms of preparation coming off the first lap. But I tell you what, this year, he's a changed man. He is battling for the top 5. He deserves to be there, and he is really starting to string these races together.
Well, that's always great to see from a driver. When they develop from season to season, that shows the hard work that they've put in during the season and also during the off-season to prepare themselves for when racing gets underway again. And Babioana, as you said, he's done a great job at that one. He's really, really took it on in comparison to last season. So hats off to him.
Yeah, it's great to see drivers like Darius Babioana getting himself much more plaudits from his work. He's going to be there on the sixth position, I should say, of the starting grid, on the outside of the third row, alongside Nando Weichselbaumer. So we'll keep an eye on him and see how he goes. Pole position, though, Dion Gauda, the man who almost got pole position overall from time qualifying, alongside the Swedish star Ludwig Franzen. Caleb Gefrara is third from Riccardo Iannello, and then it is Nando Weichselbaumer and Darius Babioana. Mark Dubnitsky and Leo Robinson from Augustin Bernier and Matti Koenig. Noah Montero and Maxi Schleimer from Lucas Flusha and Federico Alrifai. Lenny Kiefer and Sal de Colombres. Daniel Mualem and Philip Garner. And then Stefano Cagnolo and Alberto Benitez. So the drivers getting themselves ready once again. They only get one lap to warm up the karts for the tyres and brakes to get up to temperature. And then it's a rolling start, which is obviously controlled by Dion Gauda from pole position. So once more, it'll be fascinating to see how the Academy drivers get on. And if Dion Gauda can hold on from the likes of Gefrara, Iannello, Weichselbaumer and Babioana, we're going to be pushing him through the course. And of course, let's see if Ludwig Franzen is going to be able to make a better impression than he did on the first start when he got onto the marbles at turn 1. It's so difficult to keep control of the kart when you go through there. This is going to be a late form-up of the grid. Pasquale Lupoli, the race director, is going to keep an eye and make sure that it's all above board, and it is indeed a second formation lap. Very easy to spot that from a way back, Kai.
Yeah, you could see that the drivers at the back of the grid, they weren't ready for the start of the race, just a little bit too far back, not even on the straight when we had already accelerating at the front of the grid from Dion Gauda. So Gauda just a little bit eager to get on the throttle, didn't back it up quite early enough and get the drivers into formation before he starts the race. But obviously he can't keep track of every driver around him. He doesn't know if some drivers are lacking behind a little bit and if they're in formation or not.
Yes, I suppose he doesn't, but at the same time, it's about when you slow up. You know, how far into the lap do you slow the pace of the field down? And if you've gone too far into the field before forming it up, you're going to really struggle. And again, here he is. This is the 515 of Ludwig Franzen trying to get back alongside. It's only now, really, after the red line, that Dion Gauda starts to form the field up. And you would think, really, that you could be doing that a couple of corners earlier on. So now the field will compress, and they'll go into their two tram lines of formation. So they'll just about get away with that, no problem. But out of the final turn, and it's going to be Dion Gauda to the inside line, Franzen to the outside line. From Gefrara, Iannello, Weichselbaumer, Babioana, Dubnitsky and Robinson. Are we going to go started racing this time? Yes, we are, and up to the first corner. This time it's a much better start from Franzen. He just slots into third place and holds his line on the inside of the corner. So he has lost the place, but he's gained a lot of momentum as Gefrara gets through in a second position. The young man from America already trying to take on Dion Gauda as the battle rages for fourth position. As they tuck their way through turn 4, it's already a great start from Gauda, Gefrara and Franzen. They have launched clear of the rest of the field, and it's going to be a very close opposition for those three drivers as they tuck in formation. But Ludwig Franzen, the man with the home advantage, now has a good chance. We've got two karts off in the background. That's not gone well at all. That's Lucas Flusha tangling with Federico Alrifai, so the Spaniard and the Emirati. And that is unfortunate for the two drivers there. Lucas Flusha going to restart. It's right the way down at the back of the field for Lucas Flusha. He's not going to restart by the look of it. It's unfortunate. And he's now going to have to just continue. It's been a very momentous week and a half for the Flusha family. Because, of course, young Luna took her first European title last week in a lower division of karting in the Miami category. Lenny Kiefer with investigation flag. And Lorenzo Senior and Junior are both racing in the 24 Hours in Barcelona this weekend. So a very momentous week and a half for the Flusha family. Investigation for Lenny Kiefer. Maybe he had a wheel or two out of the tram lines at the start. We're not entirely sure, but this is Iannello trying to shake off Darius Babioana. So Babioana, the Romanian, running in 5th position as he tries to make the move on the inside of the Italian. He's going to wait for his opportunity. No need to rush in. You need to make the overtaking move stick and make it well. This is such a transformation from Darius Babioana. Absolutely magnificent stuff from him as he continues his challenge forward. Off the left-hander, down to the braking zone, and Riccardo Iannello just holding him at the inside line. They come off the turn, and we can see Gefrara and Franzen having a sensational battle for second place as well. So Iannello and Babioana doing a good job in 4th and 5th position. Franson having his first go at Caleb Gafrara. Can the American hold him off? The answer is no. Ludwig Franson is there, but on the exit, Gafrara might be able to drop back alongside. Franson chops across before they get to the curb, and that's going to be enough. Babioana's going to get squeezed here by Iannello. He drops back off the tail of the Italian just by a little bit. And now it's going to be Gafrara trying to hang on from Iannello, but Babioana's not far away either. The Romanian doing a very solid job of getting himself into a competitive position to try and slingshot on the inside of the two guys in front.
Yep, Gafrara just trying to hold on to the position at this point. These two drivers did look like they were working together to some extent, and clearly that wasn't the idea there for Ludwig Franson as he gets himself in his 2nd position, and that's a move there, and that is going to be Caleb Gafrara dropping down another 2 positions as Riccardo Iannello makes his way past, and so does Darius Babiona, so making their way past. Caleb Gafrara just dropping back through the field now. It was such a good start there from the young driver from North Carolina, was in 2nd position, and now he's made his way all the way down into 5th.
So easy to lose momentum off that final hairpin as well, but a really good attack from Iannello and from Darius Babioana. Good optimism. And on the inside, that is, I believe, Noah Montero. It is indeed a good overtaking move there on the 541. Battling away, is that the 541? 547, I should say, sorry, of Leo Robinson. So Montero up into 7th place. Bernier has got past Leo Robinson now as well. So Mark Dubnitsky is the next man on Montero's shopping list to get through into 6th position. Some great races in this pack, and a lot of drivers getting a much better run of things this time out at Kristianstad than we have seen in the previous weekends at Wackersdorf and Adria. But now it is going to be an interesting one for the 520. That's Noah Montero to try and close up on Mark Dubnitsky and also shake off Augustin Bernier. Bernier trying to have a look at the Portuguese driver. They raced fairly closely with each other in the previous heat as well, don't forget. So now they're going to try and go at it once more. Braking zone. Noah Montero is not going to be intimidated here by Augustin Bernier. Bernier is going to look for the inside line. Montero trying to squeeze him at the apex, but Bernier does get through. Montero now going to try and have another look at Bernier, but he's not going to be silly. He won't throw a stupid move up the inside line. He's just going to take his opportunity, breathe in, get focused back, and try and avenge the overtaking opportunity when he gets the chance to. Leo Robinson is the man behind him, but Montero focused clearly on Bernier in front. Has a quick check over the shoulder, knows that Robinson can't get the move on the inside of the hairpin, so now he can set back off in pursuit of Augustin Bernier. But out in front, Dion Gauda has pulled 1.2 seconds clear of Ludwig Franson. Great work from the young man from Singapore.
Yeah, a brilliant job to pull away from Franson right now. Dion Gauda, obviously, he started on pole position, and there we see Babiona sets the fastest lap. 54.465 is set by the 522. But Dion Gauda started on pole position. He kept himself in the lead of the race, kept in control of the pace of the drivers behind him, and has just managed to pull away from anyone close to him. 1.3 seconds is the gap he's managed to develop over Franson behind him. So Gauda, it doesn't look like he's going to be under any pressure anytime soon.
So this is the battle of a second. Riccardo Iannello trying to get over on Ludwig Franson, I should say. So Ludwig Franson running a good race in 2nd position at the moment, but he's got so much pressure from Iannello and Babioana. Now Darius Babioana just got a little bit of curb on the way through turn 2 here, but he can be quite smart and sensible here and essentially let Iannello and Franson do all the hard work. As he gets close enough to them, he might just get an opportunity to move into the top 3. As Riccardo Iannello now gets the fastest lap of the race. Iannello gestures to Babioana, don't race me, don't overtake me, we can both go and get the man in front, Ludwig Franson. But he's going to go for it. Babioana on the inside line. Perfect overtaking move. Gets the kart in the middle of the road to shut down an opposition move as well. Beautiful overtake from Babioana. Now he's in 3rd position and he can go after Franson himself.
Babioana will be very happy with himself right now as a driver. As soon as you make a clean overtake to get yourself into a good position, you can just feel a little bit of self-pride, a little bit of success moving forwards. But also you need to keep your mind clear, put your head down and focus on the driver ahead of you. Unless you're in the lead of the race, you can't stop worrying about who's ahead of you. You can't make any mistakes. You just need to get successful lap times and push as hard as possible to try and catch on to the driver ahead of him, which in this case is going to be Franson. Franson's been in 2nd position for quite a while now and won't be looking to give up this position very easily.
So Darius Babiawana looking for a move on Ludwig Frantzen. Will he make the same move that he made on the previous lap? He's not quite close enough to make it happen, but he's still got Riccardo Iannello in tow, so he has to be quite careful where he plans to make the overtaking move. So Babiawana looking for his opportunity on Ludwig Frantzen. Riccardo Iannello's not far away. Bit of a wider trajectory through the penultimate corner there for Babiawana, but now he's hoping to make a bit of a lunge on the exit of Ludwig Frantzen. He'll have him in the tow here as we go into the last lap. Gauda's got the gap over Frantzen and Babiawana that he needs to be comfortable in the lead of the race. He just needs to bring it home now, essentially. But Babiawana really feels like he's got the chance to get into second place past Frantzen. He's not there yet, but he's right in behind him. He could make the overtaking move as they come up and over the crest. Will he make the lunge? Yes, he does. Babiawana gets through into second place. Talk about timing. The Romanian into second position. That was so beautifully judged by Darius Babiawana, and even on the exit he's able to shut him down and tries to back him into Riccardo Iannello. This is such beautiful driving. Oh, and a big lunge there from Iannello, who just got a little bit too greedy on the inside of Frantzen. Frantzen's off the road. He manages to recover, but he's lost a lot of ground there. So that is unfortunate for Ludwig Frantzen, but the victory is going to go the way of Dion Gauda in front of Darius Babiawana. Well done to Gauda. Great race from Babiawana. He's celebrating as if he's won the race, Darius Babiawana. That's what it means to him. That's the best he has ever performed in the Academy Trophy, and it was wonderful to watch him at work. He just took his time, did the maneuvers one by one, placed his car in the right positions. Gauda took the win. Babiawana took the headlines.
Babiawana clearly happy with the result. It's not very often that you see drivers celebrating in a heat, a qualifying heat, but Babiawana clearly feels like that's one of his best drives that he's ever driven to get himself into second position. But Dion Gauda, there is no faulting the Singapore driver as he's dominated from start to finish, just pulls away from the rest of the field, and nobody is able to get anywhere near to Dion Gauda.
Yeah, he did a beautiful job all throughout the race there. No conviction and no hesitation right from the start for Dion Gauda. He can be very happy with the way that race has gone. But Darius Babiawana flying the flag for Romania in the Academy Trophy, and I'm sure all the fans back home will be delighted with the way he has gone. Reflect Media saying, Darius Babiawana, #1 Romanian karting racer. I'm not sure the Cosma Christopher brothers would agree with that, but maybe they've got a great career coming themselves as well. Dion Gauda and Darius Babiawana from Riccardo Iannello and Augustin Bernier, Caleb Gafrara and Mark Dubnitsky from Ludwig Frantzen, Noah Montero, Maxi Schleimer and Leo Robinson, then Matti Koenig and Stefano Cagnolo, Nando Weichselbaumer and Saul de Colombres, then Daniel Moalem and Alberto Benitez in front of Lenny Kiefer and Philip Ganna. Those were the finishers. The two retirements, of course, Lucas Flusha and Federico Al-Rifai, who had that coming together on the opening lap of the race. Very unfortunate to see those two retire after what has already been a very tricky season for them. Federico Al-Rifai, don't forget, was the pole position sitter at Adria a few weeks ago. Was not able to convert that into race victories throughout the course of the final. But it's definitely been a very exciting battle for Dion Gauda. He remains at the top, but Darius Babiawana fights through from 6th on the grid to come through to 2nd place. Definitely the best race he has had in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and a very deserving driver to get up to that far end of the field as well. So excellent performance. Now, there's going to be more great battles in the coming heat. That will put qualifying heat A versus C onto the bill next. And that's going to give us the man who qualified in pole position. And that, of course, is David Walter. He will be there in pole position. We heard from him a little earlier on, of course, to see how things have gone his way. Maciej Gladij, the championship leader, will be next up in position on the front row of the starting grid. Leon Ochai did a great job, the Japanese driver, in qualifying to be 3rd on the starting grid from Leon Zelenko. Then Alexander Bondarev and Oscar Wirtz. Nicolas Roos, the South African, will be alongside Renaud Francote, who won so brilliantly at Wackersdorf. Then 9th on the grid will be Nicolas Ambiado of Chile, the British driver Bart Harrison. And in 11th on the grid will be the young man from Sri Lanka, Yvan David, with a chance to win the title. I caught up with him yesterday to see what his chances are of getting this title won.
I feel really confident, coming back for the last round of the Academy Trophy. I feel I can win the championship, and I'm really confident. The last 2 rounds have been quite good. I finished top 5 in both of them. So if we can continue the momentum, it should be good. I've learned a lot since the start of the year, and one of the key things is not losing your head when you're driving. Like, just keep motivated and keep calm and just fight back, because as soon as you lose your head on track, you fall back. So that's probably been one of the biggest challenges, but even the drivers as well, they're so competitive from all over the world, and it's one of the biggest challenges I've faced. Well, it's an incredible racetrack. There's slow parts, fast parts, there's even a jump. I really like this track because it's got a mix of everything, and I'm really looking forward to racing here because I think the racing will be absolutely spectacular. Well, mainly just keeping calm and, you know, just remembering what I did good in the last round and doing the same here. So I just need to keep calm and keep doing the same thing, and ultimately it will turn out well. For sure, the weather's a lot nicer to race in, a lot cooler than Adria and Wackersdorf. We haven't changed too much yet. We're still working out how to adapt with tire pressures as well. But so far it's going good and we're enjoying the weather, so setup will come after.
Excellent stuff from Jovan David. His amazing drive in the first heat keeps him right back in the title fight this weekend. As long as he just keeps doing what he has been doing, he still has as much a chance as any. I've still never seen the Sri Lankan flag on the top step of a podium, and I want to hear what the national anthem sounds like. So that's obviously going to be a motivation for him to do such a good job. But I tell you what, there's so many incredible talents in this particular field. David Walter was so strong in qualifying yesterday, and I would love to see him get the job done after the frustrations he's had this year as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say what you said. I've never heard the Sri Lankan national anthem. You know, if Jovan David would want to treat us to this experience and get on to the top step of the podium, I wouldn't really mind.
I wouldn't object at all.
Yeah, I would like to hear the national anthem. You know, Jovan David, maybe you can enlighten us on this magical piece of music that comes from your country.
I think we need to change our statement to when we hear it rather than if. It might not be this weekend, you never know, but the way things are currently going, it's definitely going to happen. His kind of talent is definitely indicative that we're going to see it at some point. Leon Ochai, though, the Japanese driver, he has come fresh out of the blocks this weekend. Third position on the grid for each of his races. It's very impressive to see what he did. When he came out in the second qualifying lap, I think it was, of his group, and was pretty much at the top spot for the majority of the latter stages of the qualifying until he was finally beaten. Very impressive indeed from Leon Ochai, and he has been quite the revelation this weekend. You often see this in the Academy Trophy. 2 or 3 weeks go by, and suddenly the drivers find this confident edge to move further forward. Look at Leon Zelenko, Croatian driver, now in 4th on the grid for each of his races, or certainly on the second row of the grid for each of his races. He's either 3rd or 4th for all of them. And Nicolas Roos, the South African, again, lots of bad luck and misfortune for him in Wackersdorf, again in Adria, but here he is in the top 10, and he deserves to be there in terms of his pace in qualifying. Always really exciting to see when these drivers come up with a good result. Plus, we've also seen a bit of a comeback drive from Tyler Jean Robinson and Alexandros Papathemiou, who both had problems in qualifying. Tyler Jean Robinson didn't get a qualifying lap time in at all through the first part of qualifying because she had a mechanical problem. And Papathemiou, the Greek driver, he had all his times deleted with a technical issue after qualifying yesterday. So both drivers have ended up having to try and fight their way forward, and they've got on with it. You know, they've made some good overtakes. Another one is the Brazilian Luca Neunschwander. You know, he had a bit of a problem in qualifying yesterday, but he's been getting up, paying attention and going for the overtakes, as has Salim Hanna, who of course was second at Wackersdorf. It's not really gone his way since that point, but the Colombian has always been in the fight, always pushing his way forward, and he's got the support of arguably the most well-known Colombian racing driver of all time, Juan Pablo Montoya, and his son Sebastian in the awning this weekend to try and give him that little bit of a push forward. But Salim Hanna, definitely a talent. We saw in Wackersdorf just how strong he can be.
Yeah, he's been very strong, and it's great to see the backing of an ex-Formula 1 driver, Juan Pablo Montoya. He'll be giving Salim Hanna all of his experience, all of his knowledge.
That doesn't hurt, does it?
No, it wouldn't hurt at all. I mean, I wouldn't mind it from an ex-commentator. Maybe Murray Walker can come back and give us a little bit of knowledge, but no, it's great to see Juan Pablo Montoya getting involved in the karting paddock and showing these drivers his way of driving and giving them a little bit of advice, maybe when they make a mistake, telling them how they could improve and how they could work on it. So I think having a mentor in general, not just an ex-Formula 1 driver, but having a mentor in general to help you with your mistakes, I think it's really enlightening.
Yeah, I'm sure the late, great Murray Walker will be watching us on in spirit and adoration of the sport. And hello to Ken Walker, if you're watching along at home as well.
Yes.
I know you've had some time away from the FIA karting scene, but I'm sure you're still watching with as much thirst and enthusiasm as you always brought to the commentary box during your tenure. David Walter and Maciej Gledicz will come off the grid into first position on the rolling lap. Leon Ochai and Leon Zelenko will be together on the second row, the Japanese and the Croatian. The formation lap will begin once again then for qualifying heat A versus C. Alexander Bondarev will be one to watch from fifth on the grid, the young man from the Ukraine, and obviously Oscar Wirtz, the young man from Monaco, will want to have a decent run as well. David Walter and Maciej Gledicz from Leon Ochai and Leon Zelenko, Alexander Bondarev and Oscar Wirtz, Nicolas Roos, Renaud Frankert, Nicolas Ambiado and Bart Harrison. Then Jevan David and Alexander Skelton, Salim Hana and Jaakko Leitinen, then Luca Neunschwander and Junio Kim, Gazi Motlakar from Mozambique and Matti Prus of the Czech Republic, Emil Gjerdrum of Norway, Tyler Jean Robinson of South Africa, and the young star from Greece, Alexandros Papathimiou, as the racers get themselves around the circuit. 18 degrees Celsius. It's actually a lot cooler than it was yesterday, a good 5 degrees less. And the track very dry. No chances of rain today by the look of the weather forecast. But these guys under a massive amount of pressure. They want to end this season in the best way possible. And this is always going to be a tricky one with the world's eyes upon them.
I'll tell you what, in this commentary box, it feels a lot more than 18 degrees.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, we're in a little bit of a greenhouse right now.
Yes, we are. But I suppose this is the vengeance for all the times when everybody's been stood out in the rain and we've kept ourselves nice and dry over the course of the season. I think we're getting our just desserts today. So David Walter and Maciej Gledicz to the line. Are we going to go starting racing straight away? No. Oh, yes, we are. My apologies. We do go racing straight away. And Ochai and Bondarev straight into the first corner. And that's not in the first corner. That is on the grass, I'm afraid. So one driver going straight off the road there. Couldn't quite make out who it was. As Jevan David has made another textbook start. He is in 4th place. He started 11th. And Jevan David is right there in P4 as Leon Ochai makes his first bid on David Walter with Alexander Bondarev chasing them down. And Jevan David is in 4th position. Are we sure he's starting from 11th?
What a brilliant start there from Jevan David. 7 positions. Oh, no.
That's Tyler Jean Robinson. She didn't need that. She's already had all sorts of bad luck go her way from qualifying and then to spin out on the run to turn 4. That is so agonizing for Tyler Jean Robinson. That's definitely the worst case scenario for her. As up the inside, that is Jevan David on the move again, up into 3rd position. So what a brilliant opening lap it's been for the Sri Lankan. He gets past Leon Ochai, Bondarev in his 2nd, David into 3rd. This is going to be brilliant to watch.
How on earth has Jevan David managed to do this? 8 positions in one lap. Oh, but is he about to lose one? As they go side by side up the hill. No, he hasn't. He's just about held on to that position as they went 3 wide out of the corner. Jevan David just holding on for now.
I saw exactly how that happened. He now gets on the inside of Bondarev and he gets into position, so he makes up that 2nd place in the end. And further back, we've got Gledicz battling away with Ochai and Ambiado. So they're having a terrific squabble. Gledicz, I think it is, that gets there into 4th position. Yes, he does. So Maciej Gledicz is now P4 in front of Ambiado and Ochai. I saw exactly how that happened for Jevan David. He got a little bit wide on the exit curb at the exit of 3, lost the kart, had to get it back again, and then as a result, he just missed his braking point by about 1/4 of a meter and just caught the back bumper of Bondarev's kart. The tiniest little love tap. That was all it took. And he had to bail out of the overtake halfway through making it, but he did the right thing. He let Bondarev get back in position. He let him have his place back. That was sporting from David. He realized, he knew he'd made the mistake there. He got back off the power, let him have the place back, and then he got him when the move would be clean. That was well read by Jevan David, and quite a wisdom of forethought there from the Sri Lankan to get himself now 1.6 back from Walter. All this scrabbling has now put David Walter into a dominant position up front.
Yeah, that's brilliant sportsmanship there from Jevan David, if that was the intentions that you just spoke out right there. But in 2nd position right now, losing a little bit of time to David Walter in the 2nd sector, loses a 10th to be exact. so nothing major, but Van David still in a pressure point right now with a lot of drivers breathing down his neck. You've got Alexander Bondarev, Maciej Gladij, both drivers very quick. And then watch out in 5th position though, Nicolas Ambiado. He'll also be looking to make his way through the field, but a warning flag goes out to Oscar Wirtz. So Oscar Wirtz picks up a warning flag. Didn't quite catch what that was for, but the 5-3-2 clearly not in the steward's good books.
Well, he's down in 17th position at the moment, having originally started towards the top 10. So maybe he got involved in something, and the officials may have assumed that it was his making, but the thing with Van David is you do feel that there's a sense of urgency in this weekend, a sense of frustration. He finished 3rd on the road in the final in Adria and ended up actually on the podium, but he knew that he was going to get a penalty. Oh, up on the inside there, that's Bondarev, gets back through, as does Gladij. I was going to say that Van David knew he was going to... Oh, Gladij on the inside of Bondarev in the final turn, and Bondarev gets him back again. Terrific racing wheel to wheel. And now Gladij is going to try and get back on the inside line for Bondarev. Can't make it stick. David is trying to protect from Nicolas Ambiado. So they come through. I was going to say that Van David knew at Adria when he crossed the line he was going to get a penalty for being out of the tram lines by just a couple of millimeters, and that was enough to trigger the penalty. So he knew that was going to come to him post-race. So now he really wants to get that trophy. He knows he has the potential to be on the podium. He knows he can get there. So this weekend, he really wants to showcase that he has this ability to do it. He wants to put that doubt to bed.
In normal karting races, you have drivers swapping positions each lap. No, here in the Academy Trophy, we have drivers swapping positions every corner. That's brilliant to see there from Gladij and Bondarev, both battling for position. Currently in 2nd and 3rd now. They know that Walters ran away with this race. 2.5 seconds is the gap that he has back to Bondarev at the moment in time. And that gap is just going to extend. There's no way that these drivers are able to break down the gap in the time that is remaining in this race. So Bondarev and Gladij, it's every man for themselves.
That is how dramatic the shift of momentum really is. Once you've lost a little bit of ground, you lose a lot more ground following after. And David Walter sets the fastest lap at 54.511 for him. Excellent work. Look at Nicolas Ambiado. He's really stepping up the attack in 5th position to try and close up on Van David, and he gets right in behind him. Here he is, hustling in behind the Sri Lankan. Can the young Chile driver, Nicolas Ambiado, make his bid to come through as they work their way through the S's and now up towards the flat-out right kink and then into the pair of left-hand squares, which is treated like one hairpin when you're in the car. And then you come into that final turn as well. But still, Bondarev holding this 2nd place from Gladij, David, Ambiado, and Ochai. Then in 7th place, that's Jaakko Leitinen, who's having a great run here this weekend. Salim Hanna has made an amazing comeback. He's now in 8th position. Big moves from him, and he has come up from 13th on the grid to P8. So again, great work from Salim Hanna. Must be a Montoya or two helping him out on the sidelines. He's definitely got his confidence back. And then in 9th position, we've got Skelton, and then Harrison, Roos, Frankot, Wirtz, Zelenko, and Junior Kim. They're staying out of trouble. Leon Zelenko has been rather unfortunate in this race. Started 4th, of course, and has now slipped down to 14th. Big lunge from Ambiado. Good overtake from Nicolas Ambiado. That was really nicely done in the left-hander there as he dived for the inside hairpin. Now Van David's going to have to be careful as Leon Ochai will be on the warpath. That was well timed by Nicolas Ambiado. The young man from Chile really stepped up his A-game there. And now we've got Bondarev and Gladij tightening up with 2 laps to go. Volta has got this on a silver plate, but Bondarev and Gladij is not sorted. Anyone in this 5 collection of drivers from 2nd down to 6th, you need to stay alert because anything can happen from here on out.
Well, anything can happen, and we've seen that anything can happen in previous laps. Drivers swapping position corner by corner. There'll be a position made one lap and then losing another the next corner. I didn't mean one lap, I mean one corner, sorry, and then losing another the next. As going defensive, there goes Bondarev, and that's a move for 5th position there as Van David drops even further back in the order. That's such a shame to see from David as he now goes to the back.
Yeah, Leon Ochai, the Japanese driver, got the move on him. So up into 5th place goes the young Japanese. If they're not careful, Leitinen and Hanna are not going to be far away either. As Gladij has a little bit of a look at Alexander Bondarev. He really wants to take... Oh, and that's a retirement on the last lap but 1. That's Alexandros Papathemiou. So Papathemiou has already had a very tricky weekend, but I'm afraid Alex is out of the race there. As we go into the final lap, David Walter is 3.6 seconds clear of Alexander Bondarev. Here they are, battling for second. Bondarev, Gledij, Ambiado, Otschai, David, Leitinen, Hanna, Skjelton, and then back to Bart Harrison. Nicolas Roos is not far away either. Bart Harrison, a string of fastest laps from him to bring him into the battle. All this is going to take is one overtaking bid. But so far, it is enough for Bondarev to hang on in front of Gledij. Can he go for the move? The pole will really want to get into position. Alexander Bondarev just backing the field into each other. He wants to see an overtaking move from someone in the pack to open this up a little bit more, but I think there's going to need to be a brave lunge in the final turn. Well, Ambiado, go for it. I tell you what, David is into the final turn. Walter is going to get the victory. Then it's going to be Bondarev, Gledij, and then I think it will be Ambiado from David and Otschai. Good comeback move in the final bend there from Johan David to go P5. But for David Walter, that is the easiest race win the Danish driver is ever going to get.
Well, it wasn't easy. He still worked for that one, but it's not like he had any pressure on him from behind. But Bondarev, you'll be on rails on that final lap, just parking it on the apexes of the corners, not wanting to even give Gledij a look at the inside. But Johan David manages to slip past as Otschai just leaves the door open on the final corner. David sees the gap and goes for it and gets himself back into fifth position. Great recovery drive from him.
It really was very well timed, which means we've had victories for Dion Gouda across both of his heats. The Singapore driver has been very strong indeed. And then, of course, we had the victory from Riccardo Iannello in the previous heat, and now David Walter in this one. So it's still very close, but Dion Gouda will go into the evening as the interim leader. So very exciting battle for all of the competitors as they come through. But here is the win, and it is David Walter. Alexander Bondarev in second from Maciej Gledij and Nicolas Ambiado. Johan David in front of Leon Otschai. Jacko Leitinen in front of Salim Hanna. Then Alexander Skjelton, Bart Harrison, Nicolas Roos and Renaud Franco. Then Junior Kim and Leon Zelenko, Oscar Wurz and Luca Nunschwander. Mate Prus and Gazi Motlakar. And then in 19th, we have Emil Gjödrum. Then the two retirements, Alexandros Papathemiou and Tyler Jean Robinson, who didn't quite manage to make it to the end of the first lap. Very unfortunate from the young racer from South Africa. Great battles all the way through the Academy Trophy, but going into the interim this evening, it is going to be young Dion Gouda from Singapore, who has taken both of his heat wins. He will get through into the evening session with the widest smile of anyone. All he has to do is the same job again tomorrow, and he will start the Academy Trophy final from pole position. Right, folks, you've waited long enough. Time to bring the KZ boys back into the action. So now we go back into the battle for the KZ World Championship, the second qualifying heat of the weekend. And boy, oh boy, are things mounting. The battle is going to be very exciting indeed for the drivers, but it will be very tricky right from the start of this second heat. We had a good battle in the previous race where we saw a very interesting battle and a very tight tussle for all of the competitors. For now, though, it is going to be interesting to see what the drivers can do. As Baz Lammers has made his comeback this weekend, we decided to catch up with the Kart Republic racer in prospect of his World Championship attack.
I'm very glad to be back at the World Championship. For me, it is like, you know, I have been 29 years in go-kart and I never skipped one World Championship or one big international event. And this year I didn't do the European Championship because of several reasons. And now I was looking to try to find a seat for the World Championship. This was not easy because due to some reasons I was not able to race at the European Championship. And many teams already had drivers and they already had a program for all the year. So for me it was really difficult. Luckily, I got the possibility from Kart Republic to make this race. I can't imagine at the moment my life without karting and being in the go-kart. I'm so happy to be back in the kart. yesterday when I put my helmet on, and yeah, I had a big smile from here to my ears, and yeah, it felt amazing to be back again. The power of the engine with the KZ engine, changing the gears, and yeah, that feels amazing. I'm so happy. Well, to be honest, I didn't have a lot of time to be prepared really well for this race because after when I decided to stop with my previous team, I was focusing more on coaching the drivers because it was very difficult to find a seat this year. I tried to go for a running, and I tried to make sport almost every day. And when I knew that I had the possibility to make this race at the World Championship, of course, last week I tried to do 200%, and I gave everything what I could do to be prepared for this race. So I'm looking forward to this race, and I hope that everything will go well. The track is very beautiful. It has a mix of everything: slow speed corners, high speed corners, uphill, fast chicane, and a jump. So everything what we like is in this track. Of course, one thing gonna be very difficult is to make the start, because at the start it's uphill. So when you make the start, you need to put the feet on the brake, because otherwise you will be rolled backwards. So this is a different way of strategy to make the start, and this is one of the difficult things, I think, for this race. But I think if you find the feeling, then it will be only more easier and easier. There are some possibilities to overtake, so this is the good thing. The thing to win this race, okay, everything must be on the right place, good luck, right people, right setup of the go-kart, and when everything is ready, I think we'll be able to win the championship, the World Championship here. It will be, of course, amazing dream that come out. Of course, every driver is dreaming about winning the World Championship. For me, this is an absolute dream. We won it in the past 2 times, but 2 is not enough for me. So I would like to try to do it together with the team, and if everything is good, let's go for it.
Great to hear from Bas Lammers, who is pushing to get the World Championship one. A double World Cup winner, of course, but never quite the World Championship. So let's see if he can get the job done this weekend. Right, drama. We come straight in with the news that in qualifying Heat 1 earlier today, Pedro Hiltbrand crossed the line in first position in front of Matteo Vigano and Noah Millel. But post-race, it has been judged, and you can check this on the FIAKarting.com website for yourself for confirmation, that it would appear that at the end of the race, Pedro Hiltbrand has been disqualified from the competition. Article 2.3.3, intentionally replacing the front fairing. My goodness, that is the 2016 world champion thrown out of the competition. How big is that coming into the second heat?
That is massive news coming into the second heat. Pedro Hiltbrand, a previous world champion, has been disqualified from not just that race, but the entire meeting.
Yep.
So he won't be able to race at all this weekend.
No, it's a bit heartbreaking, to be fair. Pedro Hiltbrand, one of the stars of the category, but I guess the red mist descends when the pressure is on, and when you're trying to get the races won, sometimes it just gets away from you. So what that means essentially is that now Matteo Vigano is the winner of qualifying Heat 1 in front of Noah Millel, Lorenzo Camplese in third, from Fabian Federer, Adrien Renaudin and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So that's the way that the first heat plays out. There are now 26 competitors left in the competition, and now we're getting ourselves ready for qualifying Heat 2. That is going to put Andrea Kimi Antonelli back into pole position once again, of course, as we know, and it's going to put Millel into second from Fabian Federer, Matteo Vigano. Adrien Renaudin will be promoted to 5th position on the grid from Victor Gustafsson, and then Lorenzo Camplese, Simo Pohaka, Paolo Ippolito and Emilien Denner in the top 10. So, big drama, but we come back to that question once again from pole position. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who got pole position in time qualifying, race 1, once again, it came down to the start. He has not had a lot of time in KZ. He's been working on it, but it was better than it was in Adria, clearly, but he just needs to get this right off the start. If he can get a perfect start, he's going to get a perfect race.
Yeah, he's just not able to execute the starts. He just left behind off the starts. You could see everyone else jumped off the line, then Antonelli still just sitting there. Well, not quite sitting there, but obviously not moving as quickly as the other cars off the line as he gets swarmed off of the start. But Antonelli, we know he has the pace. We know he has the one-lap pace. He showed that in qualifying. He put it on pole position. But it's the starts that let him down. Unless he's able to fix this all of a sudden and drastically change the way that he does his starts to get himself onto pole, then it's such a shame there for Antonelli that he's not able to get the best starts. But can he fix it for this race? That's the question.
Well, we also need to talk about the drivers that did a fantastic job from the first heat, because they all want to keep this bandwagon rolling. Matteo Vigano, very strong in that opening race, able to come through in the top 3 from the first race, and obviously claiming the win from the first qualifying heat. But he's been so nearly the man on top form, Matteo Vigano, hasn't he? Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Certainly in the last 3 seasons of the European Championship, he had a great chance in 2019. It all unravelled in that collision with Anthony Abbas at Sarno in the final round of the championship. 2020, it opened with him leading in Adria, looking so good to get the job done, and then a mechanical failure took it all away from him while he was battling for the victory with Alexei Orlando. Then this season, again, a great chance to get it all done at Wackersdorf and Adria. In both races, again, it kind of tumbled away at Adria again. So he's had so much misfortune. What if this is the round where he's finally able to recapture that same sort of form that gave him the International KZ2 Super Cup back at Genk in 2018? Maybe this is the time for all those hardships and all those misfortunes to be washed away. What if this is his chance?
Well, it's a great opportunity. I mean, there is so many drivers that could take this World Championship title here for KZ2 in the International Super Cup. It's such a big opportunity for many drivers. They focus their sights from the start of the season and plan their development going into this round. But in the KZs, obviously, we don't even have a full grid, actually, for the World Championships. There's a lot of drivers that can win it. I can count at least 10, 12 drivers that could take the win here this weekend. And the only way we're going to tell who's going to win it is at the end of the weekend, because there is no way of telling who's going to be on top now.
Well, absolutely. And you look at the competitors that are there as well, who have been able to do such a great job in the past and are still at that level. This weekend has seen a lot of the big names from KZ really make an impression in terms of time qualifying. You've got Noah Milel and Fabian Federer, who have really struggled in the past. Milel has used his home advantage to good effect. Fabian Federer and the SRP Maranello squad, they were mighty in qualifying yesterday. It was really pleasing to see Fabian Federer in a good position and able to maximize it in qualifying yesterday. Then, of course, we have the likes of Gustafsson, who was last year's KZ2 European champion, still stepping up to KZ for the first time in 2021, and this is only his 3rd weekend at FIA karting level to do that. He's been very strong and solid up at the sharp end of the dais. Then you look at the likes of Jorrit Pex, Marian Kramers, Baz Lammers, Ricardo Longhi, Jeremy Iglesias, champions all, and they have all been able to run within about 2/10 of each other from the start of the qualifying session right the way through to the end. So there are multiple factors here that make this very, very entertaining indeed. And obviously the battles are going to be very exciting and very intense right from the get-go. So the drivers are obviously going to have an awful lot going on for them as they continue to battle away. But the drivers will race for supremacy as they head out onto the circuit. Kimi Antonelli is obviously going to be taking his position from pole, as he will head out onto the circuit in the Kart Republic. A slight delay in proceedings. We will get going very shortly indeed. 18 degrees Celsius air temperature here at the Azam Ring. It's bone dry, but the breeze is up and it's slightly cooler than it was yesterday. That is going to have an impact in terms of setup, because obviously yesterday, with the track being warmer in terms of air and track surface, it's definitely going to mean that there's going to be some setup changes coming into this afternoon. A difference of 5 degrees. It may not sound that much in layman's terms, but in karting terms, Kai, you've been there before. The difference of air temperature of 5 degrees Celsius, that's huge in terms of setup.
Well, I mean, not just in setup as well, the drivers on track, they'll be feeling that difference. They'll be feeling the heat come down on them, especially if they're wearing a dark-coloured suit, for example, a black-coloured suit. You get so hot over the course of a race. But Noah Milel starting in 2nd position, obviously, to this track. He is a home driver, but he is also one of the fastest drivers on this circuit. He does have the lap record in KZ2 of a 49.7 1:58. He did that in 2017. He hasn't been able to do that since, but that was in KZ2 is racing in KZ this time round. The KZ fastest lap was set by Paolo Di Conto in 2016, which is at the World Championships. Last time we were here, he set a 49.411, so very quick lap times were set by both of the drivers. The conditions must have been optimal.
Wonderful to see racing back at Kristianstad Karting Club once again. The fabulous display that you could see at the side of the road as people are able to be as close to the action as possible. We know, of course, that we can't welcome spectators from all over the world, as normally the World Championship event would have a magic competitive crowd, and we know that over the years we've had a couple of thousand people at the race circuits over the years, but unfortunately the nature of the world pandemic situation has meant that we've just not been able to bring as many spectators to the circuit as we would have liked to have done for the World Championships. It's rather unfortunate, but there it is. But we hope that you guys are all enjoying the action from where you are back at home watching, and we've had some great messages come through via the Facebook stream. We know that people are obviously watching from all over the world as well, whether you're watching via the YouTube stream, whether you're watching via the Facebook channel, or whether you're watching via motorsport.tv or wherever you're tuning in from. Your company is always very much appreciated, and my goodness, have you been in for an absolute treat today. If you've only just joined us, we have had some terrific battles throughout the course of the day. The KZ2 races have given us plenty of drama and excitement right from the get-go. In qualifying heat B versus D, Lorenzo Traversanuto, the two-time world champion in the OK category in 2018 and 19, managed to hold off Giacomo Pellini and Victor Oberg in front of Jean Luyet and James Wharton, and it's been a very busy day at the office for him ever since in KZ2. In the Academy, Dion Gauda has won both of his heats, but now it's all about the KZ once again, and the drivers will head out onto the circuit to give us the second heat of the day. Andrea Kimi Antonelli will be there with Noah Milel, Fabian Federer and Matteo Vigano. We think it's going to be Adrian Renaudet alone on the third row from Victor Gustafsson, Lorenzo Camplesi, Simo Pohaka and Paolo Ippolito. Then Emilion Denner and Jorrit Pex from Maran Kramers and Anthony Abbas, Baz Lammers and Riccardo Longhi, and then it will be Alex Irlando, Jeremy Iglesias, Michael Taylor Greenfield and Stan Pex from Douglas Lundberg and Francesco Celenta. Then it will be Mirko Tozzolini, Craig Tanich, Louis Speck, Jan Kuovi and Mario Schettino. So with the absence of Pedro Hiltbrand, which is confirmed on the timing screens, we will continue with the battle with Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Noah Milel from Fabian Federer, Matteo Vigano, Adrien Renaudet and Victor Gustafsson. This is an opportunity for Noah Milel and Matteo Vigano to get another good start over Andrea Kimi Antonelli. The pressure is off them. It's all on the little Italian.
Antonelli, he's going to have the world on his shoulders right now. He's going to be feeling this pressure on the start. He knows he needs to get the start completely perfect and needs to get it right if he wants any chance of getting a good result in this race. We see Nigel Edwards, the race director, make his way onto the starting gantry as the racing drivers will make their way around the final corner and soon into their grid spots. There's Antonelli. He'll be the first one onto the grid. Picks the right-hand side of the grid. That seems to be the chosen grid spot. But Antonelli, it's all going to be mind games now. What can he do?
Well, he's just got to trust his instincts on the starting line. There's no two ways about it. He has to be in a solid position from the start. He's got to build the revs, get the engine temperature up, and he's got to try and maximize the start. Toughest opportunity for him. Youngest KZ driver on the grid, only just turned 15, and this is where the battle rages. If he wins the World Championship tomorrow, he will break Max Verstappen's record as the youngest karting world champion in gearbox in history. But there's a long way still to go. What can he do from pole position? We will find out as the lights will come on and we'll go racing. So here they come, lights are going on, and now we will race to the first corner. Who's going to get the start? Now we'll find out. Oh, brilliant stuff from Vigano, but he tags Federer. Gustafsson gets a wheel on the grass, and Vigano launches into the lead. Antonelli tries to hold back one of the CRGs. It's not a bad start in the end for Antonelli, who holds on to third position initially, but he's already got pressure from one of the CRGs. I think that's the fast starting Paolo Ippolito, who has already shot his way forward into fourth place in front of Victor Gustafsson. And then it is the 15 of Lorenzo Camplesi on the inside there. Fabian Federer gets a great launch on the inside of Simo Pohaka, and Maran Kramers runs wheel to wheel with Emilion Denner as the field tussles its way through. Not the best of moments there for Douglas Lundberg as he catches the curb on the inside line and is thwarted on the run through, but a great start for Matteo Vigano. He launches from the second row of the grid, gets past Milel and Antonelli, and in fourth place Paolo Ippolito. What a start!
Yep, brilliant start there from Ippolito. Makes his way through the field on that CRG chassis. Clearly liking his driving styles, but across the line for the first time in this race, Matteo Vigano at the top of the qualifying heats table with 0 points in total. He's won every heat that he's had so far, and he's looking to make it another. So Vigano in the lead right now by half a second, so a good gap that he's got to the driver in second position right now, but that's a move there on the number 9. That will be a position gained there by the 15 in the Tony Kart chassis. Lorenzo Camples makes his way past Gustafsson. Gustafsson will be right back on the attack though.
Well, Victor Gustafsson will know better around this circuit where the grip is going to be able to be found than Lorenzo Camplese. He will have more experience of the circuit. Vigano leading Millel. Antonelli doing a great job in third in front of Ippolito. And then we've got a little further back the battle between Puhaka, Federer, Kramers, Denner, and I think that's Baz Lammers, who is next up in position as they come over the top of the crest. No, my apologies, that's Adrian Renadin, then the Pex brothers, then Baz Lammers, and then it will be Alex Orlando on the CRG from Riccardo Longhi, Anthony Abbas, and Francesco Salenta. There's Antonelli, running a decent race in third position for the moment. This is what he needed. He didn't need to lose a massive amount of ground on the start, just needed to get himself into a good rhythm and a good position. But fending off from Ippolito will have given him a lot of confidence on that opening lap, and now he can knuckle down and say, right, I'm good at this, I can drive a lap quickly, I can hold on to this in third position. So this will hopefully give Antonelli good confidence to move his way further forward. But Ippolito will be just as motivated in fourth position, especially having won last time out in Adria. Ippolito will want to prove to the world that that was no fluke.
Yeah, Ippolito is coming off the back of a fresh win with confidence in his bloodstream. Ippolito looking to make his way through the field, currently in fourth position. And if he's able to get past Antonelli, that will be a big confidence booster as well. The current OK European champion has been overtaken by Ippolito. What a story that would be. But Ippolito, that's making his goal right now. 2 tenths behind the driver in the Car Republic right now.
Longhi's had another unfortunate moment in the battle with Lundberg and Salenta. He's now down in 20th position, Riccardo Longhi. So this weekend, he's definitely not going the European champion's way as he tries to make progress up through the field. A lot of drivers out of position and squabbling to try and dive bomb on the inside line and make an overtake or two. One of the drivers I'm really pleased to see making a march through the pack is actually Stan Pex, who is up in 12th place now, having started 20th. So Stan Pex making good impressions on this field. He's got past his brother Jorrit, double world champion, of course, don't forget. And Baz Lammers there in 14th in front of Alexei Orlando, Anthony Abbas, Jeremy Iglesias, and then Lundberg and Salenta, who are both up 3 places. Puhaka, by the way, has caught and passed Fabian Federer. So Simo Puhaka up another place. This is Denner versus Kramers. Kramers on the inside, goes very deep, and that's enough for Emilian Denner to get him straight back again.
Yeah, just too late on the brakes there was Kramers. Just makes the position, but then loses it straight back as Denner manages to get back on the inside for the switchback and gains that position to his advantage. But Vigano right now has a 1 second gap. That gap just extending out into the lead, looking strong right now. There is Stan Pex all over the back of that CRG, no, sorry, not CRG, Sony car chassis ahead of him as Stan Pex on a pretty good run right now, making his way through the field as the number 8 will try to hold on to it. Renadin, we know he's a strong driver, but Stan Pex looking to make that his next goal. We look back to the front of the field now and making their way through the third corner. This is difficult.
And Marian Kramers was a little frustrated after time qualifying. He said, the only reason I was down the order is because I made the mistake in the third sector. I was up in the first, I was really good in the second. I could have been at least top 5, and then I put a wheel on the grass during qualifying. That was enough to get the back end stepped out. All my time was gone. So Marian Kramers, one of the first to hold his hand up and admit when something's gone wrong because of his misdemeanors. So great to see Kramers still fighting fit and pushing his way as far up the field as he can possibly go. He's in the top 10, so he can make a big lunge. There's Camplese on the inside of Ippolito. That's for P4. So Camplese getting the run. Oh, sorry, that's P3, isn't it now? Because Antonelli is behind them both. So Camplese and Ippolito both having got past Antonelli, and now they are 3rd and 4th with Antonelli there in P5. He's still working, working hard to try and work his way up through the field. But a very tricky start to proceedings for Antonelli as he drops into 5th position. Camplese is 3rd, Ippolito is 4th, but Antonelli looking to get straight back into the action. He just needs to be a little bit more circumspect about getting past the guys in front. He just can't afford to be too aggressive. He needs to be quite calculated as to where he makes the overtakes. and it's always going to be very tricky. But out in front, Matteo Vigano looking for heat win number 2 out of 2. And it's a very textbook start as far as he's concerned. Paolo Ippolito, though, 4th position. He started back in 10th place, and he was in 4th by the end of the first lap. So Ippolito has been able to make great use of that lightning launch. And now Ippolito in a very strong position again.
Yeah, making his way through the field off the start, just jumped past many cars that were just caught lacking off the start-finish line. But Matteo Vigano dominating the field right now, not looking like Mileo is even able to touch him. The home hero who has the fastest lap around here in the KZ2s. KZ's obviously the same cars, but a weight difference, a five less kilograms is these cars, so a little bit quicker than the KZ2s overall. But Noah Mileo, knowing that he has the fastest lap around the circuit, you'd think that he'd be all over Vigano right now.
It's very tricky. Noah Mileo just can't quite get the same sort of speed out of the corners as Vigano's Leclerc chassis can. Certainly not enough to challenge him for the victory anyway at this stage of proceedings. But Matteo Vigano looking strong for 2 out of 2 at the moment. Milel in 2nd, Camblese 3rd from Ippolito, Antonelli, Pohaka, Gustafsson, Federer, Denner and Stan Pex. Then it is Renaudin in front of Jorit Pex. Kramers, Lammers, Abbas, Lundberg, Irlando and Longhi really struggling. Jeremy Iglesias is having a tough race as well. 19th for him at the moment from Francesco Salenta. And then in 21st it is Torzolini, Greenfield, Speck, Tanic, Cuovi and Scatino. But all 26 drivers still circulating in the race. And there goes Stan Pex. Makes the move on Emilian Denner. So Stan Pex having caught and passed Moran Kramers, who's now lost out to the likes of Renaudin and Jorit Pex. Kramers now falling to 13th place, but Stan Pex has got himself up into 9th position, past Emilian Denner, who is still getting used to the Kart Republic chassis. They made the transition ready for the World Championship finale, with Intrepid sadly bowing out of the KZ World Championship by not having any represented drivers going into the final round of the season. They had started the year obviously with both Emilian Denner and Davide Fore, but once Fore made the switch over to the Render Motorsport satellite team on his Birolat mid-season, he had a look at Adria and then decided he wasn't going to do the World Championship, so that really spelt the end of the Intrepid Development Programme's bid for the KZ World title. Emilian Denner, though, closing up. Oh, this is a big lunge from further back from Adrien Renaudin. My goodness, that was a very long look at his countryman, and he manages to get up the inside line there, and Emilian Denner just has to concede. Great conviction from Adrien Renaudin. That was brave. Here's Camblese on the inside of Noah Milel into 2nd place. Camblese looking as strong and as aggressive as he was in Sarno a couple of seasons ago to take the final in the European Championship when he was part of the SC Performance squad. Now that he is a factory driver, he's taken on and passed his teammate Noah Milel. Lorenzo Camblese, he looked quite confident when I spoke to him this morning. He feels he's got a chance of this.
Yeah, that was a very brave move with just a couple of laps left to go. Simo Puka gets the fastest lap there, 50.320, currently in 6th position, and he'll be chasing down the back of Kimi Antonelli. Antonelli's just dropped back through the field once again. He actually had a decent start there. He got himself into 3rd position, only lost 2 positions, and then has kind of just fell backwards since then. Haven't really seen much from Kimi Antonelli.
But Tony Kart, the factory team, really have come up with a strong team that they could challenge for the World Championship. If you think about just how intense this has got to be for them. Simo Pohaka has now passed Antonelli, as you said. So now they are 2nd, 3rd and 5th in the Tony Kart factory operation. They are right up at the sharp end. And let's not forget, it wasn't that long ago that they got 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the 2020 OK Senior World Championship race, with Callum Bradshaw, Joe Turney and Pedro Hilbrand on the podium at Portimao last season. Now they would dearly love to get a chance to get that done in KZ in the World Championship just a year later. You never know what's possible, and these guys are giving it everything. Camblese, Milel and Pohaka are up in the top 5. The only drivers not from the Tony Kart factory team still in that top 5 are Matteo Vigano, who leads the race, and Paolo Ippolito in 4th for CRG.
On the penultimate lap right now and rounding the final corner to now start the final lap. The last lap board will go out to Matteo Vigano with a 1.5 second gap back to both of the Tony Kart drivers of Camblese and Mileo right now. So neither of the Tony Karts are looking like they'll be able to catch onto the back of Matteo Vigano. Vigano has been strong out in front all race. It looks like this is what he's done best. In the 2 heats that he's had so far, he's won both of them by getting into the lead and pulling away from the rest of the pack. Vigano, just out in force right now. The Charles Leclerc chassis seems to work really well around this track, as the team have all performed really well.
If motorsport was about Buggins' turn, as in it's my turn to go and win the race this weekend, you definitely would give it to Matteo Vigano, because he's had so much misfortune over the years. But it's wonderful to see him try and claim it on his own steam and on his own terms. That's 2 from 2 for Matteo Vigano. He can be very happy with that. Lorenzo Camplese in second, Milel in third. From Puhaca, Ippolito, Antonelli, Gustafsson, Federer, Stan Pex and Adrian Renardin. For Matteo Vigano, it's looking good. This is how he set the seeds for his Super Cup attack 3 years ago in Genk. And maybe, just maybe, the monkey will be off his back, the jinx will be lifted, and the curse will be extinct, because Matteo Vigano finally looking like he's a world champion in waiting.
Well, I think only world champions can pull away from the rest of the field and win in style, as Matteo Vigano has managed to do in both of his heats. Lorenzo Travisanuto has also managed to do the same in the KZ2 class, which we have actually up next. It will going to be the KZ2 heat, and that will be Heat B versus E. That will be an interesting one, to say the least.
It will be Travisanuto.
Yes, it
Paul.
will. So Travisanuto.
Oh, that's Renardin post-flag.
Oh, no.
So Adrien Renardin has stopped out on the circuit at the end of the race, past the checkered flag. So that's unfortunate for the Sodi Kart driver, but it's Matteo Vigano who leads from Lorenzo Camplese and takes the win. Noah Milel in front of Simo Puhaca and Paolo Ippolito. Andrea Kimi Antonelli has to salvage 6th place from Victor Gustafsson and Fabian Federer. Stan Pex in front of Adrian Renardin, then Jorrit Pex and Emilion Denner. Anthony Abbas and Douglas Lundberg, then Marijn Kramers ahead of Baz Lammers, Riccardo Longhi and Francesco Salenta. Then it's the CRG pair of Alex Irlando and Jeremy Iglesias. Mirko Tozzolini ends up 21st in front of Michael Taylor Greenfield from Mexico. Then Lewis Speck, Craig Tanich and Mario Schettino. The retirements, Jan Kuovi, who retired 2 laps from the end. And that is the only race retirement. So, a very tough battle then in the KZ qualifying Heat 2. There'll be more from them tomorrow morning as they finish off their heats, and that will set the grid for tomorrow's World Championship final. Coming up next, though, the International KZ2 Super Cup, where Lorenzo Travisanuto will return to pole position. So the battle is going to be very interesting indeed from the KZ2 International Super Cup as it continues in fine style. The racers have been absolutely monstrous over the course of the opening races. We've had 3 heats from the KZ2 Super Cup so far for each driver, and now we will go to battle once again in the KZ2 Super Cup. First of all, we're going to meet one of the drivers who is new to the category and certainly new to the FIA Karting battle. She's been racing in various disciplines across Europe over the course of the 2021 season, but now we will meet her as the race battle will get underway shortly, and that is Laura van den Hengel.
To be honestly, for the World Championship I had not enough time to prepare well, but I did a collective test. And yeah, for me, I'm new in the international racing. So for me, yeah, everything is different. The track is different. It's an experience. It's not tough. It is just an experience. It has everything. It has speed. It's a difficult track. Very fast part, especially after start-finish. It has a lot of speed. Also very tricky cornering. Also for managing the tires on the track is very tough sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, this is the first day, so and now it's not. Yeah, it's just difficult to get the track and the setup for the kart against so many drivers. Yeah, I don't know, because yeah, it's the first day. I hope I gain in experience and in speed, because now I came short for the top field. For next year, I hope I can also race international. And yeah, I hope with lot more, with more experience and speed.
Qualifying Heat B versus E will see Lorenzo Travasanuto and Sam Luye, along with Jean Luye and Kaya Sixnelis on the front two rows of the grid. Lawrence Van Herpen and Artur Carbonell will be next up with Chris Harnan and Nikita Artemanov. We are told that David Lewinsky will not take the start of this next heat after suffering a light injury from his role earlier on. Hopefully that will be assessed, ready for him to take the start of the races tomorrow. We've seen that in the past, obviously, earlier this season in the OK category when we saw Nicolas Solov prevented from starting one of the races at SA in France when he was unable to take the start with a light hand injury, and then he was able to race the following morning and get himself a decent grid position in the end. Hubert Petit will be next up, then Martin van Leuven and Axel Bengtsen, Lorenzo Giannoni and Mads Thompson, Alexander Schmitz and Kasper Kalasma from Brandon Nielsen, Johan Sanchez and Norton Andreasen. Marcus Funder will not take the start of the race either, apparently. Joseph Knopp and Kasper Nadolski from Jesper Westerholm, and Roman Sharapov, then Matthias Torrigiani and Siem Liedmar from Giuseppe Fusco, Justin van der Schaft, Laura van den Hengel, who we've just heard from, and Karim Jayem. But for this man, Lorenzo Travasanuto, it's a chance to go 4 out of 4. He currently leads the rankings in KZ2 coming into this one, but can he make it 4 race wins out of 4? If he does, then he is looking so good to get himself into pole position for the International KZ2 Super Cup 2021. The lights are coming on, they're out now, and it's a great start from Travasanuto. What a start! The Luye brothers swap positions as Jean goes in front of Samuel, and they go through turn 1, no problem at all, up to 3rd position. Well, tries to go Kaya Sixnelis. He has to bail out and end up in 4th place. Big lunge on the inside of Travasanuto as the Luye brothers go into 1st and 2nd. Travasanuto down to 4th behind Kaya Sixnelis, and that was a rude awakening for Travasanuto. It's Luye brothers 1 and 2. I think that's now Sam in front of Jean, and off on the grass. A big stop. How on earth did that Tony Kart driver, Chris Harnan, manage to get the kart stopped when he was basically careering over the grass? He was lucky to get that turned in. That was a very frenetic start to a KZ2 race as Luye goes for broke on the inside of Lorenzo Travasanuto and drops the Parolin down to 4th place. This race just got blown wide open.
I don't think Travasanuto will be quite happy with what just unfolded in front. Well, I say in front of him, but what actually unfolded behind him.
Beside him, really?
Yeah.
Well, beside him, really.
Well, Travasanuto is dropped down into 4th position now as the battle is heating up in the mid-pack and towards the front now as Van Hopen tries to hold on to his position, actually making his way through. If he can gain a couple of positions, that would be good for him, but defending on the inside, Van Hopen just trying to hold on for now.
So Carbonell in 6th position, Artemanov is in 7th place in front of Hubert Petit, then Chris Harnan. Joseph Knopp has the warning flag on the opening tour. So Sam Luye has managed to get into the lead of the race in front of Jean now. So the two Swiss brothers for the Tony Kart Factory team are running 1 and 2. That's going to be a very interesting result for the two brothers, and obviously both want to win. They are racing against each other for the first time this weekend. And there's not been a situation like this so far this season when the Luye brothers have been 1 and 2. Sixnelis of Lithuania is there in 3rd, and he's just set the fastest lap, a 51.504, to close up on Jean Luye. And then it is Travasanuto in 4th position. So it's Sam in 1st, Jean in 2nd, then Sixnelis is in 3rd, catching up on the Luye brothers. And then it is Lorenzo Travasanuto in P4 from Van Hopen, Carbonell, Artemanov, Petit, Harnan, Van Leuven, Giannoni, and then it is Bengtsen, Thompson, Schmitz, Nielsen, Kalasma, and Giuseppe Fusco, who is up 10 places from towards the back of the grid. Non-starters we mentioned from both Marcus Funder and David Lewinsky. Everybody's still going. 28th position is Laura van den Hengel. So still chances for the drivers to work their way forward. But Travasanuto is starting to get pretty agitated. Sat there behind Kaya Sixnelis. I don't want to be in 4th position. I've led every race today. I want to be back at the front, thank you very much. But the Luye brothers well and truly saw to that, didn't they? Jean Luye getting very dangerous. Well, not dangerous necessarily, but certainly edged out Travasanuto to the very edge of the white line on the exit of the corner and was able to give Sam Luye the lead of the race. That got very close indeed between the two. We almost had contact between them. I don't think there actually was any contact in the end. But Travasanuto sets the fastest lap. He's getting a little bit agitated, sat behind these three. Bring on the race that follows.
I think Travasanuto in 4th position right now, he won't be able to unleash his real pace. He won't be able to push as hard as he can if he is getting held up by the drivers ahead of him. and obviously with every overtake that he makes, he loses more time to the leader. So it's going to be difficult if Travis Anuto wants to get back into the lead and pull away as usual, which we've seen him do many times. Will he be able to get the switch back out the final corner? No, he won't. So we go down into the first corner and follow same in Super Samuel over Jean, currently in the lead right now, as there's a difference between the two of them. The two Luye brothers trying to battle for position, but they're just not close enough to each other as Travis Anuto applies pressure onto the back of Signellen.
I can sense this overtaking move is going to come from Lorenzo Travis Anuto imminently, as he has his look on the inside line of Signellis. Thinks better of it, just waiting for an opportunity to come in. He's not going to wait too long, I don't think, to get past Signellis, because he'll be wanting to get past Jean and Sam Luye very quickly indeed. But it is the two brothers, the Luyes, rather like the days when we used to see the Schumachers, Michael and Ralph, battling away together on the same racetrack. And now Travis Anuto battling for position. Oh, a little bit untidy from Signellis on the exit. That might be enough for Travis Anuto to get the toe down the main straight and possibly even get the run into turn 4. It's a bit of a high risk to go into turn 2, but he might just get this nailed up. He gets a little bit of curb on the exit of the turn. Close up on Signellis through 4, back over the top of the crest. Is this where he's going to make his overtaking bid on the inside? No, he still can't quite make it happen. Hubert Petit, meanwhile, sets the fastest lap of the race, and Lawrence Van Hopen sets the fastest first sector of anyone in the race so far with a 14.9. And we've got a kart off the road on the way to turn 4. So someone's come off. I think it's Alexander Schmitz, the German driver for the KSW Birolart squad. I'm afraid it is out of the race by the look of it. So Alexander Schmitz going off at turn 4. Signellis still hustling in front of Travis Anuto and behind the Luyes. Travis Anuto with a good sprint out of the final turn. This might be the opportunity as we go into lap 7. Signellis is closer to Jean Luye and Travis Anuto is closer to Signellis. So this could be every man for himself. Signellis looking for an overtaking move sooner rather than later. Travis Anuto gets there first, goes for the move on the inside line. That was well timed. He knew that Signellis was lining up a move on Jean Luye. He had to do it first, and he did. Nice move.
Travis Anuto would have been getting restless in 4th position, trying to make his way through into 3rd, just waiting for the chance to arise. And when the chance does arise, he gets himself into 3rd position. Travis Anuto, one of the best drivers out in the field right now. As soon as he sees an opportunity, he will go for it, and he commits to it as well. So Travis Anuto, you can see, arriving onto the back of Jean Luye. The two Luye brothers still leading the race right now, but can Travis Anuto break them up?
This is Carbonell and Van Hopen as they battle away for 5th position. Then Artemanov in front of Harnen and Hubert Petit in the mix there as well in 9th place. Behind them, that is Mads Thompson in front of Martin van Leuven, Axel Bengtsen, Lorenzo Giannoni and Kasper Kalasma. Let's see if Chris Harnen going to get this move done on Nikita Artemanov. Artemanov leaving the braking quite late into the turn 4 hairpin. Harnen hoping for a way out of the turn. Travis Anuto has already caught up to Jean Luye. Luye's defending. He's clearly hoping to protect Sam Luye. As further back, that is Chris Harnen. He has made the bid to get past Nikita Artemanov, and he has got by. So Luye blocking Travis Anuto has brought Kai Signellis back onto his back bumper. So he's hoping to get through into 2nd position, but in fact, Jean Luye has actually held up his progress a little bit there. And I can tell you for a fact that Lorenzo Travis Anuto is not going to want to wait any longer than he has to get past Jean Luye. Sam Luye is your race leader, but Jean is holding a perfect cushion back to his teammate in the lead of the race. Lorenzo Travis Anuto, though, within touch of the man in front. Jean Luye still going ultra defensive. Travis Anuto is going to need to get his elbows out here. There's no other question about it. Jean Luye defending valiantly. Travis Anuto trying to get the switchback maneuver. Luye is obviously playing rear gunner to Sam Luye for this race as through they come out of the right-hander up towards the left. Travis Anuto desperate for a move on the inside. He has a look at Jean Luye, but he can't commit without gambling big time. And this is not the position Lorenzo Travis Anuto wanted to find himself in. The Luye brothers really have thrown a massive hammer blow to his dominant streak. And Jean Luye is just parking that kart everywhere Travis Anuto looks to be.
Well, I'll tell you what, with that attempt there from Travis Anuto, he'll be unsettling Jean Luye. Luye won't really be in a position where he feels comfortable anymore, as he has a lot of pressure from from Travis Nuto behind, and we know the history between these two on the first lap of the race. I'm sure Travis Nuto will be looking to get his own back, as going defensive already is Jean Louillet with 4 laps left of the race. You don't want to be going defensive already. That shows that he's already unsettled and doesn't feel comfortable taking the normal racing line without losing a position.
Travis Nuto getting so irritated and so frustrated here in 3rd position. Come on, man, get out of the way. I'm clearly quicker than you. You cannot keep this game up for long. And Travis Nuto hunting, searching for this overtake. But watch again, look, Jean Louillet just parking the car on the inside apex. Travis Nuto needs to get the perfect slingshot maneuver out of one of these hairpins in order to outfox Jean, so he can't get across on him. He's already alongside him by the time they get to the apex. That's what Travis Nuto needs to set up. He's going for it now. He looks really good this time, surely. But no, Jean Louillet again holds the inside line. Off the turn, up over the crest. And again, Jean Louillet just keeps the car absolutely planted to the middle of the circuit. You can't go left, you can't go right. And there is not a lot that Jean Louillet is going to lose ground on in terms of this, because Sam Louillet is still a good second ahead of him, but 2nd place is still looking good. Lorenzo Giannoni with the warning flag. So that is not going to help him out any. But Jean Louillet would dearly love to beat Lorenzo Travisanuto. Travisanuto trying a wider berth, try and come through and tuck in on the far side. Wants a good switchback maneuver in the final hairpin. It's so difficult when you've got a kart in your way, because exactly where you want to be to get the undercut maneuver, that's where the kart in front is already starting to accelerate out of.
Yeah, Travis Nuto just struggling to get past Louillet ahead, just putting the kart in the perfect place right now is Jean Louillet. Travis Nuto not able to do anything about what's going on ahead of him right now. As Jean Louillet, you can see, just puts the car in the middle of the track, not necessarily parks it on the white line, but just puts it in a position where there's not enough room for Travis Nuto to try and squeeze down the inside, but also in a position where that Jean Louillet is not going to lose as much time.
What's also really good is that he's really forceful on the inside apex. He's slow in, but he's measured on the way out. So he doesn't just plant the throttle, he actually gauges where the kart is going to drift out, then parks and corrects, and then gets back on the power. So Travis Nuto doesn't have any chance of an undercut into the final lap. And Sam Louillet looking good here. Jean Louillet looking resolute in front of Travis Nuto. Might be time for a gamble, but Travis Nuto knows already that Van Waalstein has had a problem. Here he goes on the inside. Louillet chops across again. Oh, Lorenzo doesn't want to throw away a potential pole position. 3rd might just have to do. He gets the switchback maneuver. He's a racing driver. He doesn't want to concede to the Louillet brothers, but there is a very good chance he's going to try and get the slingshot maneuver to try and tuck in for the inside of the next corner. Louillet still parks it on the inside. Can Travis Nuto launch through on the inside? He's trying every trick in the book. He's rewriting the book on how to try and get past Jean Louillet, but it's not going to happen the way things are currently stacked up. He's got one last chance into the final turn. If he slingshots nicely out, he might just be able to beat into the line, but I don't think he's going to get there. It's going to be the Louillet brothers, 1 and 2. Sam in front of Jean, and that is very frustrating for Lorenzo Travisanuto, but a 3rd place is still going to be reasonable for him, and it's still good enough at the moment for him to be provisional pole position. Look at that, the Louillet brothers. That was shake and bake, karting style.
Yeah, brilliant to see from the 2 Louillet brothers. Clearly happy with the 1-2 that they've managed to get in that heat there. But Travis Nuto not happy with the result that he's had there. He wanted to still be dominating. He wanted to have those 4 wins under his belt, but he's going to have to settle for 3 wins and a 3rd.
That was totally straight out of the book of Talladega Nights there at the finish there with those 2, wasn't it? That just happened right there with the Louillet brothers. Sam in front of Jean. You couldn't have scripted that better if you tried, and I'm sure there's going to be some wry smiles in the Tony Kart factory awning after that one. Lorenzo Travisanuto still finishes in a very strong 3rd place, but that's not quite the move he wanted at the end of that race. So it's very good indeed if you are Swiss and your surname is Louillet. Samuel is 1st, Jean is 2nd, Lorenzo Travisanuto 3rd from Kai Sixnellis and Lawrence Van Hopen. Then Arthur Carbonell and Chris Harnett from Nikita Artamanov and Hubert Petit, Mads Thomsen and Martin van Leuven, then Axel Bengtsson, Lorenzo Giannoni and Jesper Westerholm. Kasper Kalasma in front of Brandon Nielsen, Siim Liedmar and Kasper Nadolski, then Joseph Knopp in front of Giuseppe Fusco, Johan Sanchez ahead of Matthias Torrigiani, Roman Sharapov ahead of Karim Jayem, who made up 6 places in the end, Norton Andreasen, who sadly dropped 6 places, Then Justin van der Schaft and Laura van den Hengel, and Alexander Schmitz was the lone retirement from the race, and David Lewinsky and Marcus Funder, rather sadly, unable to start the race. So, very exciting battles so far. There is more great race action still to come here, and we're going to have some more great action on the circuit. So we will continue on with some great driving talent out on the circuit for KZ2 heat, qualifying heat D versus F. Let's hear from the man who knows what it's like to win in KZ2 at this level, who stepped up to KZ this season after winning the European Championship in KZ2 last year, Victor Gustafsson.
I think the European and World Championship is what you work for. All the other races are more like preparation for European and World Championship. Especially this weekend, home track. I've been driving here since I was 6 years old. This is where it all started. So especially this weekend is extremely special, and everyone is working so hard for just this week, this race. So everyone is top form. Material is as good as it can be. So it's special and very tough. Obviously, the last after Adria, went straight to camp with the Swedish junior national team. Suspended 3 days there, working both mentally and physically. After that, went home to my home in Sweden and started to train a lot and also train mentally. So I think I've never been this prepared as I am now, which I think most drivers are the fittest they've ever been for this weekend. I think hopefully I'm a little bit better form than most, but we will see. Time will tell. The track is simple, but to find a little extra is really hard. Everything needs to be on point, both engine-wise and with the chassis. I think if you take a little bit wrong decision with the chassis or engine, it makes a big difference. So I think just to find perfect setup and be really nice and calm with the driving would be the hardest thing. Also in the final, a lot of laps, over 20 laps, and on a track like this with a lot of mid-speed corners makes it hard to keep the tires alive, also brakes and engine. So I think the final will be really interesting, the last 5 laps. Twice is a dream come true. You know, I've had this goal for the last 2 years since I started with KZ, and I worked every weekend for this weekend. And obviously now I think with the Charles Leclerc by Lennox, I think I'm in the best position possible to succeed this weekend. So it's just if I can keep it together and do a great weekend with minimal mistakes, then I should be up there. And I mean, as I said before, to win in my home track where it all started would be even more special. Also 45 minutes from my house, where I've grown up. I mean, it would be something extra.
Victor Gustafsson was the European KZ2 champion in 2020. There is the 2021 champion, Giacomo Pellini, and he lines up pole position from Giuseppe Palomba, Fabrizio Rosati and Paavo Tonteri, Victor Oberg and Jesper Sjöberg, then James Wharton, Angelo Lombardo, Marcus Kayak and Jorge Pescador, Valentino Fritsch and Juha Valtonen, Marco Torman and Leonardo Marcellia, Gerard Cibrian and Isaac Jacobsen, Dana Ponkbach-Zatumnu and Alvin Carlsen, Giorgio Carrara and Per Gunnarsson, Kasper Janssen, Paul Ribera, Alexandro Iancu, Rowan Grinwiz, Mihai Micheyan, Arto Ajaranta, Frederic Kiekenborg, Jan Pokos, Johannes Gabrielsen and Benjamin Linson. And we got a problem. That is Jorge Pescador. So they're going to go round again. They will go round again as Jorge Pescador pulls his kart off the grid. Now that means that Pescador is going to have to start the race, I'm fairly sure, from the back of the grid. He has to let the rest of the field go. So that's unfortunate for Pescador. But there was no question in that situation. When you've got a kart that's being pulled off the circuit, you've got to go around for an additional formation lap. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's such a shame there for the 1-2-2, not able to get his race start underway. Looks like he was able to restart the kart though, so let's hope it's all okay this time round and we don't have to do the exact same of what we've just had to do now. So we'll go around once again the drivers will now have to get their tyres back to the optimum temperature, get their engines back to the optimal temperature after they've just been sitting on the grid.
But Pescador has done the right thing. He's got started and he's had to fall to the back of the grid, because if you are the reason that the race has had to be called an extra formation lap, if you're out of position, then you have got to start the race from the back of the grid. So that is very unfortunate for Jorge Pescador, but the rules are the rules and the regulations are the regulations. You have to adhere to them. So Pescador knows that he's got to start this race from the back of the grid. That's unfortunate because he was looking to start it from up in 10th position on the grid. So that's really caused a bit of an issue for Jorge Pescador. But back to the pole position, the NGM Motorsport driver, Giacomo Pellini on the CRG, the satellite team driver, who's actually been more successful this season than the factory team drivers have been able to do. So the NGM driver with the fabulous trio that look after the NGM squad. Giacomo Pellini looking at the front end of the field from pole position. Giuseppe Palomba alongside him, Fabrizio Rosati, Paolo Tonteri, Oberg, Sjoberg, Wharton, Lombardo, Kayak, and no Pescador, because he'll be starting from the back of the grid. Here we go! What a start from Palomba! Excellent launch, and he gets past Pellini as they come through. So Giacomo Pellini and Giuseppe Palomba, and there's contact on the start by the look of it. Two drivers off. That is unfortunate for Mihail Cheyenne again in the wars, and he's there with Frederik Kickenborg, and a spin on the opening lap for Marcus Kayak. So Marcus Kayak has spun the kart. He's trying to get it restarted, but that's game over for Marcus Kayak. We're getting to that stage of the International KZ2 Super Cup where drivers are trying big moves and they're trying to gain as much ground as they possibly can in the last heat of the day. And unfortunately, for those couple of drivers, it really has come a cropper for them. As the 172 tries to restart, that's Frederik Kickenborg, and there's Mihail Cheyenne trying to get started again, but almost certainly now with the leaders coming through, Palomba and Pellini in the final turn, he is almost certainly in danger of getting lapped in this race. You'd obviously have to move over for blue flags even when you're in the karting world. But Palomba, Pellini, Tonteri, Rosati, Oberg and Sjoberg as they run through. So Palomba leads Pellini and his factory team colleague Paavo Tonteri, who was there in third from Rosati, Oberg and Sjoberg, Lombardo on the Paralin, and Juho Valtonen in the Standpex Motorsport Kart Republic.
Palomba and Pellini pulling away at the front of the field right now. 5 tenths is separating the two of them. So Palomba doing a great job out in front to maintain the gap that's separating both of them. Watch out for Tonteri in third, though. He's very close to the back of Pellini right now. And if he gets any closer than he is right now, he is going to be within overtaking range of the driver in second position.
So Giuseppe Palomba with that massive launch. That's the problem. He had that investigation earlier, do you remember, from his first start where it was just a little bit too perfect. And ever since then, he's been absolutely lightning off the starts. I tell you what, that's who Kimi Antonelli needs to talk to, isn't it? Giuseppe Palomba. But they're in different teams, so that's not going to work out. He's not going to give him any tips, is he? So Giuseppe Palomba absolutely nailed the starts in these gearbox karts. But now Pellini and Tonteri working together to try and close up on Giuseppe Palomba. The gap comes down, and Pellini had a look. He had a bit of a think about Palomba there. And now he is going to go for it. Oh, pure conviction from Pellini as he tries to take on Palomba from a long way back. I think he knows he's got to do this nice and early. Otherwise, Palomba is going to be long gone. So Pellini is just trying every trick in the book to get through. He's going to have a good run here up towards the final hairpin. Palomba, look, is defending. He didn't have to defend at that point. So Pellini's going to have him on the run down the straight with a little bit faster exit speed from the final turn. So by the time they get to 4, expect Pellini to look. Tonteri goes for the move instead. So Paavo Tonteri gets to Pellini before Pellini can get to Palomba. And now Fabrizio Rosati is having a look at Pellini as well. So that's definitely given Giuseppe Palomba a bit of a break.
Yeah, Tonteri with a very brave move into 2. He gets himself into second position as well. So it seems like there's a little bit of relevation.
Oh, Marcelia's pulled into the pits to retire. Now that is disastrous for the Kart Republic driver, Leonardo Marcellia, who's had a really bad weekend all in all, but now the Italian is out of the race, and that is one of the big names from this field, let's not forget, Leonardo Marcellia, and that is a retirement from Giorgio Carrara, I think, as well. So the Argentine on the Lenzo kart, the Luxor chassis, unfortunately, he is out of the race as well. Look how quickly Tonteri's caught up to Palomba. This could be very tight indeed as Tonteri chases down Giuseppe Palomba. Then it's Pellini, Rosati, Oberg. Here he goes on the inside. Paavo Tonteri takes on Palomba. And the CRG driver from Finland takes the lead of this heat. Excellent work from Tonteri. Now, can he hold it?
Palomba thought he was sitting quite nicely in the lead. Tonteri has something to say about that one. Gets himself into the lead. The race, it may not say that on the timing tables, as it seems like there may be a bit of an issue, but I'm sure it will sort itself out. Yeah. Tonteri into the lead the race. Palomba in second. Watch out, there we go. And Pellini in third right now. James Wharton, though, we saw that he set the fastest lap of the race. He's making his way through the field. He's currently in 9th position, so let's see how far he can go up.
He had a bit of a tricky start and lost ground initially, so that's why he's having to fight his way back into contention. Here's Pellini, Rosati, Oberg, and then Angelo Lombardo is at the back of that queue as well. And he's leading the next charge of Sjöberg. Here we go on the inside. A little bit of a bang of wheels as Pellini gets past Palomba. Palomba drops in behind Rosati. And that's going to make a very unhappy Giuseppe Palomba. Nothing intentional about that move at all. He just drifted the kart and they just caught each other's wheels. They were lucky that didn't cause more damage than it actually did. So Pellini in second place now, Rosati in third, Palomba in fourth place, Oberg in fifth from Lombardo, Sjöberg, Valtonen, Wharton, and then Cibrian, who is in 10th position. A cheeky look on the inside line of James Wharton there from Gerard Cibrian, and Valentino Fritsch in 11th place, trying to work his way into the top 10 as well. A lot of feisty contenders out there trying to work their way back into contention. But look at Rosati, he's all over Pellini.
It's all kicking off in the penultimate race of the day. For some drivers, this is their last chance to get a good result before it comes to the final on Sunday. So it's all heads down and trying to get the best result possible. And for the 144 making his way through the field, Rosati is in a great position right now if he wants to get himself into second, as Pellini is just holding on for the time being. But Rosati looking very strong in that Kart Republic. We haven't actually spoke much about Rosati over the course of the day, so this is a really good drive from him right now.
And it really has been a strong weekend from him as well, because the Kart Republic racer has usually been overlooked by the likes of Danilo Albanese and Leonardo Marsiglia in terms of raw pace. But this weekend, Rosati has really stepped up the attack, and now he is really the Kart Republic squad's best chance, other than Albanese, to be on the podium this weekend. And Rosati has had great conviction right from the start of the weekend. Now he's right in there behind Giacomo Pellini, looking for an opportunity. Palomba is struggling to fend off from Victor Oberg. Rosati looking very strong here for a chance to go for second place on Giacomo Pellini. And it's basically a matter of when he thinks he's going to be the best move. Victor Oberg slicing up the inside of Palomba. Did he make that stick? Yes, he does. So, and also through is Angelo Lombardo. So that's a big problem for Palomba. He's now going to have to fight with Jesper Sjöberg and Juha Valtonen. Oh, and that's a big problem. Oh, now that is when you try and start the kart and it gets too fast for you. So that's a big moment there for Kasper Janssen, I think. So Kasper Janssen, he managed to get it started a little bit too effectively there as he ended up losing his footing, but he manages to get the kart together, gets back in the kart, and off and away. We had a nasty incident in Adria a couple of weeks ago. Oh, that's gone terribly wrong! Fabrizio Rosati catches the side of Pellini's kart and gets going again. Now, is that his side pod that's come off the kart, or was that a front fairing? Now, that's a big problem, because either way, that's going to cause a technical flag. And that is so unfortunate from Fabrizio Rosati, because that's going to spell the end of his race. Whatever happens, he'll get going again, minus the front fairing, and that means he'll get a technical flag. So James Wharton up to 7th place in front of Juha Valtonen and Gerard Cibrian. Valentino Fritsch is in the mix there as well in 10th position. What happened to Giacomo Pellini? He's kept going, would you believe, in second place as into the pits. Oh, that's Giacomo Pellini's front fairing. I do apologise. It's Pellini's front fairing. It's not Rosati's. It's Pellini's front fairing that came off in that. So he is there in second place. Oberg's going to go through on the inside to take him. Lombardo will try and get through as well. But Rosati in that contact with the 101 of Giacomo Pellini, that has taken off Pellini's front fairing. He's going to get a technical flag for that. Up on the inside and more contact. Oh dear. This is getting messy. Angelo Lombardo on the inside of Giacomo Pellini, and now his chances of third position have washed away. And there is the mechanical flag. There it is, Giacomo Pellini with a missing front fairing. His race is run. What is going on in Kristianstad?
Pellini with contact with two drivers in the space of 2 laps. I think it's fair to say that this is not Pellini's race, but Tonterri out in the lead right now. 3.5 seconds adrift of Victor Oberg. Where's Oberg came from to get himself into second position? So Giacomo Pellini will come into the pits, and unfortunately that will be the end of this race. But due to all this kicking off, the order is completely messed up.
It really is. Giacomo Pellini comes into the pits and parks it, smashing his steering wheel with his fist. He is enraged at being out of this race. The new European champion in KZ2 has no chance now in this race, so he is out of it. Tonterri leads the way. Victor Oberg is in second place. Third position is Jesper Sjolberg. That is absolutely phenomenal. Palomba is back in fourth. Wharton is fifth. Valtonen is sixth. Sabrian in seventh. Fritsch is eighth. Ninth is Dana Punkbank Satumnu. That will be the highest he's ever finished a KZ2 race. And in 10th place will be Isak Jakobsen. This is an absolutely crazy heat. And you would think the kind of result we're getting from this one would be due to rain. It's not. It's due to the intensity and ferocity of this race.
Yeah, there is a lot going on. Actually, a little bit too much for us to keep up with. I mean, every lap there seems to be something happening on the track. Maybe contact the driver going off or their positions being changed. But Tonterri, he doesn't know anything about it. He's off.
Fair play to this man, Jesper Sjolberg. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And he's also the man who very much represents that age-old adage, to finish first, you have to finish. And he's in there in third place. Paavo Tonterri is the only man from that collection of drivers in the top 5 to still be there in the front of the group. But he hasn't done this by accident. This is not a fluke that he's been able to take the lead of this one. He has well and truly fought for it and grabbed the initiative. The CRG driver from Finland, who, let's not forget, had a good chance himself to win the European KZ2 Championship a few weeks ago at Adria. The points didn't quite go his way, but he was very much a contender for the title throughout that final. Now he has a chance to make a big play in this final weekend of the FIA KZ season. He might just come up with the goods if he keeps this kind of performance rolling on. But what a display from Paavo Tonterri in one of the craziest KZ2 races you're ever going to see in the dry. Paavo Tonterri takes the win. Victor Oberg in second. Jesper Sjolberg in third. The locals are very happy with that.
Wow, what a race there. Tonterri played his cards right, got himself into lead and stayed out of any of the drama. And I think that is probably one of the best races he has ever driven. Just demands and commands the field out in front, controls the pace of the drivers behind him. But Victor Oberg, if you realize, he was actually chipping away at the gap. Give that a couple more laps and maybe make it a 15-16 lap race, and Oberg would have been all over him.
Well, the gap came down as low as 2.3. I think Tonterri would have been just controlling the pace in those couple of laps. It wouldn't have been so significant, but what a result for Victor Oberg and Jesper Sjolberg. The locals here at Kristianstad will be delighted to see that result. Palomba and Wharton recovering well as a result of all of the chaos in 4th and 5th. James Wharton, very consistent. Palomba gaining the best of a bad result there, I suppose, from his point of view. And Juho Valtonen making up half the places he was down by in the field. So a very tidy race from Juho Valtonen. But it's Paavo Tonterri that wins from Victor Oberg, Jesper Sjolberg, Giuseppe Palomba, James Wharton and Juho Valtonen. Gerard Sabrian in front of Valentino Fritsch and Thanapongpang Situmnu, Isak Jakobsen and Albin Karlsson from Marco Toyman, Fabrizio Rosati, Per Gunnarsson and Jorge Pescador. Then Jan Pocos and Paul Ribera. Angelo Lombardo recovered to 18th place in the end. Rohan Grinviz and Arto Ojaranta. Then it is Alexandru Iancu, Benjamin Lindsen, Johannes Gabrielsen, and Marcus Kayak from Kasper Janssen and Fredrik Kickenborg. And then we had the retirements, Giacomo Pellini, a big, big fall. Mihai Mincheyan, Giorgio Carrara, and Leonardo Marcellia. So big moments in that race. Rosati down the order, Lombardo down the order, Kayak down the order, Giacomo Pellini out of the race. Also for Leonardo Marcellia with mechanical problems. That race had all the things we wanted to see and a lot of the things the other drivers didn't.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem for Pellini going forwards in the weekend. Obviously, with that result, that puts his position in the final at question. Obviously, he does have some brilliant results earlier on today, but with that very low scoring, if he gets another bad finish, then we might not even see him in the final.
What a dramatic turn of events this KZ2 weekend has shown us. It's going to be such a difficult battle for the rest of the weekend, that is for sure, as the drivers will be working very hard to ensure that they are staying out of trouble for the last heat tomorrow morning. But there is one heat to go tonight, and that is the KZ2 qualifying heat A versus C, and that will see Senna van Waalstein go from pole position on the front of the grid. Let's take you on a lap of the circuit at the wheel of a KZ2 car, a very different onboard lap from what you get from an Academy driver. We saw obviously on board with Ludwig Franzen earlier on in the day. Now let's ride with Charlie Anderson of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team to show you what this place is like in a gearbox. You plow over the top of the crest, flat on the throttle. I was asking the drivers, do you brake here? No, you just drop a gear. You keep the car flowing through, then you drop another gear through the right into the left. You try and use as little curb as possible through turn 3, then you brake, then you control the car in through 4, back on the gas, up and over, couple of wheels off the deck if you're unfortunate, then in through turn 5, the left-hander, you kiss the curb on the inside line, back on the power, up towards the stopping zone for the right-hander. Catch the inside curb again if you're brave, but you get a decent run here just on pure acceleration into 7. Trip over the throttle pedal, get it together, keep it nice and controlled and balanced through the right-hander, then through the right again, you're carrying the speed, just keeping it nice and controlled. Double left apex here, treat it like one long hairpin and avoid the curbs on both apexes. Then into the final hairpin, you get a good entry and a good exit. You will make a massive amount of time as you come back over the crest and across the finish line at the Asum. This is such a physical circuit, and in terms of the changes of undulation and camber around this place, it is one of the most physical circuits we come to in the entirety of the FIA Karting calendar. I don't know a single driver who dislikes being at this place.
No, going through the paddock and talking to a few of the drivers, seems like everybody likes Asum here in Kristianstad. But they also said that it's a lot more physical in comparison to something like Adria, which we were at a couple of weeks ago. So it was another challenge coming here for quite a few of the drivers, but they've tackled it head on.
Well done to all of you who have been watching from the start of the day. We know there's over 1,000 of you tuning in from all over the world, and it's been a fantastic battle all the way through the day. Hello to all those of you who've been watching with us via YouTube, via motorsport.tv, via our Facebook stream. However you're tuned in, you have got to the last race of the day, and it's going to be Senna van Waalstein and Danilo Albanese on the front row of the grid, with David Trevelov going for another victory if he can make it 3 wins out of 4. Then it's Alessio Pellini in 4th, then Rasmus Janssen and Thomas Imburg, Jennis Civico and Joey Van Spunteren, Robert Kinderwater and Jean Nomblo, Benjamin Tornfist and Rodrigo Ferreira, Alexander Dahlberg and Daniel Vazil, then Matti Kukowski and Tobias Sjögren, Charlie Anderson and Jamie Day, Thomas Guedes and Francesco Leoni, Ken Oscar Algra and Lucas Reybok, Lasse Karlsjoj and Adrian Janicki, Jakob Wojcik and Karol Kret, from Kenneth Hildebrand and Michael Farshu, Damian Valla, David Rem and Greg Caton, a 31-card field. They're all out there on the circuit. And for Senna van Waalstein, again, the pressure's on. It's always going to be with him all the way through the weekend. But now that we've seen a few of the other names from the previous heat have struggles and difficulties, perhaps he can settle in a little bit and just focus on what he can do best.
At the standings, in the standings at this point in time, if Trevelov was able to win the race, he would be ahead of Travis Anuto on the grid positions right now, because Travis Anuto has had 3 wins and a P3, but at this moment in time, Trevelov has had 2 wins and a P2, so if he was able to make it 3 wins and a P2, then he would be on provisional pole position.
Fascinating observation, and very much not lost on Lorenzo Travasanuto on the sidelines, I'm sure. David Trevelov is now the man under scrutiny. There is Senna van Waalstein, pole position, vice champion of Europe, but the man directly behind him on the grid, the treble 1 of David Trevelov, he's the man who could take the lead in the interim standings here ahead of Lorenzo Travasanuto. The 110 of Danilo Albanese is obviously going to be one to watch as well from the front row of the starting grid. He's a race winner this weekend as well, but the man in 3rd place, there he is, David Trevelov. He could win this race, and if he gets it, he will take the interim lead in the point standings. Let's see what he can do from 3rd position. He's done it twice. He was frustrated a 3rd time. Can he make it in the 4th race of the weekend? Let's find out now! What a slow start from Albanese. It's a cracker from Pellini. He gets into second place, and that's held up several drivers in the field. Trefilov's made a good launch into third position. No big problems there. The rest of the field trying to skate their way through, and it looks like a technical problem for Greg Caton on the opening lap. He's pulled in and retired from the race, but for the rest of the field, it has already been a big squabble. But out in front, Senna Van Walstein, Alessio Pellini, and in third position, it is David Trevilov. Albanese getting a terrible start, and that's dropped him down to 7th position on the opening lap. So Albanese with a lot of work to do. Van Walstein just needs to do what he does best up front. But Pellini and Trevilov are going to be pushing all the way.
Yeah, Trevilov, this is a race that counts for him. He needs to get that win if he wants to start in front of Kimi Antonelli on the starting grid.
You mean Travis Anuto,
Travis
don't you?
Anuto, sorry, not Antonelli. I mean Travis Anuto. Mixing up the names. It's the end of the day. It's been a long day. But no, sorry, Travis Anuto. If he wants to finish in front of Travis Anuto on the starting grid, Trevilov, he's going to have to win it, but it's looking like it'll be a big challenge right now as Van Wijsten and also the 1-2-1 of Pellini in second position right now will be in his way.
So there is a good start from Genis Savico, the Spanish driver, now in 9th position. Well, it's not as good as he could have hoped for, really, down in 9th position. Oh, we've had an off on the grass. Someone has lost a lot of time and has actually stopped the kart. So we've got a problem down in the midfield as someone has parked the kart on the far side. I wonder if that's Rodrigo Ferreira. It is. The Portuguese driver for Praga has ended up stopping the kart on the exit, on the approach, to turn 6, I should say, as Trevilov steps up the attack on Pellini over the top of the crest. So Trevilov going for second place, and we know he's good at this. He can take his time. There is Ferreira trying to get the kart started. It's not going to happen. So the Praga driver pulls his kart off the circuit. What a shame as the Portuguese driver is out of the race. Oh, Trevilov's made the move. In a second place then, past Alessio Pellini. Now he's got 9 laps to catch and pass Senna Van Walstein at a rate of 1/10 of a second per lap. He could do it no problem, and he's been faster than that consistently over the course of this race weekend thus far. So it looks as though David Trevilov is on the hunt for Van Walstein once more.
If Trevilov is on his top performance, he will be able to catch on to the back of Van Walstein and get himself into the lead of the race to be in contention for pole position tomorrow. Trevilov, he will be knowing this situation that he needs to be in right now, but with still 10 laps remaining of the race, Trevilov has still got a long time to catch onto the back of Van Wijsten. As long as he just chips away bit by bit, lap by lap, that's a move there for third position as Pellini loses a position there to Janssen. So Rasmus Janssen makes his way into third position, but Pellini drops down to 4th.
Great performance so far from Rasmus Janssen as he brings the Charles Leclerc chassis up to third position with a 51.175 for the fastest lap as well. Still plenty more time to find in these karts yet. Trevilov has just gone fastest of all in the first sector, over 1/10 quicker than Van Walstein. Now Van Walstein has matched him in terms of the second split, 7.38 compared to 7.42 in the second sector. That's 0.738 after 18 seconds of touring. So a very close run from Van Walstein and Trevilov on this lap as they try and find the pace. Trevilov the fastest lap of the race as he gets the gap down to 0.6 of a second with 7 laps. Now there is 9 laps to go. So my maths was a bit off before because he had 11 laps to try and catch up to Van Walstein. Now he's got 9 laps and the gap is down to half a second as Trevilov gets a 50.913 in the mix, as I'd mentioned, but he's still going fastest of all in the first sector. Here's a big launch up the inside. That is Imborg getting his move on Alessio Pellini. He needs to hold the door firmly shut. Pellini giving him a little love tap, but that's okay. Imborg is going to hold the place.
Pellini now lost 2 positions in 2 laps. But look at the pace which Trevilov is putting down on the track right now. 3/10 is what separates Van Wijsten and Trevilov in the space of 1 lap. He's nearly pulled down half a second. Well, it's over half a second now.
My goodness.
1/10 is what separates Trevilov and Van Wijsten right now. A 50.820
He's going to get him now. He's going to try him for it now. I can't believe how quickly he's caught him. That's 0.6 of a second in 1 lap down to 1/10. Trevilov has got so much time to try and make this move on Van Walstein. A 50.8 second lap. Here he goes on the inside. Beautiful. Parks it nicely on the exit. Trevilov is through. Van Walstein's trying to come back at him. No chance. I've got this. Schnell, Schnell, get away. And he is doing a brilliant job here, Trefilov. This is absolutely wonderful. He speeds up, he pulls away, and he's already got a couple of tenths on Senna van Walstein. Where is this pace coming from? It's magic.
I do not know, but he's pulling it out of somewhere. Trefilov had an ace up his sleeve that he was hiding until this final race of the day. Not even halfway in, and he's made his way into the lead and got himself a little bit of breathing room over Van Walstein in second position. Van Walstein will just be sitting there wondering how this driver is so quick ahead of him and how he's managed to get this move done so quickly.
And you know one man who's going to be a little bit frustrated and bitter on the sidelines? Lorenzo Traversanuto. How is he that quick? How can he just pull straight past him? And that's the man who was fastest in qualifying, and Trefilov has just been able to maximize the speed in these heats, and that is going to put him into the interim lead of the battle coming into tomorrow's final qualifying heat, where, of course, Trefilov and Traversanuto will meet on track for the first time. That's going to be magic to watch. You need to cancel your plans for tomorrow morning and tune in for that race, because it's going to be very exciting indeed.
Trefilov versus Traversanuto. Now that's going to be a bit of entertainment if I've ever seen one. But let's focus on the race at hand right now, as it's no longer Trefilov versus anybody else, and that's a move on the inside by the 110. That's Albanese making his way past Pellini. So Pellini just dropping down positions now. He was up in the top 3, and now he's all the way down in 6th.
They make spectacular starts in those Birolats, but he's not been able to sustain the pace in quite the same way that we saw from Giuseppe Palomba as well in the previous heat. They're lightning off the grid. Van Splunteren pulls out the move from nowhere on the inside of Alessio Pellini. That's one of the overtaking moves of the day, as Joey Van Splunteren just pops out of the left-hand hairpin and thinks, right, well, he's a little bit sluggish on the gas. I'm going to go straight on the inside. That'll do. Catch him out, and he has to concede the place. Joey Van Splunteren, some magic overtakes there as he gets the move done. Just look at the speed as they go through turn 1. It is so quick, and you're not braking through turn 1 either. You're literally just dropping a gear and carrying the speed through, and then you drop another gear to try and keep the momentum into the right-hand flick of the chicane. Here's the move from Nomblo. He commits. Well done. I wasn't sure if that was going to work or not, because Pellini was looking quite defensive, but he's managed to get that move done. Jean Nomblo, a good overtake, and lining him up next is the DR chassis of Daniel Vazil. So can the Romanian make his bid to come through on the inside line? It's not going to be easy to finish off. And then you've got Tobias Sjogren in the connection, followed by Jamie Day and Alexander Dahlberg. So this is causing a lot of issues for Alessio Pellini as he just falls down the order. Meanwhile, out in the lead, David Trefilov has left Senna van Walstein in the clutches of Rasmus Janssen to the tune of very nearly a second. Here comes Janssen, but Van Walstein is still in second. Trefilov is just dancing away to a provisional pole position for the final, but it's still one heat to go after this, which will be tomorrow morning. That will confirm it, but certainly David Trefilov in the form of his life right now.
Yep, and maybe dancing in nervousness will be Van Walstein right now, as he's got Janssen all over the back of him. That Charles Leclerc by Lennox chassis has been looking strong all weekend, and I'm sure going into the racing tomorrow, now they will continue this powerful streak. Looks over his shoulder, does Van Walstein, goes defensive into the final corner. Clearly doesn't feel comfortable in the position that he is right now, as Janssen knows that he's doing his job. As a driver, when you're attacking someone, you know that you're doing something right when they start defending, because that tells you that they're not quite ready to be overtaken yet, and they don't want to be overtaken.
And that intimidation factor, it always creeps in. You get drivers looking over their shoulder. They're trying to see. There you go. Van Walstein checks over his left shoulder. He knows that Janssen's there. For the driver behind, that's an invitation. That's a, do you know what?
Yep.
You're being scared now. You are intimidated by me. I can start to get into your blind spots. I can start to make you weave around. That is an open invitation to the driver behind to make the overtaking move sooner rather than later. And we've got a driver pull off the circuit in the middle of the section. Now that looks to me like Francesca Leone. Oh no, sorry. We'll try and figure out who that is. That might be Jakob Wojcik, who was pulled off the road. It's Ben Tornfist, in fact. So Ben Tornfist has pulled off, along with Rodrigo Ferreira and Greg Caton, and Michael Farshu has just retired from the race as well. So that is Michael Farshu retiring, and he joins the other three on the sidelines. So that is unfortunate, but look at Rasmus Janssen. He's just hustling in behind Van Walstein. Again, Van Walstein checks over his shoulder. He is looking very intimidated out there.
Yeah, Van Walstein is scared on the track right now. The more you keep checking over your shoulder, the more prone you are to be making mistakes because you're not focusing on the track ahead of you. You're not focusing on the corner. You're just looking to where the other driver is, trying to suss out where they are in comparison to you in terms of pace, where they're quicker than you. And that's what Janssen's doing right now as they make their way onto the final lap of the race. But where is Trefilov? He's absolutely gone.
9/10 of a second is very impressive, a gap to pull as we head into the final lap. But what can Rasmus Janssen do about Senna Van Walstein in second position? He's just got to try and hold on to this for a few more 100 meters. He's just going to hold on to this into the braking zone. Good acceleration off the turn. This is so difficult, very tricky for Senna Van Walstein in front of Rasmus Janssen. So they come through into the braking zone once again as they battle away for supremacy. This is not going to be easy to shut down. They come through off the turns again. But I think Senna Van Walstein might just have enough to hold on in front of Rasmus Janssen here. A second will have to do, but David Trefilov has definitely made today pretty much his own. He couldn't quite beat Van Walstein in every race, but he's certainly beaten them in enough to get provisional pole position. He looks back to see where the others are. He actually crosses the line, looking behind him. David Trefilov can't quite believe it. What a great job he's done today. That's 3 wins and a second, and as it stands at the moment, he is provisional pole for tomorrow's final.
Now, Travis Anuto, what's he going to do about this one? Tomorrow morning is the only thing that he can do. He's going to have to bring his A game to this heat if he wants any chance of getting that pole position from Trefilov.
That could be the most exciting heat we have seen all season in KZ2, especially considering that Van Walstein will be the man that starts pole position for it. Travis Anuto will be second and Trefilov will be third. So that is going to have so many fireworks written all over it. That's the heat to tune in for tomorrow if you're a KZ2 fan, because you will definitely be rewarded with plenty of excitement. But Trefilov taking the win, and he can be very happy indeed with that. Senna Van Walstein second. Great job from Rasmus Janssen. Great to see another name up at the sharp end of the field working his magic, as there goes Michael Farshou to pull his kart in. Thomas Imborg in fourth, then Danilo Albanese in fifth place. Joey Van Spunter in a very solid sixth. He's worked so hard today. Jean Nomblo, Alessio Piccini falls to eighth. Then Daniel Vazil gets up into ninth ahead of Tobias Sjogren. Jamie Day, Alex Dahlberg, Jenis Savico and Robert Kinderwarter. Then Charlie Anderson and Matti Kukovski. Francesco Leone in front of Lasse Karlsjorge. And then in 19th we have Ken Oscar Algra and Adrian Janicki. Thomas Guedes and Lucas Reibach. Then it's Kenneth Hildebrand in front of David Rehm, Karol Kreit and Jacob Wojcik, and then Damien Valeur was the last one home. The retirements, Michael Farshou, Benjamin Tornqvist, Rodrigo Ferreira, and Greg Caton, who did not take the start. What an exciting day of action it's been. David Trefilov, Dion Gauda, and Matteo Vigano, the kings of Saturday. Can they maintain it into tomorrow, Kai?
I'm a little bit sad it's over. The action we've had all day has been brilliant. I've been on the edge of my seat all day. I don't think there's been one moment where nothing's been going on track when these drivers have been going round. It's been outstanding performance from everybody over the course of today, and I'm really, really looking forward to tomorrow.
18 races worthy of a World Championship weekend. That
Definitely.
Must be Kristianstad, mustn't it? It's been a great day of race action here at the FIA Karting World Championship weekend. Thank you, Kai. Thank you to everybody at the Kristianstad Karting Club. We'll do it all again tomorrow morning when we battle for the World Championship, the International KZ2 Super Cup, and the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Are you busy tomorrow? You are now.